This is a code enforcement hearing of the City of North Miami. Today is July 17th, 2019, and I'm Jose Smith, Special Magistrate for the City of North Miami. The Special Magistrate is empowered under the laws of the state of Florida and the North Miami City Code to hold code enforcement hearings and hear violations. The purpose of this hearing is to determine if a code violation exists on your property as observed and cited by a code enforcement officer. If the city is not able to prove its case, then I will dismiss the case and you may leave. These proceedings are being recorded. Therefore, all persons who are speaking should do so one at a time to ensure that all of the testimony is clearly audible on the recording device. If English is not your primary language, then please inform me when I call your case. We have interpreters, translators who will assist you during the proceedings. When your case is called, the property owner, agent for the property owner, or any witnesses that you may have should come forward to the podium on the left side of the room. When asked, please speak directly into the microphone and say your name out loud, your business or mailing address, and your relationship to the property. If you are not the property owner or an attorney representing the property owner, then you must present a notarized power of attorney or an affidavit in order for your testimony to be taken on behalf of the property owner. For new cases, you will be asked for the record if you are aware and understand the violation that is being heard today. And do you understand what is required to resolve that violation? So please answer accordingly. The city will present the case first, and then the property owner, violator, will be given an opportunity to testify on their own behalf, to bring forward witnesses, to testify, to present evidence and photographs, and to cross-examine the city's witnesses. Following the case presentation, I will issue a finding of facts on the case. If I find that a violation of city codes exists or existed at your property, then depending on the type of case, I will set an abatement or compliance date for the violation to be resolved. Or for repeat violations, I will impose a daily fine amount. For new non-repeat cases, my order will include an abatement date by which you must resolve the violation, and a daily fine amount that I may impose at a future hearing date should the violation not be resolved by the abatement date. If I find sufficient cause to postpone enforcement proceedings at this time, I will table or continue the case to another hearing date in the future. If you do not agree with my findings of facts or ruling, then the property owner may appeal my administrative order on the case to the circuit court. An appeal must be filed within 30 days of the date of the execution of the administrative order to be appealed. In accordance with Florida law, if a person decides to appeal any decision made by a special magistrate with respect to any matter considered at these proceedings, then the person will need a verbatim transcript of the proceedings. This record includes the testimony and evidence upon which the appeal is to be based. The cost of obtaining the verbatim transcript shall be the sole responsibility of the appellant. And it is recommended that persons who plan to appeal the case should provide their own court reporter at these proceedings. Pursuant to city codes, if the City of North Miami prevails in prosecuting a case before the special magistrate, the city shall be entitled to recover all costs incurred in prosecuting the case. The cost assessment is currently $100 per case. Once the city records an order that imposes a fine and authorizes a lien against the property, then the city will charge additional administrative fees to record and release the lien. So now I'm going to turn to the police officer present at these proceedings to administer the oath, and then please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Now, if you are giving testimony today on a case, please rise and raise your right hand as I issue the oath. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, say aloud, I do. I do. Okay, thank you.
Pledge allegiance.
Please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, officer. At this time, I'm going to call upon the code compliance manager to announce any additions, corrections, or deletions from the hearing agenda, and then we will call the first case.
The following cases are cases in compliance. Archer Browning, CEBPR 2019-00012. 640 Northeast 128th Street LLC, case number CEJNK 2019-00031.
Yeah, we need to swear in the interpreters.
Sorry
Are
about
they
that.
here? Thank you.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the translations which you are about to give in these proceedings will be accurate and correct to the best of your knowledge, skill, and ability? Say I do. I do. Thank you. You may be seated.
The next case, D&D Company Property, CEZPU 2019-00015. Ergon Invisiones, LLC, CESTA 2019-00017. Evarista Escoto, CEBPR 2018-00010. Vandy Nasir, CESOD 2019-00018. Gabriela Diaz, CESTA 2019-00019. La Fortune Amarant Nord, CEODS 2019-00055. Lude Merville, CESDM 2019-00006. RNM Investments Group, CEFOB 2019-00005. Postponed cases, Rashid Tahir, CTBPR 2019-00072. Roselle Noel, CEGMP 2018-00200. Shy Management, CEZPU 2019-00003. Shy Management, CEZPU 2019-00001. Shy Management, CEZ-CU 2019-00002. And those are all the amendments to the agenda.
Thank you very much. Will the city call its first case?
The first case on the ticket appeal agenda, case number CT-BPR 2019-00073. I'm sorry, let me start with case number CT-BMP 2019-00002, Northeast 121 Street LLC, with property address 765 Northeast 121 Street. This ticket is being dismissed by the city.
Can you tell me what case, what the number is on my sheet?
I cannot, they're still loading the agenda.
Okay. Okay, can you read back the name of the case slowly?
The case name is Northeast 121 Street LLC with the case number of CTBNP.
Got it. Got it.
City will proceed with the next case on the agenda, which is case number CT-BPR 2019-00073, Marie Mazepas at address 115 Northwest 121 Street. The officer is Jose Perez.
Okay, got it. Please state your full name and street address for the record.
Déclaré non entier avec adresse la caille.
Maria de Mazepa,
Marie Andre Mazepa, 115 Northwest 121 Street.
All right. This case has been reset from a prior hearing. Is that correct, City?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
I believe at the last hearing, the property owner admitted to the violation for which the ticket was issued. The magistrate was just waiting to hear testimony as to after the fact compliance by virtue of the property owner receiving a building permit violation. The magistrate at that time had indicated that he was likely to affirm the ticket as the violation was admitted, but was looking to perhaps reduce the amount of the fine due to the property owners asking for a reduction in fine, but he was not willing to do it at that time because at that time no permit had been obtained.
Has a permit been obtained?
I'll defer to the property owner on that.
I went to the city. I was told I had to get an architect, which I do not have the means at the moment to get an architect.
So there is no permit?
I don't know if I can get No.
Okay. City, what is your recommendation? Impose the fine?
That the ticket be affirmed and that the full cost be assessed. The city was willing to entertain a reduction in fine because ultimately the objective is compliance, but seeing as how there is no compliance, not even an applied for permit, let alone an issued permit in this case, we'd ask that the ticket be affirmed with costs.
What is the amount of the ticket?
$500.
Okay, so I'm going to deny the appeal and rule in favor of the city, impose the fine and costs associated with it.
Thank you, Your Honor. The following case on the agenda,
So what are they going to do?
the ticket must be paid,
Did-
and and a permit must be obtained.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
The city will proceed with case number CTTRA 2019-0005, Matthews Real Estate at property address 2104 Northeast 123rd Street. The officer is Aaron Barber.
The address again?
2104 Northeast 123rd Street.
Please proceed.
Can I get my officer to please state your name for the record?
Aaron Barber, City of North Miami Code Compliance Officer.
And Officer Barber, on or about May 13th of 2019, did you issue ticket number 12834 to Matthews Real Estate Partners?
Yes, I did.
Can you verify that the civil violation ticket, which is depicted on the screen, is the ticket that you issued?
Yes, this is the ticket that I issued.
And what is the nature of the violation for which you issued your ticket?
The ticket was issued for tree abuse for several trees that had been hat-racked on the on city on the 2104 property.
And how did you come upon the violation?
The violation was generated through a complaint that came initially from Durham, and I was set out to investigate the issue, the location.
And what did you find in your investigation?
I found that there were 10 trees that had been cut that appeared to be hat-racked. So information was sent over to the city's arborist for further information.
And were you able to take any photographic evidence of the violation?
Yes, I did.
Can you verify that the photos that are depicted on the screen are the photos that you took?
Yes, these are my photos.
And what is depicted in the photo array?
Photos are taken of the 10 trees that had been cut and just the condition of the trees.
And upon finding the violation, did you make contact with the city's arborist?
Yes, I did.
What is the name of the city's arborist?
The company is Triage, LLC.
And did she perform any on-site inspection of the violation?
Yes, the arborist Allison went out to the property, I believe it was a day or so later, and she stayed in contact through email to let us know that the trees had in fact been hat-racked, that all 10 of the trees had been cut improperly, but that the citing for 8 was, she agreed with that.
And was she able to verify the species of the trees?
I believe from the last email that she communicated that she had not been able to identify, but that she believed that they were sapodilla trees.
And are these the type of trees that would be exempted under the city's tree code?
No, they would not be exempt.
Can you verify that this email exchange is what you relied upon in issuing your civil violation ticket? This is a email exchange sent between you and Triage LLC.
Yes, that's the email exchange. I'm fine.
May I see it?
And Officer Barber, in this email exchange.
Wait. Do you want to move it into evidence?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Any objection?
No, sir.
Without objection, admit it.
And in this email exchange, the city's arborist did indicate that she had viewed the violation.
Yes, she did. She noted that 10 trees had been hat-racked, had been improperly cut.
And she did confirm that this was tree abuse in accordance with Section 5-2309 of the city's code.
Yes, she did.
No further questions, Your Honor.
I assume there was no permit issued to cut the trees, correct?
No, sir.
Okay. Sir, please state your full name and street address for the record.
Francis Jacob, 2104 Northeast 123rd Street, North Miami 33181.
What is your relationship to the property?
Property manager.
Okay. Do you contest the violations?
We do.
Tell me why.
Okay, our defense is as follows. First of all, this case came up last month, and I had requested that kindly that we could discuss this internally amongst ourselves, and I was given that opportunity, but I was thrown into, I was told to speak to the zoning manager. So I tried to speak to him. He was very kind and gracious, but he said it's really not up to me, it's the arborist. The arborist says it's not, it's an internal thing, but then they threw it back into code. So I received a very polite email from the gentleman, Mr. Cook, this morning, saying that they're going to try to work it out internally. I really didn't understand regarding the mitigation. But just all that being said, I did make a quality effort to try to work it out internally because there are mitigating circumstances, and those are, these trees were all sick. I have a topography from January of 2019 here on my iPad I could give you to show you all the dead limbs and all the trees. So according to Durham and the county codes, you can cut dead limbs down even though it would be considered hat racking. So those are the rules. So I explained to them, this is the situation. They understood, they were willing to work with me, but we're still here at an impasse. So, I could submit that as evidence if you'd like to look at it, from the topography to show all the trees with all the dead limbs in 6 of the 8 trees. The second thing is, I met with the arborist that sent that email at the property on June 18th. And I have an email here from her that says, which I'd like to submit as evidence for both these things, that none of these trees currently appear to have any significant physiological trauma from the hat racking. This is the city arborist. And furthermore, she says that the manager is willing to take additional measures to protect these trees, fertilization, soil management, and so on, in order to partially mitigate the situation. And I'm willing to work with him on these options if needed. So our job was to clean up the trees and fertilize them. I have current pictures of the trees 2 months later, and they look terrific. They're sprouting everywhere. They're healthy. None of them are dying. So, Erin was sent over there by Durham. We cut these trees down on April 7th. She went there on May 13th. She's been going up and down that street for 10 years with me. And she didn't recognize that there was a tree hat racking unless somebody told her. So my issue here is they really don't appear damaged whatsoever, and they're healthy and they're sprouting. I could show you today's pictures right now. I could pass this up so you could look at it. So, my issue here is these trees are healthy. I don't need a permit to trim them. I hired a landscaping company to do this. They're the ones who trim them because these branches were dying.
But you didn't trim them, you hacked them.
Because sorry, did you look at the pictures from today?
Well, I haven't seen them yet because you haven't passed them over.
I'll
but
be more than glad to.
did you hack the trees? Did you cut the limbs, or were you just trimming it?
We were just trimming it. That's it.
Okay, let me see the pictures.
I also
Yeah.
have photos that were taken on June 27th of the condition of the trees.
I've
They're-
seen those.
They are depicted up here.
There they are.
Yeah.
Just pass it over to the police officer and just show me what they look like today.
It would be from this point to the right on. Yes.
There are 10 trees.
Yes, sir. If you could see all the sprouts, if you could zoom in from the iPad, you could see all of them are. We fertilize them after we trim them as well to try to bring them back to in better shape. I could swing to the 2019 Miami landing page so you could look at it from the way they were before we trimmed them. Because that'll show you all the dead branches that were on there.
Okay, City, I'm inclined to take into consideration some of the testimony that the property owner has proffered with regards to a possible mitigation of the fines. Could you elaborate on your position on his good faith effort to try to cure the situation and maintain the trees in good order?
So the city stands firm that the trees were hat racked. It was a violation of the city's code. We feel that the civil violation ticket should be affirmed. However, any mitigation done by the property owner to try to rehabilitate the trees, the city has no objection to Your Honor reducing the fines to allow him to take those measures.
Okay, so the city believes that these trees will survive and thrive. They will not. What is code's position on that?
I'll let Officer Barber respond.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I have attached photos to the case that were taken on the 27th. The arborist would have to, they're up on the screen, the arborist would have to determine whether or not the trees are healthy enough to
May I
survive.
speak, Your Honor?
Yeah, 1 second. Anything else on the mitigation? Any? Is the arborist here?
No, our zoning person is here.
Okay.
I'm asking whether he has anything to add to the mitigation, whether there's any objection to reducing the fine to allow the property owner to mitigate.
No, we don't have any objection to that.
Sir?
Okay, yes. I mean, if I would appreciate some leniency, I'll do whatever it takes. That the city wants me to replant trees, add trees. I'll work with whatever capacity is needed.
All right, I'd like you to do that to the extent that you need to do work to either maintain the trees healthy or add more trees, beautify the property. Certainly, the city would welcome that. In that regard, I will mitigate the fine by 50%. So rather than a $4,000 fine as the city is seeking, the fine will be reduced to $2,000.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
Thank you, Your Honor. The city will proceed with case number ATANL 2019-00027, Vladimir Etienne at 12690 Northeast 2nd Avenue.
Sir, good morning. Please state your full name and address for the record.
Vladimir Etienne, 12690 Northeast 2nd Avenue.
City, please proceed.
If I can get my witness to please state your name for the record.
Good morning, Michael Fuentes, City of North Miami Animal Control.
And Officer Fuentes, on or about June 5th of 2019, did you issue ticket number 12711 to tenant Maisha Chantel and owner Amos Etienne and Vladimir Etienne?
That's correct.
Where's the ticket at? Can you verify that this is the ticket that you issued?
That's correct.
Yes.
Thank you.
And Officer Fuentes, what is the nature of the violation for which you issued your ticket?
Their animal was running at large.
And how did you find out about the violation?
I was doing a routine inspection of the area, and the animal was at large in the street, almost getting hit by a car. It was captured and put into my truck to take to the shelter.
And were you able to capture any photographic evidence of the animal roaming the streets?
Yes,
Can you verify that this photo array dated June 5th, 2019 was taken by you?
yes, those are my pictures.
Your Honor, the city would like to move into evidence the photo array.
Any objection from the property owner to the introduction of the 4 pictures? No objection. Without objection, the pictures are admitted.
And what is the type of animal in question, Officer Fuentes?
It's a lab mix.
And how did you verify where the dog resided?
Well, I went to 2 neighbors and I knocked on their door, and then I put the animal into my van to take to the shelter, but I was making out an impoundment card. So when I take it to the shelter, as I was making the impoundment card, she had come out, and I asked if that was their dog, and she said yes.
So she did claim ownership.
Yes,
And is it considered a violation of Section 4-7 of the city's code to allow your animal to roam at large?
yes, it is.
And is it the duty of the animal owner to take all measures to keep their animal within the confines of the property line?
That's correct.
And on this date and time that you issued your ticket, had that violation occurred?
Yes, the animal was at large.
No further questions, Your Honor.
And the violation, the fine to be assessed is 100?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Sir, do you contest the violation?
Yes, sir.
Tell me why.
Well,
Speak into the mic so everybody can hear you.
I'm currently not from the state, and I was unaware of these laws, Your Honor. And had just came back from graduation. We had no idea that the dog was not in the backyard until the officer here had came knocking.
Were you at the house when this happened?
Well, when he came to the door, yes.
Okay. All right. So your defense is you didn't know that
animal
the
was,
dog could not be outside running loose.
Yes, because our house has a fence, and we had no idea how he got out. So
Okay. How did he get out?
I believe there's a hole, like in the backyard, because there's like a bunch of trees. I believe there's a hole in the neighbor's fence that he got through. So that's one reason, maybe.
All right. Based on the testimony that I've heard, I'm going to deny the appeal, affirm the violation, and the $100 ticket will stand. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Next case.
Thank you, Your Honor.
That concludes the ticket appeal agenda. Your Honor may proceed with the regular agenda.
All right. Next case.
Under new business, Venice Lane Incorporated, case number MHVIO 2018-00357. Vanessa Willis is the officer.
Good morning.
Sir, good morning. Please state your full name and street address
Yes,
for the
Paul-
record and your relationship to the property.
Paul Shapiro, USA Management, Property Management for the association. The address is 1755-1766 Venice Lane, North Miami.
And you said this is a condo association?
It's a co-op,
It's a co-op,
Yes.
and you're the manager?
Correct.
For the co-op?
yes.
Okay.
Close it.
Let me hear from the city.
Hi, good morning. Vanessa Willis, City of North Miami Code Compliance Officer. They were previously cited, and I know that they have the abatement date, but the work hasn't been done, and he can explain to you what he has done at this time.
All right, so according to my notes, this has to do with resurfacing and restriping the parking lot, correct?
Correct.
All right, and has there been any work done to?
He just showed me. That's why I wanted him to give his testimony. He just showed me the estimate that he has, and he secured a contract with a company. Unfortunately, he was trying to get the survey for the property. He's still working on. He's almost finished getting the survey. He can
Right.
give you his testimony.
Okay, are there any pictures for me to refer to?
Yes. Give me one moment.
Let me look at my computer and see if there's anything here. Yeah. Okay, I've got it. There are some pictures
I just put up on the screen.
of the parking.
Yes, the picture of the parking lot.
Okay. And the violation is that the spaces are not properly marked?
Well, they're not paid. The whole surface, entire surface, needs to be redone. So that's what he's in the process of doing.
Okay. So, Mr. Shapiro, tell me what the co-op is doing to fix the problem.
Okay. The first thing we did, we secured bids for the resurfacing and striping of the parking lot. We received the bid from Southern Asphalt on June 17th. We submitted to Southern Asphalt the survey which the association had, but they determined that the survey wouldn't be adequate enough to present to the city to secure the permit. So we contacted a few surveying companies, and on June 28th, we received the quote from Landmark Surveyors, and their price was $775. And we signed it, and we were waiting for the survey. Knowing that we had a hearing this morning, I called Robin from Landmark Surveying and say, Robin, where is our survey? I've got to get this to Southern Asphalt in order to secure the permit. He apologized up and down. He sent an email saying that due to the weather conditions and the July holiday, that they were unable to get out there, and he apologized. But he said they will be out there today, which was yesterday, to do the survey. I'm expecting to receive the survey in the next day or so, which will then go to Southern Asphalt, and they will apply for the permit. Now, in addition to that, on June 28th, and I'm going to give all this to Vanessa for the file, on June 28th, by Florida statute, we have to allow 14 days notice to any association for a special assessment meeting. So we sent the special assessment letter out on June 28th, and the special assessment meeting was held last night and passed. So the association will be receiving the funds from the unit owners on August 1st and September 1st. It's not a well-off community, so the board wants to allow 2 months for the special assessment to come in.
What
So
is the amount of the special assessment that you're
Well,
seeking?
the special assessment was $5,000.
And the asphalt repairs with the company?
They had a breakdown. The Southern Asphalt Engineering was $1,605. The property survey, $775. We're estimating permits at $790. And then they had to replace 2 dryers because their gas bill was $1,100 a month. So they dropped 2 dryers and they added 2 electric dryers. So the total assessment was $5,000.
Okay, proceed.
We're just requesting that maybe we can get a 3-month extension. By the time the survey comes in, the survey is presented to the asphalt company, the permits are pulled, and the project is completed.
Any objection from the city?
No objection.
All right. I'm going to table it and hope that there is some movement in terms of getting the job done and getting the special assessment collected, the work carried out. I'm going to table it to September 18th, which is the next time I'm going to be here, and hopefully by then the work will have been completed.
Correct.
Okay?
I think the biggest delay, however, is going to be in the acquisition of the permit because, permits, they don't come 1, 2, 3. But everything is
resurfacing with
Simple.
asphalt, it should not be difficult.
Okay, great.
Okay? So September 18th, I'd like to see the work done by then.
God willing.
Okay?
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Let me give you that.
Okay, thank you.
The next case on the agenda is New Venture Properties, case number RCCOR 2018-00012. The officer is Gary Beswick.
Please state your full name and street address.
Good morning. Patrick Roberts, 100 Northeast 6th Street, Boynton Beach, Florida.
What's your relationship to the property?
I'm a manager for New Venture Properties.
Okay. City?
Good morning, Gary Beswick for the City of North Miami. Basically, the property was cited a failure to obtain an approved reoccupancy certificate prior to the title transfer. They did apply for an after the fact. I did an inspection. When I did the inspection, there was some alteration to the property and the rear section of the property, which required permits from the city. Basically, it was supposed to be a single-family home, and the back section was kind of altered to form a studio unit in the back. So I spoke with the gentleman, and they're going to pull the proper permit to solve the problem. Then after that, they can apply for a reinspection.
What is your recommendation?
Recommendation, they can give them whatever time they ask for to resolve the problem.
I'm sorry? Say that
Give
again.
them the time he needs to solve the problem, whatever time he thinks
Okay.
is sufficient.
Sir, what do you say to the city's position?
We accept it gratefully, and we will be in compliance within 90 days.
How much time you need?
90 days.
All right. I'm going to table it for 90 days.
Thank you very much, sir.
You're welcome.
Thank you, sir.
The next case is Gustavo Lorenzo, case number CESEA 2018-00001. Shanna Sanders is the officer.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Please state your full name and address.
Ernesto Santisteban, 14025 Southwest 143 Court. I'm the contractor of record.
Okay. This is about seawall?
Yeah.
Okay, let me hear from the city first.
Give me just one moment, please.
Okay.
I know it's good on Gary's.
Which one is this one?
The next one. This one.
What do you need?
Current action reports. Shanna Sanders, City of North Miami, Code Compliance Officer. Thank you for waiting. This is a case for reports of previous compliance for the seawall that's in disrepair. It was originally opened August of 2018. As of yesterday, I went out to do the reinspection. Seawall still remains in the same condition. I'll let the contractor, I believe, explain what's going on with the permitting that I don't know, so I'll let him explain. But as of yesterday, seawall still remains in the same condition.
Did this case come before me a while ago?
Yeah.
Yes, it did.
Okay. And tell me, why are we still here? Sir?
Finally, we received the approval from DERM. This is the permit stamped by DERM. And this is the application for the city of North Miami for the permit. Now we are waiting for the permit to start the job, the repairing job.
You applied for a permit?
Yeah.
When?
On the 11th.
Why don't you show that to the city, and then I'll take a look at it.
Okay, what he's showing me is plans that were submitted July 11, 2019. I'm showing here, again, that it was submitted to DERM. I am showing that we heard this case January 23rd of this year, whereas we gave them 6 months. So somewhat disappointed to see that it was just submitted last week, but I'll pass it up for you to see.
Okay, there is an abatement order entered in January, setting a fine, correct?
Yes, I'm showing here January 23rd of this year, where you found it guilty and gave them first until April, and then we gave another 2-month extension. And here we are today. They just submitted the plans. I'm showing what you may have up there, showing the 11th of this month.
What took so long, sir?
Sir, DERM, that's the time that it took to approve the permit. If you see the red stamp on the plans,
Yes.
there is a date until DERM doesn't approve those plans, I can submit it to the city.
When did you submit him to DERM?
Probably like on October or something like that last year.
Are you the contractor or
Yes,
the property owner? You're the contractor.
I'm the contractor.
Okay.
If you see that that thing has been submitted to the city, now we are waiting for the permit, and then as soon as the permit arrives, we're going to start.
And you're the contractor that's going to do the repairs?
That's correct,
You've been
sir.
paid, you're ready to
No,
start?
I just running the permit, and then as soon as the permit arrives, then I'm going to get money to start doing the job. We don't took money on advance. Hopefully, that permit's not going to take long to get it. The repair is probably going to take no more than 45 days. The repair, the job.
Is the property owner living on the property?
Sure, he lives there.
City, what is your recommendation?
I would recommend we go ahead and give a guilty finding. Again, this has been going on since August of last year.
Yeah, I've done that already, didn't I?
Yes.
You adjudicated, but now we can proceed on with the fine, if I'm correct.
Yes.
I would like to go ahead and assess a fine, and hopefully that'll give them a little incentive to go ahead and get these plans done.
Okay. Based on the testimony of the city's code compliance officer, the photographs and documents that have been placed into evidence, I find that the property has been out of compliance. Sir, I'm ruling, since the abatement date that is reflected on the records, April 10th, 2019. And therefore, I am going to ratify the fines that were set back in January of 2019 in the sum of $250 per day. Beginning today, we're going to start assessing you fines of $250. So I am going to give you an opportunity to do the work as quickly as possible, and then you may be able, to go in front of the city board and mitigate the fine. But I'm going to start running the fines as of today, $250 a day. So the quicker you do the work, the less the fines are going to be. And then whatever ultimately is the figure, the number that is assessed, then you can go in front of the city and ask for mitigation. But I believe that this has taken too long. I've been involved in a lot of seawall constructions. I live on the water. I know what a seawall is. So therefore, it's just been too long. So beginning today, I'm going to assess fines of $250. So
may I
it's
say
it's in your interest to move quickly.
Sir, if you see the day that the DERM stamp, those plan was on July 11, 19. The same day I submitted this on the city. It's nothing that I can do. I would like to make money. I would like to work, but I can do it until I have the permit. And it's, even you or the city can provide the permit until I got the DERM permit. I already got it on 11, the 11th. What I request is give me at least like 3 months more, and then the job is going to be done.
I've already ruled, sir.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Next case.
Luis Badia, case number RCCOR 2017-00027. Gary Beswick is the officer.
Good morning, Mr. George. My name is Santos Reyes. The address is 55 Northwest 127th Street, North Miami, Florida 33168.
Are you the owner of the property?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to let the city tell me what the case is about first.
Good morning. Here, Beswick for the City of North Miami. Basically, this case is failure to obtain and approve occupancy certificate. Basically, it was applied for, it didn't pass the inspection, and the gentleman was supposed to hire a contractor to pull the permit to rectify all the issues that was found during the inspection.
There has been a prior adjudication?
Yes.
And I see that in my report, I said that no more continuances would be granted. So I'm going to let the property owner tell me why we have not complied yet. And your name again, sir?
Santos Reyes.
What's your association with the property?
Owner.
I'm showing Lorena Gomez.
Yeah, that's the previous owner.
That's the previous owner, so, okay, got it. Sir?
Yes, I remember when I came the last time, you give me 2 months to do this job. It's very difficult for me to get the price on, I have 2 contractors, but they take a little long time to give me decision about the prices. I just couple days ago I find the architect. I give you deposit already to start the job, and he work in the plans now. So I a little desperate. The other day I come to the building permit and I talk with the inspector if I can take the permit before the plant, but I say it's not possible. I need to wait for the.
What kind of work is required?
For the carpool.
Garage enclosure.
Garage?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Why did you wait from back in May when the matter came before me? Why did you wait from May to yesterday or the day before to reach out to an architect?
He's the.
I'm the contractor. I can talk.
Please.
Yeah. My name is Joshua Peretz. Okay. So Santos came to me like after this, he couldn't make this job with other contractors, and I set him the architect for him. The architect was very busy, so it was not something that it was simple. I met the architect like 4 weeks ago in the house, and show him what's happened there. Santos is a case that he bought the house through a bank, mortgage, title company, and and everything was approved the same that the house is now. Santos didn't do any work in the house the way that he purchased the house. And Santos have he can lose the house in that case and go out, or he can fix it by himself and make it work. And I'm the contractor that will oversee all the job and be sure that he's doing that right. And we need for the permit, in 2 weeks we'll have permit submit to the city. And the permit in the city will take to approve, for my experience in North Miami, around 2 months to approve plans. And in the job, we have probably 2 months to do the job and finish that and call it the first inspection. So we need like 4 months probably.
Are you the contractor
Yes.
that's going to do the work?
Yes.
Okay. You have a contract to do the work already, or you're
Not
still-
yet, because
Not
we're
yet.
waiting for submit the plans to the city. In 2 weeks, we will submit the plans. When the plans will be in, we'll see what the city coming with any requirement, because the city can have different requirements.
When are you going to file for a permit?
In 2 weeks.
Okay. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to give you some time. I'm going to give you 3 months to do the work. So my ruling will be as follows. Based on the testimony and having heard the case previously, having looked at the documents, I find that the cited violation still exists. Proper notice has been given. I find in favor of the city, enter an adjudication, set a compliance date of 90 days. In the event of non-compliance, there will be a daily fine of $250 until the violation is abated. So you have 3 months. If you're running into a problem with the city, if you're not getting the inspections and documents that you need from the city, you'll tell me in 3 months. But if it's not done, then fines will start accruing.
Thank you, sir.
Okay?
Thank you.
The next case is Matthias, case number CESTA 2019-00021. Jose Perez is the officer. This customer has 2 cases.
This is a short-term rental issue.
Short-term advertising and short-term rental.
The
two
first
different
one
cases.
is advertising, so we'll hear that first.
Correct.
Please, sir, state your full name and address for the record.
Leopoldo Matthews, and the address is 121 340 Northeast 121 Terrace, Miami, Florida 33161.
Are you the owner?
Yes, sir.
City?
City of North Miami Code Enforcement Officer Perez, today hearing the case in reference to the property at 340 Northeast 121 Terrace, specifically the short-term advertising. While doing my routine inspection through the Airbnb app, I observed that this property was being rented, and I have the
Was being advertised.
Correct, and rented, but that's a separate case. Nonetheless, I do have the advertisement as evidence taken from the Airbnb website.
Can I see it?
And as you can see from the reviews, it's been rented quite a few times as well.
Let me see the advertising.
What file is Jose?
Huh?
What file it is?
What file? It's the one that the one that says add AD. So it's the second to last.
Yeah. Okay, I got it. All right, and so you're gonna move that into evidence?
Correct.
Okay. Any objection?
No.
Okay. Admitted?
After issuing the violation, the property owner gave me a call. He advised he wasn't aware of the ordinance. He expressed that he was going to take down the advertisement and that he was going to seize the rental. So the city requests some sort of proof that the ad was taken down, either the cancellation of the listing or some sort of letter that was sent to Airbnb indicating that it was removed.
Okay, sir. What is your response? Has it been taken down?
Yes, sir. So, I mean, as soon as I received the letter from the officers to my other property, you know, I took action almost immediately.
Do you have any evidence of that?
So I have the unlisted, and I have, you know, a lot of communication between me and Airbnb stating, you know.
Have you shared that with a code officer?
No, but I can show
Can
him.
you do that right now?
Of course.
So the property owner did show me that it was unlisted. So we would like to get a guilty adjudication, but we'll be fine with closing in case this reoccurs. We
Okay.
have the adjudication.
All right, I'm going to rule in favor of the city on the violation because there was indeed a violation in posting that Airbnb ad, and that's a violation of Section 5-30 of the City Code. I am not going to assess a fine because you have now taken down the subject advertising, and just caution you that if you repeat the violation, there will be a fine.
I appreciate that.
So we're now going to deal with the next violation, which is the actual rental of the property. So I'm going to let the city present.
The next case is case number CESTR 2019-00005 from Matthias. Jose Perez is the officer.
City of North Miami Code Enforcement Officer Perez. Today we're hearing the case in reference to 340 Northeast 121 Terrace, in reference to short-term rental. This is in reference to a rental that I observed happening on that specific date of April 29th, 2019. I have I have one photograph from the I guess you could say renter that was staying there through Airbnb. They showed me the confirmation through their phone, and I was able to speak to the renter, and they advised that they were renting through Airbnb.
How long was the rental?
So it was from the 26th of April to the 4th of May.
Anything further?
The city is going to request a fine set for this, as it is an irreversible act in nature. In regards to the fine, I know it's up to $15,000, but we will request the regular ticket amount, which would have been $500, as it is a first offense.
Any response from the property owner?
So obviously these two violations happened simultaneously. I know I do apologize for not knowing, you know, that I was doing, you know, something not up to code. As I demonstrated, I took the listing almost immediately, and you know, it's not like this happened, you know, month or weeks after, you know, the first violation took place. So both of them, you know, happened at the same time.
Did you have a written agreement with the renters?
Through Airbnb.
Through Airbnb? You understand that under the city code, you can only rent 4 times a year, no less than 3 months?
90 days.
90 days.
I do
So
understand that.
going forward, please be mindful of that. So I'm going to assess the ticket price of $500 for this first-time violation and rule in favor of the city. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next case is Alex Lanza, case number CEBPR 2019-00011. Vanessa Willis is the officer.
Sir, please state your full name and address.
Good morning, Your Honor. My name is Alex Lanza. My address is 755 Northwest 133rd Street, North Miami, Florida, 33168.
Are you the property owner?
Yes, sir.
City, please proceed.
Hi, Vanessa Willis, City of North Miami Code Compliance Officer. Mr. Lanza was cited for the fence that he's installing on his property to obtain a permit, and as of today, there was no permit application on file.
And your recommendation?
That he obtain the permit.
Okay, sir. Do you understand the nature of the violation?
Yes, Your Honor. I understand it.
And what's the problem with
I
getting a
was-
permit?
I was out of the state for almost 10 months. I just came back about 2 weeks ago. So the problem was I just hired the contractor, and the contractor, they didn't pull the permit until today. I just hired a short bait last week, and they just told me they're a little delayed because the weather problems over here in Florida. So I couldn't take the survey in the past week, so they supposed to come this week to do it. As soon take the survey, I'm gonna pull the permit.
Has this been previously adjudicated?
Yes, it was.
What was the compliance date?
Bear with me just one moment.
July the 10th.
Oh, thank you.
How much time do you need, sir?
Don't know how do the permits work over here. The city, 30 days? 60 days, she told me, so that's what I think I got.
Okay, based on the testimony of the city's code compliance officer and the evidence presented depicting that the cited violation still exists, proper notice having been given, I find in favor of the city. Enter an adjudication and set a compliance date of 60 days. In the event of non-compliance, there will be a daily fine of $250 until the violation is abated. So
Thank
you have
you, Your
60
Honor.
days. Thank
Yeah, I
you.
got it. Thank
This case was already adjudicated and the fine set was $350. It was supposed to be abated by July the 10th.
Okay,
So
I
would you
don't-
like to table it to September?
Let's do that.
Okay,
Considering that he's moving forward, let's table it.
okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
The next case is Group Force North Lake, case number CEEXC 2019-00010. Edme St. Louis is the officer.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. State your full name for the record.
Scott Baxter, 1890 Northeast 150 Street. I'm the tenant at the property.
Okay. City?
Good morning, Code Officer St. Louis. This violation was open, it's for painting of the exterior building.
Can you show some pictures?
Yes. The picture that's up is the initial pictures from when the violation was open, March 26th of 2019.
Hang on one second. Okay. All right, I got it. All right, so the violation is failing to obtain permits, is that it?
No, it's for the painting of the exterior the building. It's a commercial, so they will need to obtain a permit for it.
All right, sir, what's the problem here?
Very long story short, this is my second landlord on this property. We've been trying to get the building painted since we moved in there when they had to do all the work. If you look at the doors and the stairs and everything and all the concrete work that was done, in order for us to move in, they had to do substantial life safety modifications to the building to repair the illegal work that had been done there already. During this time, my first landlord, we're gonna, and then I got a notice we sold the building. You got 2 days to sign a contract with the new landlord. I met with the new landlord approximately 18 months ago. He said, what do you want? I said, I want the building painted like I've been promised for 5 years. It hasn't been done. The new landlord has now informed me that I'm responsible for painting the building. It's up to me to get it done. I have estimates. $25,000 is an awful lot of money, quite frankly, but you know, I have estimates to get the building painted. I contacted the city trying to get information on getting a permit to paint it myself, and they won't even talk to me about that. I have to hire somebody, but I am trying to move forward with getting the building painted as my landlord is sticking me with it.
Has this been previously adjudicated?
No, it's a new case.
Your recommendation?
Being that it's been open since March, and plus when the prior owner, I had mailed the same notice. Then when I noticed it was changed, I went ahead and changed the name to the new owner and also mailed him the copy. So moving forward, I'd like for an adjudication.
Who's the new owner?
Grupo Force.
Your Honor, may I speak?
Yes.
I have contacted Group Force a couple of times. I can't even get past whoever's running the office to talk to the owner. I finally gave up. As I said, I have estimates in my hand here. I'm getting estimates. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to pull the permits or have the painter pull the permit since I can't apparently pull one myself and have the building painted. I would ask for some time for me to get this done. I was trying to resolve what my original lease said, which was I was not responsible for painting the building. Apparently the new lease, which I was told was identical, my fault for not reading it thoroughly, says I'm responsible for painting the building. I also have to come up with $25,000 to paint the building, which is no small sum, added on top of the 60% rent increase that we suffered when the building sold. So I would ask for some time to get this accomplished. I will get the building painted, and I'll figure it out with my landlord from there. But I really would ask for 60 days to get the building painted, please.
All right. Regardless of whether it's your responsibility as tenant or not, the owner is ultimately responsible. So, mindful of that, I'd like the city to consider citing the owner as well. But I'm going to give you 60 days, since there has not been a previous adjudication. I'm going to give you 60 days, try to get the thing done. If it's not done, I'm going to start assessing fines, and I'd like to see the owner of the building also take responsibility instead of shifting it to you as the tenant. So based on the testimony of the city's code compliance officer, I have reviewed the photographs that have been presented that depict that the cited condition still exists. Proper notice having been given, I find in favor of the city, enter an adjudication and set a compliance date of 60 days. In the event of non-compliance, there will be a daily fine of $350 until the violation is abated or complied with. Thank you. You got 60 days.
Thank you, sir.
The next case is Arturo Ortiz, case number RCCOR 2018-00027. Gary Beswick is the officer.
Good afternoon. Good morning. Please state your full name and address for the record.
Maria Martinez, Address is 4439 Winona.
Can you speak to the mic and a little louder so I can hear it?
Maria Martinez. Address is 4439 Winona in Stickney, Illinois.
Okay. City?
Stickney, Illinois.
No, I'm asking the city to present its case.
Good morning, Gary Beswick for the City of North Miami Building Department. Basically, on the violation is failure to obtain and approve reoccupancy certificate prior for title change. So the violation is for them to apply and obtain and approve reoccupancy
And
certificate.
they haven't done that through today?
I don't see it.
No.
No, I don't recall them getting an approved occupancy. Normally, I close it out. So if it's on the agenda, I mean, no.
Okay, have you done an inspection of the property, or is there a violation associated with the failure to get a certificate of reoccupancy?
Hold on. I don't recall if I did an inspection, but basically, I know all I have is I notified them to approve apply for it, and I haven't seen. It's not in the history, so
Okay.
basically, no.
All right, so what's the problem?
We were unaware that we needed to obtain an occupancy certificate, so we'll get it done.
How much time do you need?
I don't know. If
I'm going to give you 30 days. How's
Yeah,
that?
that'll be
okay. Based on the unrebutted testimony of the city's code compliance officer, the evidence presented, proper notice having been given, I find in favor of the city, enter an adjudication and set a compliance date of 30 days. In the event of non-compliance, there will be a daily fine of $250 until the violation is complied with. 30 days. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next case is Esposito Group Corp., MHVIO 2018-01299. Gary Beswick is the officer.
There are two cases, right?
Correct.
Yes.
And
Sorry.
I believe I heard this one before. The name sounds familiar.
Well, your adjudication on the MHVO, not on the reoccupancy.
I adjudicated on the permits,
Correct.
not on the reoccupancy certificate.
That's correct.
So, and I gave an abatement date back in June 20th. Is that correct?
Yes,
At $500 per day fine?
that's correct.
All right, let's talk about that one. Your name again, sir?
No speak English, Spanish.
Interpreter?
Your Honor, are we on the reoccupancy case?
We are on the
RCCOR?
first case, 01299.
Okay, correct.
Need a Spanish interpreter? He's coming, okay. City, what work was being done without a permit?
They was doing some addition on the west side of the property, some addition to the existing house. And they start back in November.
Right.
And then earlier this year, I drove by and there was a building material truck that was delivering more material for the work that was in progress, and they still haven't obtained the permit as yet.
When was that?
It's between, observed the truck between March and June, I remember.
Okay, and to this date, there is no permit?
No permit has been issued, no.
Okay. We're waiting on the interpreter. He just walked in. Name and street address for the record.
Su nombre es Ray Expósito. Ray Expósito. Su dirección.
Let me just have him spell his first name.
¿Cómo es Ray? ¿Cómo deletrea Ray? I-S-R. I-S-R. A-Y. A-Y. Israel. Expósito. I-S-R-A-Y. Expósito.
And you're the president of Exposito Group?
Es presidente del Expósito Group. Yes.
Okay. Tell me why you don't have a permit.
Dígame por qué no tiene permiso.
Estoy en el proceso ya de permiso. La ciudad ya tiene todos los papeles. Lo que no me ha dado-
I'm in the process of permit, and the city has already all the papers.
What papers?
¿Qué papeles?
Ya tengo un número, un proceso.
I have a number. I have a number given for the
We
process.
have a process number.
Okay. You don't have a permit.
Todavía no tiene permiso.
No, porque ya yo llevé todos los papeles al condado y ya me los regresaron aquí a la ciudad. Estoy esperando por la ciudad que me dé permiso.
I took all the papers to the county, and I'm waiting for the permit.
Why the county?
¿Por qué el condado?
Porque la ciudad de North Miami me mandó a llevar los planos al condado.
Because the city of North Miami sent me to take the papers to the county.
For a room addition?
Yeah.
Para una adición de cuarto.
Yes, he's probably have to go to Durham.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So where are we? You were ordered to abate the violation or get a permit by November of last year, and we're in July of 2019, and we still don't have a permit. What's taken so long?
Le habían dado un tiempo para conseguir el permiso para noviembre del 2018 y estamos en julio del 2019. ¿Por qué tanto tiempo?
En lo que mandé a hacer los planos, que se demoran a hacer los planos, que eso me tiempo que me ha tomado con la ciudad y los planos, el arquitecto.
Well, all the paperwork, the prints and the architect, all that took me all this time.
I'm sorry, I misstated the abatement date. The abatement date actually is June 20th of 2019.
Bueno, me equivoqué, dice, la fecha de cumplimiento en realidad es junio del 2019.
It was first notified back in November.
Right.
And back in April, they was still doing work on the property without a permit.
All right. Do you have architectural drawings?
¿Tiene los planos ya?
Están en la ciudad de North Miami.
They are in the city of North Miami.
Do you have any? Do you have a copy of them with you to show me?
Usted, con usted?
No, lo que tengo son copias de todos los pagos que yo hice en el condado.
No, I do not. I have copies of all the payments I made to the county.
City, what is your recommendation on this case?
¿Qué está recomendando al Estado de la Universidad?
Mindful that he was supposed to abate by June 20th.
Él debía cumplir para junio 20.
Basically, I'd like the fines to move forward. Just the fact that they continue working without, after being notified from last year. There was, as I said, it's around April when I passed by, I see a big truck delivering more material, which in my mind mean they're still working.
So is that a good thing or a bad thing?
That's a bad thing.
Okay. And again, we're talking about the fact that he doesn't have the permits. The other issue that will come up next will be the reoccupancy certificate. But on the issue of the permits, what exactly is being done at the property? What is the nature of the work?
Well, basically, I got a complaint from code, but when I went there, it's obviously that on the west side of the property, there's some enclosure. I'm not sure if it was a carport or a garage. I let the owner elaborate on what exactly he's doing.
Okay, sir, what work is going on?
¿Qué tipo de trabajo está sucediendo?
Lo que hice fue una adición de una terraza.
Well, I made an addition. I added a terrace.
When did you do that?
¿Cuándo lo hizo?
Lo comencé hace ya un tiempo, unos 8 meses, 9 meses.
I started about 8 or 9 months ago.
Y cuando el inspector me vio la violación, paré y no he hecho más nada ahí.
And after I received the violation, I stopped and I haven't done anything else.
Hasta no tener todos los permisos y los planos, todo en orden.
Until I get all the permits and the paperwork.
All right. Based on the testimony of the city's code compliance officer, the evidence presented, I find that the property has been out of compliance since the abatement date of June 20th, 2019. I am going to ratify the fines that have been accrued to date in the amount of $500 per day. Going forward, the fines shall continue and will run on a daily basis until there is compliance. I assess costs in favor of the city and authorize the filing of a lien. Next case.
The next case is for Exposito Group as well, RCCOR 2018-00041. Gary Beswick is the officer.
This is the failure to obtain a reoccupancy certificate.
Yes, and in this case, they didn't apply for any.
They did not apply?
No.
To this date, they have not applied?
Don't call them apply for any.
When were they cited for that?
Está preguntando, está hablando de eso.
November?
Fue en noviembre.
There is no number, it's by name.
Si no puedo apelarle eso que me está diciendo, una multa de 500 diarios.
I'm showing an initial inspection of November 27th.
La inspección inicial fue en noviembre 27, dijo.
One is under the new cases, under Exposito. Okay.
It's under 00041. All right, let me turn over to the owner. Why haven't you applied to the city for a reoccupancy certificate?
¿Por qué no han solicitado a la ciudad el certificado de reocupación?
No tenía idea que tenía que hacer eso.
I had no knowledge that I had to do that.
All right, I'm going to give you 30 days.
Voy a darle 30 días
to apply.
para que solicite eso.
So, based on the testimony of the city's code compliance officer and the statement that the property owner did not know that he needed to comply with the requirement of obtaining a reoccupancy certificate, I find that a violation exists. Proper notice having been given, I enter an adjudication in favor of the city and set a compliance date of 30 days. In the event of non-compliance, there will be a daily fine of $250 until the violation is abated. 30 days.
30 días.
Let's, are you ready to answer that other question? It's not relevant anymore, so just tell me when did he, when was he cited?
¿Cuándo le dieron la citación? Me está preguntando.
Well, it was cited on November 27th, 2018.
Okay, that's what I thought. All right. Anyway, I've ruled on both cases. I would ask the city to proceed with its next case.
The next case is George Castro, case number CEWWC 2019-00046. Karen Jean Lewis is the officer.
What is the property address?
910 Northeast 136th Street, George Castro.
Okay. Ma'am, could you please state your full name and address for the record?
Jeanette Sarah Castro, 910 Northeast 136th Street,
What
North
is
Miami,
your
Florida.
What is your
33161.
relationship to the property?
Owner.
Okay. City, please proceed.
Good morning, Co-Compliance Officer Karen Jean Lewis. The property 910 Northeast 136th Street was cited for the roof. They had a tarp on the roof. They were advised to apply and obtain a permit to repair the roof.
Has this been adjudicated?
No, this is a new case.
Okay. How much time do you need, ma'am?
Well, I have an attorney, and they just filed motion of enforcement of the settlement to Citizen because they're not sending me the check. And I have the copies here of all the court and all that. I don't know if you guys want it.
I don't really need to get involved in your lawsuit against Citizens. That's
Mhm.
between you and Citizens.
Mhm.
I just need to know how much time you need in order to comply with the
Well,
with the violation.
they just filed on June 20th. I don't know. I don't know how long they usually take. This is my first time.
What's the problem with the roof?
It was damaged because of the hurricane, and I'm still at it with Citizen.
Okay.
Special Magistrate?
Yes.
I would recommend to give her 90 days to see
Okay.
where they are with their proceedings, and I'll give her my business card so she can keep me updated.
Okay.
All right. The city has generously said that they would give you 90 days.
Okay.
And that's fine with me.
Okay.
But I want you to be mindful that regardless of how it turns out with Citizens,
Mhm.
whether you get paid or not, ultimately it's your responsibility to maintain your roof in good condition.
Right.
So come 90 days from now, if you still haven't resolved the case, I'm going to have to start assessing fines.
All right.
So I'm going to table the case for 90 days.
All right. Great.
Okay?
Thank you.
The next case is Larry Jean, CEGMP
you.
2019-00009. Jose Perez is the officer.
State your full name, sir.
Larry Jean.
Street
15
address?
155 Northwest 127th Street, North Miami, Florida, 33168.
What's your relationship to the property?
Owner.
Do you own it?
Owner.
You own it, okay. City?
City of North Miami Code Enforcement Officer Perez. Today we're hearing the case in reference to the property at 155 Northwest 127th Street. This is in reference to general maintenance of properties, to be specific, to repaint the rusty fence and gate in the front of the property. As of my final reinspection, the fence was not painted, and I was out on July 10th at approximately 10:43 a.m. And as you can see in my evidential pictures,
Got it. You're talking about the fence or the house?
yes,
Have we had a prior adjudication on this case?
yes, we have.
Okay. And when was that?
Prior adjudication was April 5th, with an abatement date of May 8th.
Looking at my notes, just a minute. Has any work been carried out to comply with the violation, with the
As of my final
abatement order?
reinspection on the 10th, it was in the same state as it was when I opened the violation on January 23rd.
Okay. Sir, what's your position on this?
As of yesterday, the gates painted. I have pictures here.
You waited until the eve before the hearing to paint the...
No, but he went July 10th. It was painted over the weekend.
Okay. So what, you have pictures showing
Yes.
the...
I have pictures here.
And what did you paint, the fence?
Yes.
Show it to the officer?
Okay, it appears he has complied, but again, the abatement date was for May 8th.
What are you recommending?
Let me confer with attorney.
Okay.
So the city would seek out some sort of fine because he did comply after the fact. And
Okay, so the issue here is just the fence. We're not talking about the house.
correct, it was just a fence.
Okay, and he was required by an order of the magistrate to comply by May 8th, and he didn't comply until a couple days ago,
He just testified that yesterday.
yesterday.
Yes.
No,
Okay.
it was over the weekend. But can I say something
Yes,
about that?
sure.
Well, as far as the me not complying, I guess with May 8th not being compliance, there was an issue with the mail. I guess whenever he would send the notice through certified mail, the mail carrier wasn't, delivering the mail. Obviously, they'll say no one was home, or they'll put a sticker, it'll be on the mailbox, but there was no attempt to make delivery of the notices for the code violation. And also with
There was also another
Wasn't
hearing.
posted?
It was posted, and there was also a hearing on June 20th where we postponed it to July 17th.
Right.
and he was here present on June 20th.
Right. I'm going to adjudicate you guilty. I'm going to be mindful of the fact that you have complied, which is good. So I'm going to assess a fine of $500.
Why would I have a question.
Yes,
why
sure.
would it be guilty if I came July 20th and I have to have it, the situation
Because
mitigated?
you were supposed to have corrected the violation by May 8th, and you didn't.
No.
And you corrected it yesterday. That's why there's a violation.
No, but I was here June 20th, and they gave me till the 17th to come back to mitigate it. On June 20th, I let them know the situation. They gave me time to mitigate it by the time of this code hearing, violation hearing.
I don't have that in my file. I was told, I looked at the file, and it said abate on May 8th. What happened in June?
So on June 20th, we had a hearing where the fine would have been imposed, but he advised that he never received notices.
I gotcha.
And we granted an extension until July 17th.
Gotcha.
But on my final reinspection, which was a week from today, July 10th, there was no compliance. So regardless whether it was on June 20th or July 17th, on my final reinspection for both hearings, there was no compliance.
The thing is, it was compliant. It's July 17th. So you can see with the pictures here is complied.
Well, I'm having some difficulty understanding the facts, okay? So at the June meeting, he was given until July 17th to comply?
No, he was
Okay.
not. He was given until July 10th.
No.
Yes.
Okay.
And we were going to hear it on July 17th, which is the standard
Gotcha.
for all our cases.
Okay.
Is that on paper? Is that written? Is there something?
Yeah.
for
Do
that?
you have
Yes.
do you have anything I can see that states that he was given until July 10th to comply?
1 second.
The permit action report should state that for the June hearing.
So under the permit action report, it says tabled to July 17th, which would be the hearing date. And we don't set reinspection dates for the hearing date. We set them out a week prior. And once that hearing is set, we do post out the hearing, and we also post out the order to comply.
And just for the record, Your Honor, on the June 20th hearing, the abatement date never changed. The abatement date remained at May 8th, 2019. The magistrate has the authority to enter a fine from
All
the
right.
abatement date.
I understand what happened, and that's why there's a misunderstanding. The fact that on June 20th, you came before the special magistrate, and the matter was tabled to July 17th, which is today, doesn't mean that you had until July 17th to correct the violation. Just means that the special magistrate wanted a status report to see if and when you had complied.
Well,
At
there
my
wasn't no date
request-
given.
At my request, I tabled it until the next hearing because he advised that he never received notice, which was posted and sent certified. So at my
Okay.
request, I just tabled it till today with the with the reinspection date of the 10th.
Okay, so I think I'm being generous in not retroactively assess a $250 a day fine for noncompliance until yesterday. So by ordering that you pay a $500 fine for the delay in, and you're shaking your head, you're getting a break.
I understand.
Okay,
that, but
you waited from April, and you were given a May 8th compliance date, and here we are in July 17th, and you painted the fence yesterday.
I did not paint the fence yesterday. I'm saying as of yesterday, you know, he was saying that July 10th. As of yesterday, I'm saying the gate was painted. What I'm trying to say is, if I knew a date, if there was, okay, sir, July 10th, this gate has to be painted. You know, I would know, okay, if he's coming over to paint the gate. I did it this weekend. It wasn't like I knew, okay, July 10th, I'm still not going to paint the gate, but when I show up here, I'm going to paint it. But there was a firm date told to me, sir, let Mr. Jean, July 10th, the gate needs to be painted. The gate would have been painted. I wouldn't be showing up here, you know, arguing, well, I'm here July 17th, the gate wasn't painted or was painted at a certain time. Is with anything, if had I known, it would have been painted. But there was no date firmly told to me of when it's supposed to be painted.
Permission
Yes.
to respond, Your Honor,
Yes.
because there was a formal date set, and it was the abatement date set on April 5th, 2019 of May 8th.
Here's the thing, that was the reason why I came June 20th, correct?
Correct,
And-
but on June 20th, the abatement date did not change. The
Yeah.
abatement date always remained at May 8th. That
Exact-
was always the day that you had to comply. That date never changed.
I understand what you're saying there, but the reason why, me not receiving the mail from the mail carrier, and as far as me personally with the notices, code violations, Miss Officer Perez said, you know, he hung them on the gate. I never saw them. You know, if we're gonna hang up, this is my personal opinion with it. If we're gonna hang code violations, I think we should hang them at the door or somewhere, because obviously if you hang them outside the gate somewhere, and someone randomly think it's like something not important, like clear past the bags or whatever it was, because sometimes we'll get like advertisements or whatever is there that's hanging on the gate. I don't know what happened or whatnot, but it was just mass confusion as far as the date, because I did not understand the terms of, you know, me having to satisfy the issue.
All right.
I understand what you're saying about me.
Well, Your Honor, we'd also ask you to take note of the fact that the violation was open on
January
23rd
Right.
of
So
2019.
I noticed that right away. You've known about this violation since January 23rd of this year.
To my defense, as you can see, I never showed up to those hearings. That's to show that I did not know nothing about them.
He was here on the June 20th hearing.
But the
in
ones
person.
previous, I never showed up to none of those hearings. That means I really did not know that I was not receiving the notices to show up. I would never disregard something so important like that not to show up for a court hearing.
On the Florida Statute 162, he doesn't have to be at hearing to be adjudicated.
Sure, if there's service.
Correct.
And there's
And there
proper
was
service, and the fact that he may or may not have shown up on April the 5th
is irrelevant.
Is not relevant.
Correct.
So I think I'm telling you, you're getting a break. I could go
understand
back
that.
and cite you at $250 a day since May 8th. And what I am going to rule, and I've already ruled, and I want no argument on this, is that the city, I'm going to find that you're guilty, that there's a violation of the code, and I'm going to assess a $500 fine for the violation. And so if you believe that you are entitled to mitigate that fine, there's a process in the city for you to do that, or you can appeal my ruling to the circuit court, and those are your remedies. I think you're getting a break.
I understand it, but the information was just confusing as far as the June 20th to July 17th.
I understand. It may have been confusing, but there was a violation. And you were served, and the papers say what they say. So with that said, I don't want to take any more time. There are people waiting, so I'm going to move on to the next case.
The next case is Lazaro Isan, case number CEWWC 2019-00048. Karen Jean Lewis is the officer.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Please state your full name and street address for the record.
Name is Felix John Hinalog, 880 Northeast 144th Street, North Miami, Florida 33161.
And are you the owner?
No, I'm not. I'm the son of the owner.
And the owner's name is?
It's Virginia A. Alcaide, and my stepfather is Lazaro C. Ison.
Okay. This is about a roof
It's a
repair?
roof violation, correct.
Tell me about it.
Okay, the property 880 Northeast 144th Street was cited on April 4th for a tarp being on the roof. It's a brown tarp. The notice was mailed to the property for them to apply and obtain a permit to repair the roof. And I'm looking here at the notes in the permit action. I did refer the property owner to go speak to someone in CP&D to see if they can get funds to assist them in repairing the roof. And the case was tabled and it's being presented today.
The case was tabled?
Well, prior to being brought before the magistrate, we took it off calendar to give them
Gotcha.
time to see if they can get assistance from the Community Planning Development Department.
Okay. Sir, what's
So
the issue?
I did call the assistant, not sure the actual name of it. I did call them and they told me unfortunately they had no funds at the moment. And we have actually been trying to save up. I have some proposal for a roofing company. It's a bit expensive. It's actually $23,000 and $500. We do have other options to go to. I was hoping to have a maximum kind of extension if possible, because fortunately we're not really well off at all.
You got one quote for 23,000. That was it.
Yeah, no, I have one for 23 and also for 15,500.
I think that's a better. I think that's a better deal.
Yes, that's what I was hoping to have a little bit more time to at least save up and also get some permits and whatnot needed.
Let's be realistic. If I gave you some time, how much time would you need?
I'm not sure. I'm gonna try to work with the roofing company. Hopefully they'll give us a bit like financing or something like that, or at least enough for a down payment to get it
Okay.
started.
Recommendations from the city?
Be it that we gave the previous property 90, I think we should just give them 90 as well.
Okay. Based on the testimony of the city's code compliance officer, the photographs that I have reviewed, and the evidence presented depicting that the cited violation still exists, proper notice having been given, I find in favor of the city, enter an adjudication and set a compliance date of 90 days. In the event of non-compliance, there will be a daily fine of $250 until the violation is abated.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
The next case is from Marie Mazepas, case number CEBPR 2019-00022. Jose Perez is the officer.
This is 115 Northwest 121st Street.
Correct.
I know she was here earlier
her
for the
ticket
ticket
appeal.
appeal. I'm not sure if she went home or maybe she's in the restroom.
All right. According to my notes, this was previously reset. It involves work without a permit.
Yes, a makeshift shed was put up on the rear side of the property. So I was requesting, or the city was requesting, for either removal or permitting of the shed.
Is anybody here representing the owner of the property, Marie Mazepas, and husband Edner, 115 Northwest 121st Street? Anybody here representing the owner? What do you want to do? You want to pass on it, or?
We would have to rule on it to continue to the next case.
Okay. This was a ticket appeal?
She was here for the ticket appeal earlier, but this is a regular case.
Does it arise out of the same violation?
No, it's a separate violation, just the same property.
The number is 0073.
No, it's 00022.
Got it. All right,
Number 14 in the agenda.
I got it. And who are we waiting for?
Either the property owner to show up or a ruling.
Okay. What is the city's recommendation?
Due to the fact
Finding?
that due to the fact that the property owner was here and may have not remembered that she had this second case, I'm for postponement.
Okay, that, the case has not been previously adjudicated. I believe that when it was tabled and set for today, there was a conversation about coming to an agreement with the city.
This one has not been heard yet.
Okay. All right, I'm going to table it for 30 days.
Okay.
The next case is Greater Properties LLC, case number MHVIO 2018-01292. Gary Beswick is the officer.
Sir, please state your full name and address.
Thomas Jardin, 10010 Northwest 44th Terrace in Doral, Florida, 33178.
What's your relationship to the property?
The tenant.
Is the owner here?
No.
Okay. What kind of property is it? Commercial, residential?
It's residential. Well, it's a group of apartments that we use for a housing program for at-risk youth.
Okay. 1 second. City, proceed.
Good afternoon, Gary Beswick for the City of North Miami. As of this morning, there is no permits on file, so I recommend to let the fines move forward.
All right, there was an abatement date of today, I'm sorry, July 10th with a $250 fine, correct?
Yes.
And the work that needed to be done was what?
It was, let me, hold on. Basically, they was doing some interior and exterior work. If you look at the pictures.
Okay, let me look at the pictures. Okay, got it.
And that's affiliated to unit number 6.
This is one unit in a multi-family property.
Correct.
One unit. Out of how many?
I don't remember exactly how much unit they got.
It's 10 total.
Okay. 10 total? Okay. You were required to comply by getting permits for the work by July 10th.
It was our understanding that the contractor had obtained all the necessary permits. He swore up and down that he had. Obviously, we'll be having a conversation with him, but we'll do everything we have to do to comply.
With the same contractor?
I mean, at this point, you know, we're kind of married, but
All right.
probably not
well,
in the future.
Based on the testimony of the city's code compliance officer and the photographs and the evidence that I've reviewed, I find that the property has been out of compliance since July 10th. I find in favor of the city, ratify the fines accrued to date, and assess costs in favor of the city. The fines shall continue to run on a daily basis until there's full compliance.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
The next case is Brian Pariser, case number FYBRR 2018-00072. Gary Beswick is the officer.
Forty-year recertification. State your full name and address.
Rafael Lozano, 1475 Northeast 125 Terrace, North Miami, Florida 33161.
What is your relationship to the property?
I'm the president from the board.
And Mr. Perisher is the attorney?
Yes, sir.
Okay, because he appears as the owner. City, you want to present?
Well, basically, it's for 40-year recertification that was due as of last year up to December 31st. As of today, we have not received an approved report as yet.
Okay, sir, tell me why you don't have a 40-year recertification yet.
My honor, we working in that. The last time I went here to the hearing, I bring the electrical structural report from the different engineers. Unfortunately, we had to hire another structural engineer to do the new inspection because the previous engineer was with the different contract we bring to the property. They not match what is the damage he found it. So that contractors they give it to the association the recommendation to hire a new engineer that we did. That's why here I want to prove that we hired the new engineer. We did the inspection. We pay him, and yes, we're waiting for the clear report to submit to the city. And the second part, this is the electrical part. This is a more bigger job. To do the electrical on the parking, we need to have photometric plans. Photometric plans or blueprints cannot be if we know how a survey. Unfortunately, the survey what we have in that moment at the office had like 40 years. The engineer can read, he can work with that. So I'm coming to the city to request a copy of the survey. The city don't have a survey. So we had to hire a company that I have here, a name and everything, to do the survey, and we're waiting for that to bring to the electrical engineer to do the photometric blueprints so we can get a bid for that. So we're working. We had the best intention to comply with the city, but take time, more than what we're thinking.
City, how long have they been out of compliance?
Technically, 6 to 7 months. It was due up to December 31st, so technically 6 to 7 months.
And this is a 40-year, not a 50-year.
Hold on.
Can I talk?
No, let me
Okay.
have him look it up first, and then you can answer.
I was looking for the property appraiser, but it's not there.
All right,
Not
is it a 40-year recertification
Well,
or 50-year recertification?
I said probably 5-6 years ago, we did like a 40-year certification. For any reason, this letter come last year, end of the year, like recertification 40 years. So we assume the 40-year certification was not on the city records, and that's why they do it.
No, probably.
Or we have like to do the 50 years. We're not sure about, because if you read the letter, they say
How old is the building?
Based on what he's saying.
76, 74, 76.
Based on what he's saying, then whatever they submitted a couple of years ago, it probably was late, and this would be under 50 years.
Probably.
Yeah.
All right, regardless, you got to do it, sir, and you got to do it as quickly as possible.
We do. I'd like to inspector see.
I'd like you to work with the inspector.
I will.
To see how much time we can give you to move this forward, mindful that you're dealing with a condominium association that needs to get some funds together.
This is another part, my honor.
But
we don't know exactly how much it's going to cost the job. Till the time we had the survey finished, they get the photometric and get bids for that. The structural part, we already done. I'm very confident in 2 weeks I had a clear report to submit to the city.
How many, 2 weeks, you say?
Yeah. The engineer who did the last inspection, we submit everything what he asked him to fix it. We did it.
Because understand that submitting a 40-year recertification is the easy part. The harder issue is
To
the
fix
work
it. Yeah.
that you have to do in order
Yeah,
to...
we already did the structural part. The engineer we hired, the second engineer we hired, he did the inspection and he did the recommendations to the association.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
You said isometric, so you need a survey. So are the lighting already there, or do you have to install new lighting for the parking lot illumination?
No. It's two parts for the certification: the structural and the electrical part. The electrical part is light. We working in that. The another part, we already did the inspection. We finished what the recommendation from the engineer. The company did the reparations, send the report to the engineer, and now we had to wait for the engineer to give you a clear report to the association to bring to the city. And that structural part. Electrical part, we're going to take a little more time.
My question is, you asked for the survey for the isometric, meaning the parking lot lighting. So my question to you is, does the parking lot have sufficient parking light?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, look.
Well, we had light.
I've heard enough.
Okay.
Okay, I've heard enough. There's a difference between filing your certificate and then doing the work. We'll deal with the work later on, but for purposes of getting a 40 or 50-year recertification to the city, I'm going to give you 30 days, okay, to get that certification, the
reports.
The report.
Oh, we submit. We submitted to the city 3 months ago.
Where is it? That's what we're here about. Did he?
The last time I went here, he was on with another judge. I explained here that we need to have a process to do the job done. He gave me 90 days to come here and tell you what is the process on. So that's why I come in today. I say, like, the structural part, we already finished. I'm just waiting for the clear report to bring to the city so the inspector can have the structural part clear. The electrical part take more time because now we work in the survey to bring to the another engineer, the electrical engineer, to do the photometric blueprints, and now in that moment we can get the prices for different companies.
All right.
Okay,
we're all over the place.
Let me answer your
Okay.
question.
Yes.
The report was submitted in April, and according to the engineer at the time, there was structural, electrical, and parking lot illumination required repairs. So the question is, have all the repairs been taken care of? Because you keep saying you're going to have a clear report. So that means all the repairs have been taken care of?
According with the second engineer report, yes.
Was any of the repairs required permits?
No.
Okay.
What is, again,
Well,
you know, where I'm being-
the
wait.
structural, the electrical, yes, we need permit.
The violation before me is failing to submit a 40-year recertification.
In order for the violation to close, the report have to be clear.
Okay, so the issue is, have they corrected
Correct.
the report, the
Repairs.
violations that the report
report.
requires the property owner to do?
Correct.
That's the issue.
Correct.
Okay. How much time do you need?
For the structural, 2 weeks more. For electrical, at least 90 days. To come here and show you what is the advance, what we did.
Mr. Building Official, I see you out of the corner of my eye. And I'd like you to bring some order or suggestions as to what the building official believes is the right way to resolve this issue. because none of us are construction experts. State your name.
Steve Pizzol, building official for the city of North Miami. Do we have? Okay, so we have a 40-year recertification that is not a clear recert. So, I mean, basically, we would need to, at bare minimum, they're saying he can have structural repairs done in 2 weeks, and they're not going to.
We read it. Yes, we're waiting for a clear report.
And you pulled permits for the structural repairs?
No, we don't need it was very small. And I have here, you want to see what?
The structural work they did was basically just cosmetic, so that would be okay. But the electrical.
We need permit for that. I'm sure of that.
3 months. I mean, we're already going over a year into the new cycle. So.
Are you suggesting 3 months is fair?
I would say let's give them 60 days, and and then they can at least get us some stuff to show what is being done.
Okay.
We can have permits in a few days. I can't see the repairs taking another 90 days.
All right. Thank you for bringing some clarity to this
Thank you, Inspector.
case. Based on the testimony of the city's code compliance officer and the testimony of the city's building official, and having reviewed photographs, having seen the evidence, I find that the cited violation still exists. Notice has been given. I find in favor of the city. Enter an adjudication and set an abatement date of 60 days. In the event of non-compliance, there will be a daily fine of $300 until the violation is abated. So 60 days to get it done.
Okay, thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Next case.
Sanssouci Condo MHVIO 2019-00039. Gary Beswick is the officer.
State your full name and address.
Good morning. My name is Ruben Betancourt. The address is, 1 second, please.
What's your relationship to the property?
Contractor. 11930 Northeast, 19 Drive.
Okay. City, please proceed.
Good afternoon, Gary Beswick for the city of North Miami. They applied for a permit. The permit is still not issued as yet. So that's where we're at.
Any recommendation?
Well, I'm here from the contractor. You say you're the contractor, right?
Yes.
Okay.
How much time do you need?
No, we don't need time because we just submit 3 weeks ago the new engineering plans.
Well,
we are waiting for your review.
Well, I checked it this morning. Still haven't been issued, is it?
But all the paperwork was submitted?
Yeah, they applied for it. I'm not sure if all they asked for, but I know they applied for it.
Okay. Have we had an adjudication before?
Yes. June 12th. Must be abated by June 3rd. The abatement date was June the 12th.
June 12th was the abatement date?
Yes.
What do you recommend?
I recommend a fine and move forward.
Okay. Based on the testimony of the city's code compliance officer and the evidence presented, I find that the property has been out of compliance since June 12th.
Yes.
I find in favor of the city, and going forward, I am going to set a fine of $250 per day until there is compliance, and compliance will be achieved by way of obtaining a permit.
The fine amount was already set.
Which is how much?
$500.
$500?
Yes.
So I amend the fine to $500 a day going forward until there is compliance, and compliance is achieved by getting a building permit?
Yes, a permit from the building department, correct.
So as soon as you get a building department permit, the fines shall cease. And I'm hoping that the city can move this forward quickly so that the fines don't continue to grow. If the property owner moves expeditiously, there may be a mitigation, the ability to mitigate the fines with the city. So I ask everybody to please exercise good faith and get this violation cured as soon as possible.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Yes.
You said that from June 12th, right?
I am going to start assessing fines as of today, not on June 12th.
Because we submit the permit on May.
Yeah, but I'm, yes. Okay. Yeah, can you speak into the mic, please?
Yes. My name is Ashley Franco. I'm actually the owner of the property in question.
Yes.
And as of 3 weeks ago, June 24th, no permits had been requested. No permits were anywhere it's as if nobody's done anything. I have pictures of what the property looks like now, if you want to see them.
Well, first of all, let me understand who the players are. You're the owner, and your property is rented?
No, my property has not been rented since February when Mr. Beswick deemed it unsafe.
Can I say something?
Yes. Why don't you enlighten me on what's been said?
Let me show you the pictures.
Okay.
What happened is, she's a unit owner, but the association was cited because for the structural element of that part belongs to the association. It's a common area, basically. So it's not, she owned a unit, but the violation is against the association. The association applied for the permit under a different address. The address that it was applied for, my memory serves me well, is 11960 Northeast 19th Drive. That's why she couldn't locate it. She's probably looking at 11930 Northeast 19th Avenue.
Yeah, and she's talking about the unit, and the violation is not for the unit, it's for the condo association.
Correct.
And the permit by the city, I have the report here, is being applied on May 16th.
I understand all that, yes.
Okay, so the property owner is not being cited.
No.
It's the
Association.
It's the association.
Correct.
Because the issue is with the common elements.
Correct.
It's a structural thing. That is
Okay,
not
so
the-
you, ma'am, this has nothing to do with you. You're not. We're not finding you. The city is finding the association
Correct.
For failing to comply with a prior magistrate's order. And I believe that I sat on the case.
Yes, it's
if
you.
I-
Yes. Mhm.
Okay. And I remember you getting up and speaking.
Correct.
So I am finding the association beginning today, $500 per day.
Thank you.
Okay. Yes.
Okay.
'Cause
Not
Yeah,
you.
no, it's not you. And we submit the plans, the revisions 2 weeks ago. If we would be a little more expedited with the city, we were avoiding this kind of fine, because I submit the new revisions that they ask. As soon as we got the revisions, the feedback from the city says you need to do these drawings. We get those drawings super fast. I came personally to drop them off 3 weeks ago, and I'm still waiting for the results from the city to tell me if I
Well,
need to do something with
Why
the
don't
drawings.
you check with the building department to
I-
see where they're at?
I did, and I have the last report that I just pulled up here from the system, and it says pending. So
Pending.
yeah, it's not on my hands like to expedite the city to review the plans. I'm just waiting for them because we really want to move forward, finish that job, and then continue.
I'll check on it this afternoon.
Okay, so it may be that by the end of the day, you would be in compliance, in which case you will not be fined.
Yeah, because I
So-
submitted 3 weeks ago, so I will appreciate
So
if the city can take a
Why
look of the
don't-
documents I
you-
submit.
Why don't you go into the back of the room and see if you can get some help from staff?
Absolutely.
And see if we can get this done quickly.
Yes, I will show
Okay?
them. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank
All
you so
right,
much.
next
Have a good
case.
day.
The next case is Clear Investment Holdings, RCCOR 2018-00026. Gary Beswick is the officer.
Clear Investment Holdings, this is a reoccupancy certificate matter. Gentlemen, please state your full name for the record.
Juan Carlos Castañeda. I represent, I'm a friend of his. I was a realtor involved in this transaction.
Okay, I want to hear from the owner.
Guillermo Valdez.
Guillermo Valdez,
Yes.
are you with Clear Investment Holdings?
No.
Who's Anton Werner?
What happened, Your Honor, is
Yeah.
he bought the property with the condition that the title company held $5,000.
Speak into the mic, please. I can't hear you.
When he bought the property, there was a condition that the title company will hold $5,000 in escrow for the reoccupancy. The reoccupancy was done, and it did not pass. Clear Investment was supposed to get the reoccupancy, which apparently they're not interested in doing. So Mr. Valdez has requested the money that is in escrow for him to get this done.
So you have a fight between the buyer and the seller. The title company is involved. There's money in escrow. There's
Right.
money there to get the work done.
Exactly.
But there is no reoccupancy certificate. So the
Right.
city doesn't care how you all resolve your issues.
Right.
The city wants to know that you're going to fix whatever needs to be fixed within a certain period of time.
Well, that's what he's here for. He's asking, because he's been asking the title company to release the money for he could get somebody to do the permitting and all that done. And,
What is the work that needs to be done?
well, apparently, I don't know, Gary,
Well, they did some alteration thing with kitchen, bathroom, electrical panel, I don't remember, but they did some major work on the property and then turn around and flip it, basically.
Okay. And so how much time do you need to get the reoccupancy certificate?
well, we would like to have 60 days, if you don't
Any
mind.
objection?
Nope.
Okay. So based on the testimony of the city's code compliance officer, having heard from the property owner and the realtor, the agent, and the evidence presented, I find that the cited violation still exists. Proper notice has been given. I find in favor of the city. Enter an adjudication and set a compliance date of 60 days. In the event of non-compliance, there will be a daily fine of $250 until the violation is complied with.
Okay.
So you got 60 days to go fight whoever you need to fight.
Okay, thank you.
The next case is Lawrence Casagnol, case number CWWC 2019-00019. Karen Jean Lewis is the officer.
Please state your full name and address.
My name is Lawrence Casagnol, 960 Northeast 143rd Street.
What's your relationship to the property?
I am the owner.
You've been here before, correct?
No, first time.
According to my records,
The case has been heard before.
has been heard before. There's an abatement date of July 10th and a fine set of $450. There's a problem with the roof and a blue tarp.
Yes.
Let me hear from the city first.
Good afternoon, Code Compliance Officer Karen Jean Lewis. This property was originally cited February 26, 2019. Code Manager Cordo requested that the case be taken off calendar to give the property owner some time. The case was taken off, put back on calendar, and there's been no contact from the property owner since. The previous magistrate found him guilty and set a fine, as you stated, at $450.
Ma'am, your turn.
Yes, we had received the letter for the first hearing on June 5th, but we misread the date. We came here on June 6th to find out the hearing was on June 5th. So we went to the Code Enforcement Office in 125th Street, and lady gave us the letter for the June 10th. We've been, since we had the roof problem, we had decided to do an addition to the house to add a new room, and we had a plan, so we submitted way before we got cited on January 31st, 2019. And as of now, some of the part have been approved. We only have the structural and the landscape that is not approved yet. So we got the last thing from the city this morning. They gave us the paper, so they still working, reviewing the plan in the city.
The only issue before me is the roof.
Yes, since we decided to do the addition, so they put everything together, the existing roof and the new roof that we with the addition.
And you got a
So
permit for that?
we have the paper that's
Show it to the code officer,
that's
please.
the last paper we got from the city. That's where we are right now.
And the permit that you got from the city, it covers the roof problem.
The whole roof.
Are you
The-
replacing the roof?
We repairing the roof and a new roof with the addition.
Okay. Ms. Lewis, can you look at the paperwork and tell me what the, what's going on?
That's the permit action report for the permit that they pulled
Submit,
for
yeah.
the addition. If you can give me just one moment to confer with the building official.
Surely. Maybe you can meet halfway. What's the verdict?
The city moves to dismiss the violation after speaking with the building official.
Okay. The matter is dismissed. You can go. Good afternoon. Have a great day.
The next case on the agenda is 13033 Holdings Group. The first case out of 3 is going to be MHVIO 2018-01277. Gary Beswick is the officer.
Anybody representing Sharon Addison, 1130 Northwest 130th? 3 violations. Anybody here? Anybody home? City, you want to present?
Yes. Good afternoon, Gary Beswick for the city of North Miami. As of this morning, they still haven't obtained the required permit that they needed.
Well, the first case has to do with an iron fence.
No, it's the
No,
first
Aaron.
for sealing and restriping of parking lot that was
I'm
done without a
sorry,
permit.
I got the wrong. 130.
13033 Holdings.
Okay, I
Group
was
is the
looking
name.
at a different case.
Okay.
Hang on one second. One 3033, I got it. Yeah, I got it. Yeah, the first one is permit.
Yes.
Permits for sealing and restriping of the parking lot.
That's correct.
Okay.
They haven't obtained none as yet.
No compliance?
No.
And there is a prior adjudication?
Yes.
$250. Okay, so as to case number 2018-01277, based on the unrebutted testimony of the city's code compliance officer, the photographs and other evidence presented, reflecting that the property has been out of compliance since July 10th, I find in favor of the city and hereby ratify the fines accrued to date in the amount of $250 and assess cost in favor of the city, authorize the filing of a lien, and the fines shall continue to run on a daily basis until there is compliance. Next case.
Next case is MHVIO 2018-01278 for the same property.
Good afternoon, Gary Beswick for the City of North Miami. As of this morning, there's no permits on file.
What's the difference between the last one we heard and this one?
There's two separate. There's two separate properties, but they're next to each other. Same owner.
Okay. Based on the unrebutted testimony of the city's code compliance officer, the evidence presented, and having reviewed the file, the property has been out of compliance since July 10th. I find in favor of the city, ratify the fines accrued to date in the amount of $250, assess cost in favor of the city, authorize the filing of a lien, and the fines shall continue to run on a daily basis until there is compliance. Next case.
Same property, case number MHVIO 2019-00126. Gary Beswick is the officer.
Good afternoon, Gary Beswick for the City of North Miami. This case is a new case, and for this one, they actually was repaving the parking lot without obtaining a required permit.
They were already doing the work
Without a permit.
without a permit.
Correct.
But the citation is to get a permit.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Not being previously adjudicated, based on the unrebutted testimony of the city's code compliance officer, the evidence presented depicting that the violation still exists, proper notice has been given. I find in favor of the city, enter an adjudication, and set an abatement date of 30 days. In the event of non-compliance, there will be a daily fine of $250 until the violation is abated.
Thank you.
The next case is 14050 Northeast 6th Ave Prestige. Case number MHVIO 2019-00217. John Dorville is the officer.
Mr. Dorville, step right up. Anybody here from representing the owner? 14050 Northeast 6th Avenue. Nobody here on behalf of the owner? Okay.
Good
Mr.
afternoon,
Dorville?
John Dorville with the City of North Miami. Welcome back, everyone.
Thank you.
This is in reference to, once again, 14050 Northeast 6th Avenue. This is a case about a dumpster enclosure that has been damaged. It was cited on 4/24 of 2019. There was proper service given. I was in contact, actually, but I'm sorry. Once again, let me just double check this. Is dumpster enclosure? Yes. The pictures.
Can you put the photo on the
Absolutely. Let me just
on the screen
bring it up
so everybody can see the dumpster?
Yes, sir.
It's not a pretty sight.
What item number is that on the agenda?
There is no item numbers, just, it goes by the name,
It-
14050 Northeast 6th Ave.
It's number 4 in my
Oh,
list.
I don't have that.
Yeah.
That's okay.
I'm sorry? 23?
I got it. Thank you. Yep. Sorry about it. I actually moved it myself. Fat fingered it. Sorry.
There you go.
Here's our photo. Well, we can adjust that photo, but basically, the dumpster doors are to the side of the dumpster. It's right there, non-covered, and obviously, it's a violation of the city code.
What's the fine associated with the violation?
There's no fine associated in terms of I didn't write a ticket. I just cited them to have it repaired.
Okay.
Obviously, this property owner owns several properties in the city. We're just looking for them to make the actual repair of this dumpster. However, this is the first time I believe this is coming up with the magistrate.
Yes.
And the issues, we'd like them to have it repaired. So ultimately, the fines are just pressure to provide to have the property owner make the proper repairs.
Have
my
you
re-
made contact with the owner?
I have attempted to, but at this point, I have not heard from anyone at the property management company. But like I
Okay.
said, this property management company has several properties in the city, and
So we need to get their attention.
yes, we need just proper motivation to have this particular issue addressed.
Okay. And it's still sitting there the way it's been depicted in the photograph?
That is
Last
correct.
time you were there?
This is photos as of 7/10,
Okay.
2019.
All right. Based on the unrebutted testimony of the city's code compliance officer, the photograph and evidence presented depicting that the violation still exists, proper notice having been given, I find in favor of the city, enter an adjudication and set a compliance date of 30 days. In the event of noncompliance, there will be a daily fine of $250 until the violation is abated.
Thank you.
Next case.
The next case is 14190 West Dixie Highway, case number CENUS 2019-00364. Vanessa Willis is the officer.
Anybody here from 14190 West Dixie Highway, LLC?
Good afternoon, Vanessa Willis, City of North Miami Code Compliance Officer. This particular case was written April 10th, 2019, on apartment number 2 to have a licensed company inspect the unit for mold and remediate the mold inside the unit, and to also provide a mold report. To date, they did, let me just get over here, give me 1 second. Permit action report.
I don't see any pictures.
Yeah, the mold, you couldn't see it, but you can certainly smell it when you would go inside the unit. The mold was inside the walls. She was found guilty on June 6th, at the June 6th hearing, must abate by July 10th, 2019. What she did, she sent me a mold report, that they looked for the mold, that they definitely found mold in the unit. I told her, I said, what they also need to do is tell me what they did to remediate the mold. She never sent the report. The tenant inside is in a wheelchair. So he was stating that all they did was come with a bottle with clear liquid and spray the walls, and he can still smell the mold inside the unit.
Let me understand the players here. We have an owner of a unit, and then we have a tenant resident living inside a unit with mold inside the unit, and this
Correct.
lady is in a wheelchair.
It's a man,
It's a
and
man.
he is, yes, and he is in a wheelchair, and the property manager, because it's an apartment building, and the The apartment manager talked to me this morning. She said, oh, unfortunately, the owner of the buildings that she manages is coming in from out of town, and there's a mandatory meeting in her office, so she could not be here. And I'm like, well, did you let him know that you have a case here before the courts? I did explain to her that she needed to provide an additional report from the company that did the mold inspection initially. And she said that she sent out an email to him stating that she needed this report. We need to know what was done, and if there is still mold, is he still finding mold inside the unit? And she still hasn't given me that report. So to date, they are not in compliance.
Okay. To me, this is a life safety issue.
Yes, it is.
So I am going to give the following ruling. Based on the testimony of the city's code compliance officer and the evidence presented, finding that the property has been out of compliance since July 10th, and considering that mold is a life safety issue for the tenant within the unit, I find in favor of the city and hereby ratify the fines accrued to date in the amount of $300. And as of today's date, I am going to increase the fine to if I may, with the advice of the city attorney, increase the fine to $500 a day.
Yes, Your Honor, as long as you ratify in the lower amount up until today, and then today institute the higher amount.
I will, and I'm doing that based on my knowledge and understanding of what mold can do to an individual, especially one who is of advanced age and with a compromised immune system particularly. I will set that fine at that amount, assess cost, authorize the filing of a lien. The fine shall continue to run on a daily basis until there is compliance.
Thank you.
The next case is 3AS Development, case number RCCOR 2018-00028. Gary Beswick is the officer.
Anybody representing 3AS Development LLC, the owner of 6380 Southwest 37th Street? Nobody? All right. City?
Good afternoon, Gary Beswick for the City of North Miami. The property was cited for failure to obtain an approved reoccupancy from the city on October 3rd, 2018. As of today, there is no approved reoccupancy certificate in file.
All right. Based on the unrebutted testimony of the city's code compliance officer and the evidence presented depicting that the cited violation still exists and that proper notice has been given, I find in favor of the city enter an adjudication and set a compliance date of 30 days. In the event of non-compliance, there will be a daily fine of $250 until the violation is abated. Next case.
Thank you.
The next case is Alberto Prieto, case number CEEXP 2019-00016. Vanessa Willis is the officer.
Anybody here representing the property owner? Alberto Prieto, 1365 Northeast 130th. No appearance. Ms. Willis,
Good afternoon again.
please present.
Vanessa Willis, City of North Miami Code Compliance Officer. This particular case was opened January 29, 2019 to pressure clean and paint the house. And to date, they are not in compliance.
Abatement date of July 10th.
Yes. I'm trying to pull up a picture for you.
I
And
don't
here
have a
it's a
picture.
white house, so it's hard to kind of see the faded out colors, but the door is cracked and peeling. You have dark spots throughout the property.
Okay. All right. Based on the unrebutted testimony of the city's code compliance officer, the photograph and other evidence presented that the property has been out of compliance since July 10th, 2019, I hereby find in favor of the city, ratify the fines accrued to date in the amount of $250, assess costs in favor of the city, authorize filing of a lien, and the fines shall continue to run on a daily basis until there is compliance.
And Special Magistrate, let me just add too, since we didn't talk about it, but posting. It was posted June 25th, 2019 at 1:07 p.m. And the photo and the affidavit of service is in the file.
Great.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Next
The
case?
next case is for Alejandro de la Cruz, MHVIO 2018-01230. Gary Beswick is the officer.
There are two cases, right?
Correct.
Anybody here representing Alejandro de la Cruz, 13512 Northeast 24th Place? First case is 2018-01230. City?
Good afternoon, Gary Beswick for the City of North Miami. The property was first cited on September 25th, 2018 to obtain all required permits for interior and exterior alteration and renovation in progress without permit. As of today, they still haven't obtained the required permits.
Is that all? Anything else?
Nope.
All right. Accordingly, based on the unrebutted testimony of the city's code compliance officer and the evidence presented depicting that the cited violation still exists and that proper notice has been given, I find in favor of the city, enter an adjudication and set a compliance date of 30 days. In the event of non-compliance, there will be a daily fine of $250 until the violation is abated.
The next
Same
case-
property,
Yes.
2018-00025.
Good afternoon, Gary Beswick for the City of North Miami. This one is failure to obtain an approved reoccupancy certificate prior to title transfer, and the notification went out on 25th of September 2018. As of today, there is no approved reoccupancy certificate has been obtained.
Okay, based on the undisputed, unrebutted testimony of the city's code compliance officer and the evidence presented depicting that the cited violation still exists and the proper notice has been given, I find in favor of the city, enter an adjudication and set a compliance date of 30 days. In the event of non-compliance, there shall be a daily fine of $250 until the violation is abated.
Thank you.
Bobby Dumas, CEWWC 2019-00045. Karen Jean Lewis is the officer.
Anybody here representing the owner?
Yeah, I'm the owner.
Please state your appearances.
Bobby Dumas, 915 Northeast 136th Street.
And Jerome Latorre, counsel for Mr. Dumas.
Okay, tell me your name again, sir.
Latorre, last name, first name Jerome.
Okay. All right. City?
Good afternoon, Co-Compliance Officer Karen Jean Lewis. This property was originally cited on March 30th, 2019, in reference to the tarp that was on the property. It was torn and hanging off the roof. The property owner was cited and advised to obtain a permit to repair the roof.
You have a photograph you want to show me?
This is the remaining piece of the tarp on the front of the roof. If you give me 1 second, I'll pull up the one where it's hanging off the side.
One second. Has there been a prior adjudication?
No, this is the first time the case is being presented.
Okay. All right, who's going to speak?
I'll speak,
Counsel?
Your
Okay.
Honor. Mr. Dumas has removed the blue tarp, and he has made repairs to the roof. I have a photo showing the current state of the home.
Want to show it to the officer?
Sure. This was done, Your Honor, within the last several weeks.
It was like black.
No, that's gone. I took that down.
You took that
Yes,
down?
that's gone.
Okay.
Because it was still.
When we get to it, you can postpone. Okay.
That was underneath the blue.
All right, so you showed her photographs of the roof
Yes,
under,
yes.
under repairs, or
Yes, of the home with the tarp off and the repairs that were made.
okay, city? You have any position on that?
I would like to go out to the property to re-inspect and take the proper pictures. And if in fact it has complied, I'll go ahead and close out the violation.
Okay, so this is we're just talking about the roof,
That's
right?
correct.
And the tarp, and the picture apparently shows that the tarp is no longer there, correct?
Correct, but there's no timestamp on the picture, so that's
Okay.
why.
All right,
I'm
so
gonna
we're going to table it for 30 days.
Okay, Your Honor.
Okay, and then if it's been corrected, if it's in compliance, then the ticket will be dismissed, or the violation will be dismissed.
Thank you, Your
If
Honor.
it's not corrected, then it'll come back.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Perfect. Thank you.
Have a good afternoon.
You too.
The next case is Camille Foch. Case number CEWWC 2019-00050. Edme St. Louis is the officer.
Anybody here representing the owner? Is the city ready to proceed? Ms. St. Louis?
Good morning, Court Officer St. Oh, good
Good
afternoon.
afternoon.
Court Officer St. Louis, this case, as of the final recheck, was in compliance.
In compliance, so you are asking me to dismiss it?
Yes.
All right, case dismissed.
The next case is Cher Sanders, MHVIO 2018-01273. Gary Beswick is the officer.
Anybody here on behalf of the owner? Cher Sanders, 671 Northeast 139th Street. This was tabled to...
The case has
today's-
complied.
Has complied?
Yeah.
There's compliance? Case dismissed. Next case.
Christopher Sander, case number CESTA 2018-00010. Vanessa Willis is the officer.
Your Honor, the city attorney has requested a postponement of this case and a table to the next agenda.
So ordered.
Thank you.
The next case is D Investments LLC, MHVIO 2019-00037. Gary Beswick is the officer.
Anybody on behalf of the owner? D Investments LLC, 13115 Northwest 11th Avenue. Mr. Beswick? Failure to obtain permits.
Good afternoon, Gary Beswick for the City of North Miami. As of today, there is no permits on file. Let me show. The property was first cited back on February 6, 2019, to fail to obtain the required permits for windows, doors, and chain link fence. As of today, there is no permit has been obtained. And share the pictures. And there's pictures of the violation. So there's no
When
permits.
you cite someone for that, work without a permit, do you also contemporaneously issue a stop work order?
Yes.
Okay, so there's no
If you
ongoing
look-
work right now?
If you look at the picture, there's a stop work order on the picture as well.
Okay, got it.
And they continue, actually, he went and finished the job.
Okay.
So we're seeking adjudication.
And he finished the job without getting a permit?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, based on the unrebutted testimony of the city's code compliance officer, the photographs and evidence presented, depicting that the cited violations still exist and that proper notice has been given, I find in favor of the city, enter an adjudication and set a compliance date of 30 days. In the event of noncompliance, there will be a daily fine of $500 until the violation is abated.
The next case is David Mumby, case number MHBIO 2018-01294. Gary Beswick is the officer.
Good afternoon, Gary Beswick for the city of North Miami. This property was cited for failure to obtain a required permit for enclosing of a carport to a living space. And this was a complaint I received from Officer Karen Jean Lewis. And as of today, there's still no permits on file for the violation.
Do you have a picture of the carport?
No, I don't have it on this. No, there's no pictures on the file, in this file, no.
Okay. There's a prior adjudication, correct?
Yes,
All
yes.
right. Based on the unrebutted testimony of the city's code compliance officer, the photograph, no photographs, but other evidence presented that the property is out of compliance since July 10th,
Yes,
I find in favor of the city and hereby ratify the fines accrued to date in the amount of $250 per day, assessed costs. In favor of the city, authorize the filing of a lien. The said fines shall continue to run on a daily basis until there is compliance.
thank you.
Deutsche Bank National Trust, CEPOM 2018-00023. Vanessa Willis is the officer.
Anybody here from Deutsche Bank? That's unusual. Property 1977 Northeast 119th Road, unmaintained pool. Ms. Willis?
Yes, Special Magistrate Vanessa Willis, City of North Miami Code Compliance Officer. This property, of course, was for the pool. And yeah, the affidavit of posting, give me 1 second, was posted June 26, 2019 at 10:52 a.m.
This is a single-family home?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
And unfortunately, I don't have a picture of the pool. Usually the neighbor next door allows me access onto her property so that I can get a good shot. I asked my coworkers who inspect the waterways to see if they can get a good shot. They couldn't get one either, but as far as the most recent or the last inspection prior to this one, they were not in compliance.
Anybody living on the premises?
Yes, unfortunately, from what we were told, one of the last magistrate hearings, they're fighting with the foreclosure process. The people that live inside the home are fighting the foreclosure process, so they have been unable to get them off of the property. But I explained to them that they should still be maintaining it in the interim, but they have not been. This property has, I believe it has an unsafe structure violation on it. It has a painting violation on it. It has several things going on. It's just neglect.
So the ownership is in the name of the bank, or is it still in the name of the tenant?
Yes, it's in the name of the bank.
Okay.
Mhm.
And as I recall, and I may have seen this on video, that the bank is trying to evict the tenant,
Correct,
and the tenant is resisting.
correct.
Okay, I get it.
Mhm.
This was previously tabled back in, was it April of
let's see.
2019? It was tabled to July 17th.
Yes,
Okay. Based on the unrebutted testimony of the city's code compliance officer, evidence presented depicting that the cited violation still exists, proper notice having been given, I find in favor of the city. Enter an adjudication and set a compliance date of 30 days. In
You-
the ev-
Special Magistrate, in January, January 23rd, 2019, they were found guilty by the magistrate,
Oh.
and they needed to abate by February 13,
I'm not
2019.
showing that. I'm not showing that. We're talking about the same property, 1977 Northeast 119th Road?
Yes. And it's on mine, I don't know.
The-
Can you pull the permit action report and onto
It's
the
there.
screen?
Oh,
It's on-
I
they
found
just
it.
need to-
Okay.
I
It's,
found
it's
it.
up, but.
Yeah, it's, it was on January. January 23, they were found guilty,
Yes,
and fine set at $250. Must abate by February 13, 2019. Is that correct?
yes,
Okay.
correct.
Sorry about that.
That's okay.
Based on the unrebutted testimony of the city's code compliance officer and the evidence presented that the property has been out of compliance since February 13th, 2019, I find in favor of the city, ratify the fines accrued to date, and assess cost, authorize the filing of a lien against the property. The fines accruing at the rate of $250 a day shall run until there is compliance.
Okay, thank you.
The next case is Enrique Barrios, case number RCCOR 2018-00010. Gary Beswick is the officer.
Anybody representing the property owner at 2500 Northeast 135th Street, Enrique Barrios? Okay, Mr. Beswick, proceed.
Good afternoon, Gary Beswick for the City of North Miami. The property was cited back April 26, 2018 for failure to obtain an approved reoccupancy certificate. As of today, there is no approved reoccupancy certificate on file. So we're seeking adjudication.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Are you done?
Yeah.
Okay. No prior adjudication on that one.
No.
Okay, based on the unrebutted testimony of the city's code compliance officer and the evidence presented depicting that the cited violation still exists, proper notice having been given, I find in favor of the city, enter an adjudication and set a compliance date of 30 days. In the event of noncompliance, there shall be a daily fine of $250 until the violation is abated.
Thank you.
The next case is Enterprise 305, case number CEFAW 2018-00255. The officer is Vanessa Willis.
Anybody from Enterprise 305 LLC? No appearance on behalf of the owner. Ms. Willis, are you prepared?
Vanessa Willis, City of North Miami, Code Compliance. Okay, the gentleman was here for this particular case. He asked that we table it. He couldn't wait. He had a doctor's appointment. And the owner of the property itself was delayed by his plane flight in Boston. If magistrate would desire to go ahead and continue with the case, that's fine.
All right, we'll move it until the next
Thank you.
magistrate sits.
Thank you.
What's the next?
It's for the same
Same.
owner, case number CEEXP 2018-00192. Will we table that one as well?
Which property is that?
The same property, 11424 North Bayshore Drive.
Yes.
Okay.
Both will be tabled.
The next case is Eric Vasquez, MHVIO 2018-01331. Gary Beswick is the officer.
Anybody representing the owner? Eric Vasquez.
Good afternoon.
Your name, sir?
Eric Vasquez.
Okay. You're the owner of 1235 Northwest 124th Street?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let me hear from the city.
Good afternoon, Gary Beswick for the City of North Miami. This violation is for obtaining a required permit for concrete installation of encroaching into the setback without a permit. They apply for permits for pour concrete. Then afterwards, they went and expand the concrete into the setback, which is not allowed. And I'm showing you pictures of what I'm referring to. If you notice the concrete against the fence, the concrete not supposed to go up to the fence. That is called a setback. Basically, you can't have the concrete going up to the property line.
Is that the side setback or the front setback?
The front and the side. This house is like on the north of the street, and the encroaching on the east and the west of the setback.
Okay, so there's encroachment on the right-of-way, and there's an encroachment on the abutting property owner.
That's correct.
Okay, and that has been determined by someone going out there and doing a survey?
No, it determined by the complaint came from our building inspector by the name of Joel. I got a complaint from him. But basically, to apply for a permit to pour concrete, you're only allowed to go to a certain distance. You can't go up to the property lines.
Okay, so when he applied for a permit, he was authorized to lay the concrete,
but not
encroach into the right-of-way, and the survey that he presented was compliant with the setback
Setback,
requirements.
correct. Then it went after.
But
afterwards.
he went beyond what the survey showed to be his property, and into
The
he
setback.
went beyond the.
The key is the setback, encroaching the
Gotcha,
setback. They go
gotcha.
into the setback.
Sir, you understand that you're encroaching on the setback.
Yes, sir. I understand the reason I haven't been able to do anything because I've been hospitalized, and I've been in the hospital for the last almost 3.5 weeks. I was just released on the 13th, I believe, and if you give me some time, I do what I can do. If I have to remove the concrete, I will remove it. I don't have any problem with that.
Well, you don't have to remove the whole concrete. You just have to remove whatever piece of the concrete is encroaching.
Exactly. Whatever, like I said, whatever I have to do, I need, I would do it. But like I said, at this point, I got my paperwork from the hospital.
I don't need to see it.
I know, but I just want to show you proof that the reason that I haven't been able to get anything accomplished Soon as I get better, which they give me 2 more weeks to stay home and relax.
Are you going to do it yourself, or are you going to have a contractor do it?
I'm probably gonna have a contract. At this point, you know, until I don't feel better, you know, I don't wanna.
How much time should we give in, Mr. Officer?
Within 60 days.
All right, so I'm going to give you 60 days to remove the encroachment. Hope you feel better.
That's
But I think you went a little bit beyond what the survey allowed you to do.
I didn't. I'm sorry to interrupt you. I didn't know this stuff. So you know, I mean, like I said, I'm gonna remove it or take care of whatever I need to do.
Okay, are you encroaching into your neighbors?
No, sir. I'm going. I went to the property line, which is it's thousands of houses, properties like that, you know, in the neighborhood. You know, I mean, next time I come over, I can bring you some picture
right.
of the neighbors.
I'd like you to do everything possible to get it done within 60 days. Okay, you'll be fine by then.
I will take care of them.
Okay,
I
thank
appreciate
you.
it. Have
Thank
a good
you.
day.
Thank you. Hope you feel better.
Thanks, I appreciate it.
Okay.
I'm not gonna die from this one over here. I know that. Thanks, appreciate it.
The next case is Fritza Charles, case number CEEXP 2019-00056. The officer is Wayne Clark.
Anybody here, Mr. Charles?
That's my mom.
Okay, state your full name.
Jeffrey Harrod. I'm a tenant in the house.
You're a tenant?
Yeah, I live there by myself.
Okay, and who's the owner?
My mom. She lives in New York.
Okay, Mr. Clark, you want to present?
Wayne Clark, City of North Miami Code Compliance. This case has already been adjudicated. He was supposed to have it taken care of, paint the house by July 10th, the final reinspection date. It's not painted. He did try to make an attempt, and he put primer on the house, but it's not complete.
Do you have a picture?
Yes, I do. Give me a sec. You want to see both?
Yes. Well, let's deal with the first violation.
Okay. The original photos depict the house condition prior. You can see that's the front. That's the front wall of the home.
Okay.
And then let me see. Let me scroll down.
What's the date on that?
The date on it is May 14th.
Okay.
All these taken the same day. And I guess that's the colors of what he was going to go with originally.
They're too dark.
Okay, well, you said you had went to the city and they approved. What colors did they approve?
She told me, I took a picture, she said it got to be a light color. So
okay.
I just went with white.
So let me scroll down, sir. So this is the side of the house. The roof area basically looks the same. Okay, so now I'm gonna go out of this and show you the current photos, which I believe is just primer because it's bleeding through or whatever, and I don't believe that that's the original color. I don't believe that's the color he's gonna paint it, but he claims that, you know, that it's finished, and I told him I beg to differ on that on these photos. So you got a white, look like a white prime. Can you see that? Yeah, you got a white prime on there. And you see the areas above up under the roof. Soffit, you can see that it's still not completed. And actually this photo right here, if I can make a footnote, he has a companion case. I'm gonna use this same photo to show the wall because he's supposed to paint the wall and the house.
All right, so the city's position is that while he's done some work,
it's not
still
satisfied.
not in compliance.
No.
And why not?
Because it's not complete.
Okay.
And that's a primer, that's not a color.
Okay.
I mean, he could paint it white, but I could tell that's a primer because just like he even said himself, as you can see on the photos, I don't know how clear it's showing there, but what I'm looking at, you can see that it's like bleeding through. So it's not a solid color. It's just a base.
Okay, so
So
sir,
that's not gonna work.
You understand that
No,
even though
we-
you've made an effort, this is not acceptable to the city.
We spoke this morning when he came to my house, and he pointed everything out to me. And
Right.
prior to the 10th, I called him, and he told me I had to come to court because I requested more time because there's a lot more work than I thought it was going to be.
To paint it?
To paint it because most of the paint started stripping down, and some of the roof, where he's talking about on the top of the roof, the wood is rotting out.
Right
So
here.
I need a professional to help me to remove
On this picture.
the wood out so we can get it changed out to get painted.
Is the city okay with giving him another 30 days?
Actually, I'm
I
going to
don't-
need a little bit more time because I'm going out of town. I won't be here.
What is the city's recommendation?
30 days, and we'll see where we're having the improvement from there. But we need some improvement besides this primer being on the wall, because it made, you know what I'm saying, it don't make sense to sit another, actually, we went from May 14th to July, and it's 2 months done past, and this is as far as we gotten with the primer.
Right.
You know, so, but it has been adjudicated already. So I don't see if it's already been adjudicated how you can give more time. So it's up to you if you
Okay.
want to.
What is the, you say you're going to be out of town, can we get a painter to,
I don't have the money for a painter. That's why I did most of the work myself. I didn't realize it was going to be that much work because once you start pressure washing is when you see the real work. So I started pressure washing, and most of the paint started coming off, and certain areas it didn't come off. He spoke to me this morning about the roof line that it has to be painted too, and I told him that part, the wood is rotted because I attempted to clean it off and it started breaking away, so I left it alone because it just made a hole for bugs. So I'm trying to find somebody to fix that part, and I can finish the rest myself. If he doesn't like the white, I mean, I could work with something, but that's not my call on the color. I have to go by what my mom said.
The problem that I have in giving you more time is that the prior magistrate already gave you as much time as the city was prepared to give
The
you.
first time I came in, I didn't know about it, and then we came on court on the 6th, and that's when he explained it. Well, he was not here. The next
Yeah,
lady-
somebody else represented me.
Somebody
another
else
officer,
explained to
'cause I
me
couldn't be here.
about the things that need to be done, but they didn't talk about the whole roof line. They talked about the wall. Well, he's gonna bring that up on the next case. The wall and the paint on the house. He came by today and explained to me the other parts what needs to be fixed too, and he says you got to come to court and get more time to get it fixed because he's not happy with it.
Well, the violations, correct me if I'm wrong, officer, the violations deal with exterior walls, not the overhang of the roof or the,
Well, you would commonly think if you're going to paint the exterior of the property,
obviously.
you know, you're not going to leave that all rotted and everything.
Right,
I mean,
of
that
course.
defeat the purpose, you know.
But if he starts correcting by starting to paint next week,
Well, he already started with the primer, but
Okay.
I mean, even if it was a white paint,
Right.
if he considered that paint, it's still not sufficient because it's bleeding through. He would actually have to put a whole nother coat on it to make it look decent.
I understand that.
So that is not complete. By no means, you know. You could see straight through it, the back to the original surface. So it's your call, but
All right,
we also have a companion case with the wall condition, the same issue. So we'll the same thing.
The wall is not. You didn't like the wall?
No, because you could see the block pattern through the wall. You understand what I'm saying?
That's a seal I put on there to take care of block lines, and it's coming through. It's a silicone, and that was the worst mistake I could make.
So do you want to call that case now, or do you have to
well,
call that case?
I can show you how it looked and all the steps I took.
Let's look at the next case also, and then I'll adjudicate each one. But let me get a bigger picture of what's going on with the house.
I'm showing you a picture of the original wall, okay? See, that's the front, a close shot, and this is the whole wall itself. So the wall also needs painting, you know. because it all faded at the same time, you know. If the wall had been painted and the house needed painting, it would just be the house itself. Let me see what else I got here. Okay, hold on. Let me back up a little bit. I'm going a little fast. That's a general shot of the front of the house. And both of them was guilty of needing painting.
That's before? That's the before picture?
Yeah, that's the before.
Okay.
Now, give me a second. Like I said, I'm going to use the photo from the prior. See, that's now. But I don't know how good do you see how it's faded from that monitor or the monitor you have here? You see
I
how
can
it's
tell.
Not, solid. So to me, with my experience, I painted a few houses in my time, that's primer. Hands down, that's primer. And so we need another coat on both of them, and then maybe a second coat will hide that. As you can see, I don't know if you can see the blocks bleeding through the lines or
No,
whatever.
but that right-
Before you saw it with the original color, you
Yes.
couldn't see that. So
Yeah.
That
it's not sufficient.
those lines you see is I watched a YouTube video. They said put some silicone to take care of the lines, but then that silicone keeps bleeding through.
Well, you got to find the right paint.
It's like
just not-
that's not. I don't know what.
I understand
what
that part.
paint it is, but it needs to be
we
thicker.
spoke to him on the 7th, and he you got to come to court to get more time, and I told him
No, I told you I go to court and actually show up and talk to the judge.
to get more time.
No,
So
it's
and
already
I was
adjudicated.
like between the
That
rain.
shit's up to him.
Right. Look, I want the house to be properly painted in a way that it's acceptable to the city and the city's standards. What you've done is the first step. Now you need to go to the next step. My question to you is, if I gave you 30 days to finish painting and fixing the property, and you say your parents live there, so
No, nobody. I live there.
Nobody lives there?
Everything's on me.
Okay. If I give you 30 days, will you do everything you're supposed to do, or do
Yeah,
you...
I can. All the painting I can do, but this morning he came over and he was talking about the top of the wood on the roof. You're saying that's not part of the wall.
Well,
but he's saying that is.
Let's start with painting the house.
I got that part.
Okay. You do a good job of painting the house, and if you need another 30 days to do the roof, then we'll talk about the roof later
All
on.
right, because this is what our conversation was about the roof. Because I'm like, you need a permit and everything else. Because once they start taking stuff apart, that's on the roof. That's not.
Well, it all depends on how much you're taking apart. If you're changing like one fascia board,
I don't know about
on
it. I
that
don't know how
side or
that
whatever.
works.
That's the first I heard. From what I'm looking at, I mean, you might be seeing something different. It just looks like you just need to just paint over it. It's not like it's falling down or it's hanging from the.
No, once
you
I
know,
hit it with the pressure
structure
washer,
itself.
I hit the wood with the pressure washer. It started falling apart.
Oh, you must
That's
be
why I
getting
left it
too much
alone.
pressure
All right,
on
Madam City Attorney, I have a question for you. Am I authorized to adjudicate or stay any fines from accruing and giving him 30 days within which to comply, at which time, 30 days thereafter, fines
Still stay.
will be reinstated or start accruing?
Okay, so the matter before us today is ratification of the fine. You can postpone the running of the fines until a later date. So if your magistrate is so inclined, you can choose to start the fines 30 days from now if there is no compliance. And that would be
All right,
dependent on the officer going
that
out.
would be my ruling.
Okay.
My ruling is that if you do not comply within 30 days, then, and I'm talking about the paint. If you need a new roof, we'll come back to that later.
All right, cool.
You know, if the building is, if the property is painted, if the house is painted in accordance with the city's rules and regulations, subject to the approval of the code officer, if you do everything you're supposed to do with regard to the paint, you will accrue no fines if you do that within 30 days.
Okay.
After 30 days, if you have not painted it properly, not only will you start accruing fines at that point, but you will retroactively be subject to whatever fines have been assessed before this hearing.
All right.
Is that acceptable, Madam City Attorney?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
And we're
All
just
right.
focusing on the walls, right?
Yeah, but that little, he only have one ease, one side to, paint where the brown area, the wood area is.
That one side, I can handle that one side, but I'm talking about the front.
The front, I only see a gutter going across the front, so it's not really.
Yeah, but on the other side of the roof,
we'll work it out.
on the other one, yeah, right there, on that side.
Oh, on the
Yeah.
east side of the
Yeah,
property.
on that east side.
Okay, well, do as much as you can.
All right.
Paint as
Yeah.
much as you can.
If you do 90% of the work,
yeah,
you'll be fine.
All right, cool.
Okay, I hope you do 100.
Right.
But we want you to start taking care of the problem as quickly as possible.
All right, no problem.
And if the code officer finds that you're dragging your feet, he's going to bring the case back to me at the next meeting, and then we're going to start assessing some heavy fines.
No problem.
Okay?
Thank
All
you.
right.
Your Honor,
Okay.
we need to record the ruling on the second case for the wall
Okay.
for CEFAW 2019-0061.
All right. Same ruling as to the wall?
And what
uh,
ruling was that?
I'm sorry?
You have to say the ruling.
All right, so the ruling is that provided that the property owner complies with the code and paints the wall according to the city's regulations to the satisfaction of the code officer, within 30 days, no fines will accrue. However, if the property owner does not comply, then the fines will apply, go back retroactively to the abatement date, and go forward at the same amount. Is that okay?
The next case on the agenda is
Thank you.
Fronti Jean, CESTR 2019-00007. Edme St. Louis is the officer.
Anybody here for 1720 Northeast 139th Street?
Yes. Hi.
Please state your full name and address for the record.
Yes, Lydia Mara.
Lydia Mora?
Yes, Mara, M-A-R-A, Best Invest Florida Realty. I'm the property manager representing Jean Fronti.
Fronti?
Yes.
Okay. Property manager.
Yes.
You're authorized to speak on behalf of the property owner?
Yeah, I do have the property management agreement.
Okay. Let me hear from the city.
Good afternoon, Code Officer St. Louis. This violation is being presented as a repeat violator because they've been conducting short-term rental at the property. They were previously cited for the same violation back in June 5th. And a couple days later, they back to doing the same thing.
I don't have anything showing a prior violation.
I have the copy of the permit action in hand from the prior violation, but this one is the new violation that's coming back as the repeat violation.
Okay. Is it on the agenda?
Yes, it is. It's 43.
Can you put it on the screen?
Is the prior permit action report accessible via the laptop, or is it only a hard copy?
Hard copy.
Can you submit that up?
Yeah, can I see that?
And as additional evidence, I have printed out the emails that I've been having with Miss Lydia, and also the copy of the contract she showed me. But as far as the times that I've made contact with the renters, they stated that they were just there staying for a couple of days.
All right, I'm still on the prior violation. There is a board decision, June 5, irreversible order of $15,000 order imposed. Was a $15,000 fine imposed?
Correct.
All right, tell me about this violation.
This current violation came in as a complaint from the neighbors. And when I knocked on the door on June 12th, knocked on the door, a family who was down in Miami for vacation stated that they were here from June 7th to June 17th, and that they didn't want to disclose anything as far as to show me proof that they were renting because they stated that they didn't want to lose their deposit, and that Mr. Fronti was not on the property as listed as the property owner.
Say that again?
Mr. Fronti, he's the property owner. When I asked for the property owner, they stated that they're here just renting, short-term rental from June 7th.
Who were they renting from?
They didn't disclose any of that. They're just renters.
Okay, ma'am, your turn.
Yes. Okay, so I'm the property manager representing Jean Fronti. He's in France. He hired me for that, right? So I secured a tenant in January the 24th, 2019 for a yearly base lease, which expires January the 23rd, 2020. Other than that, I'm not aware of anything else.
You have a copy of the lease?
Yes, I do.
You
And
bring
as
it
a matter
forward?
of fact, yeah, sorry, I just submit this to the person in charge. Let me see the lease.
That was a one-year lease.
Yes, correct.
Are these the same people that the code officer was referring to that were occupying the property?
No.
Okay, no. Yeah, give it to the city attorney. All right, keep going.
Sure. So I just I received a text message from my tenant there, Oleg, and saying that he found some paper on the door saying that they are renting, or I don't know who's renting.
Who's your tenant?
Oleg and Lev. And so they are not doing any whatever short-term rental. They own a business in New York, and it's their family that comes from probably there or Russia.
I don't see any Olegs on the lease. I see someone by the name of Lev Shustarovich.
Yeah.
Who is that?
The tenants.
That's not
He's
Oleg.
the tenant.
Who's Oleg?
They both should be on the lease, Oleg and Lev.
Are they still a tenant?
Yes.
Did you ask him why there was somebody?
I was asked them, why is this
There?
paper on the door? And why did he send it to me? He said, oh, it's for the owner. And he's not doing any short-term rental. He's he's a business owner. And he has friends and family coming from up north and Russia sometimes.
So who were the people that were staying when the notice?
Not aware. Don't know nothing.
City, you have any response?
I have hard copy of the emails I've had with Ms. Lydia, as well as the same addendum to contract there's a lot of scratch from whether it's the tenant or the buyer. Now, as far as the complaints I've received, it came from police department and also tenants that are calling and saying, it's becoming a nuisance as far as the renters. And when I made contact, they also stated they were from Texas. And I also took pictures. I asked them if it was okay for me to take pictures of the car that they had, which I did that
Could
day.
you show that picture? Ma'am, do you recognize that car?
I don't know, no.
Never seen that car before.
No, it must be that their family renting a car, can be anything.
Okay. All right.
You cannot see nothing
So,
about the photo.
did you also speak to people inside the
They were
premises?
Hispanic.
Hispanic?
Yes.
Not from Texas?
They said they came down from Texas. They were on a road trip with their family. It was a
Okay.
Hispanic family, husband and wife with kids, renting from June 7th to June 17th. That's what he disclosed to me. And when I asked him for his name or if I could see a copy of when he booked it, because he also stated he booked it from Airbnb, he was like, I don't want to show you and I don't get my deposit back, which I understood. And I was like, okay, no problem. It's been confirmed by the renters that were there at the time that they were conducting short-term
Did
rental.
you check the Airbnb?
Airbnb, it's not showing. And as far as for the link that I received from initial violation, the link does not show where they're advertising. So this violation is actually for the renting, not for the advertisement, because it's not on Airbnb.
Okay.
So moving forward, I would like to get an adjudication and for this to be irreversible.
Right. And the prior one, tell me about that one.
The prior one was also adjudicated for short-term rental. They had renters there as well. Per the permit action, I had details in there for the hard copy that was submitted.
Mm-hmm. Is there any doubt in your mind that the folks that were residing on the premises the day you were there and that you questioned, that they had moved in there as short-term renters with an agreement with either the property owner or the people that are the lessees of the property? Is there any doubt in your mind that they were short-term renting?
No.
Okay. Anything else from the city? Ma'am, and you are the agent for the tenant or for the property owner?
For the property owner.
Okay. And the property owner is in France?
Yes, correct.
And
doesn't speak English.
The lease that you showed me, is that the only lease that has been drafted during the course of that 1 year period from January to January? Or have there been other leases that have been drafted with other tenants?
Just one lease.
There's only one lease.
You cannot sublease. It's illegal. I mean, by the lease agreement, just one lease. The tenant cannot sublease. I mean, it's illegal.
Well, it may be illegal, but I'm going to find that your tenant, your property owner's tenant, has been engaged in short-term renting the house. So, you do what you need to do under the terms of the lease. But I'm going to find in favor of the city that there was a short-term rental in violation of the code. And being that it is a repeat violation and that prior to this violation there was a citation or a violation and that there was a fine of $15,000, I am going to fine similarly as to this particular violation and assess a fine of $15,000. Is that what the city is requesting?
Correct.
Madam City Attorney?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So that's my ruling.
So what is the owner he has to do on all this? He
Well-
has in place a lease agreement. He's not a police, right? And then he has a lease, enforced lease, right?
Yeah.
Legal lease.
Well,
So
I'm
it
not
has nothing
gonna,
to
I'm
do-
not gonna give you legal advice, but I think the owner should, get a lawyer and find out from the lessee, the tenant, why he or she is engaging in short-term rentals, which is in violation of the city code. So, I think they need to talk to a lawyer.
Right.
And, you're not a lawyer, so.
Right.
I
I'm
think
not
you
a
need
lawyer.
to address that and make sure that this doesn't continue to happen.
Just a question, Your Honor, if I can. In the first code violation, I mean, you're just not asking who's there, is there a tenant, is there, what's going on? You just bring it up to the magistrate, right? So is this the way it works? And you're not, I inform her that I'm the property manager, that I represent the owner, and we have in place, we have a lease. She couldn't give me any proof that the property was listed for short term, or there is a, it's my word against her word. I mean, it's just that way.
Well, it's a question of, you know, the officer presents testimony to the special magistrate based on what she has seen and what she has heard, and based perhaps on what neighbors have complained about, because a lot of neighbors don't like to have seasonal rentals, short-term rentals going on next door, because they create noise and partying and parking issues and debris issues. So the neighbors are probably complaining that there's something going on in that house, which triggers an investigation by code, which then goes out there and finds out what's going on. And it's based on that testimony that the special magistrate is placed in a position to determine whether she's telling the truth or the tenants are telling the truth. And the fact that the tenants are not here to testify weighs heavily in favor of what the city is doing and against the property owner. Because if the tenants had been here to try to convince me that they didn't do anything,
Because you did not, I'm sorry.
or maybe they had a friend or a family member or somebody they knew that stayed there for the weekend, then there could have been a way for the property owner to convince me that maybe it was a legal
Nobody
rental.
called them to come. I mean,
Well,
you just,
you
give the
knew-
citation to my client, so why would they come?
You knew
Right.
you knew that this was going to come up for a hearing today. If
Right.
if you felt like you wanted to convince me that they didn't know anything about it, that it didn't happen, they should have been here as witnesses. But the fact that they're not here
Right.
leads me to believe that maybe they have something to hide.
I have nothing to prove in their regards, right? I don't know, I'm the property manager, I'm not there just to follow them and just stay next to the property and wait, see what's going on, what the movement is.
Well-
Secondly, why would you not first see what the problem is? You just impose a fine of 15,000
That's
without
right.
knowing the facts, nothing. You just come, 15,000. I don't know if there's a tenant. I don't know if she knew there was a tenant there on a yearly basis, which is legal.
Yeah, there is no
Right.
issue as to the lease that you showed me. The
Right.
lease is legal.
Right.
What is not legal is the fact that on 2 occasions, there were people that were renting on a short-term basis. And because of that, the owner has been fined. So the owner needs to make sure that the tenant is not engaging in short-term rentals.
The owner was fined in the first code, because this is the repeatedly, whatever she said it is. But in the first one, you didn't hear from me nothing.
I wasn't here. That was
Right.
not
Or
my
the
case.
person before.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Right.
So look,
Yeah.
that's my ruling. My ruling stands. If you disagree with my ruling, you can certainly file an appeal before the circuit court, or you can try to mitigate the fines later. When they become a lien on the property, you can mitigate. But that's my ruling. I'm not going to take it back. So
Right.
Let's
Okay.
move on to the next case.
J&L Land Investments, case number CESTR 2019-00006. Aaron Barber is the officer.
Oh, gotcha. What's the name of the case again?
J&L Land Investments.
Okay, got it. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Please state your full name and address for the record.
Yes, good afternoon, Your Honor. Phil Riva on behalf of J&L Land Investments.
Weren't you here? Weren't you here before?
Yes, we were, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
I recognize you.
Juan Jermison, J&L Land Investment, the owner of the property.
All right. I thought we resolved this. Is
Yeah.
this a new one?
So, Your Honor, the last time we were here on the advertising. That was dismissed. And then this case sort of piggybacks off of that one.
Okay.
So,
All right, let me hear from the city.
Good afternoon, Aaron Barber, City of North Miami Code Compliance. This case regarding 1922 Northeast 119th Road is for short-term rental, and this was opened after receiving 2 police reports, May 10th and May 11th, 2019, where on both reports, it's noted that the people that were on the property were renting the property short-term for less than a week.
And when was this?
This was the first report was on May 10th, 2019. The second report was just after midnight, May 11th, 2019. Both of these were neighbors calling out the police for complaints.
and Your Honor, just to preserve my objection for the
Yeah.
record, I'm going to object on the grounds of hearsay.
Okay.
There are multiple levels of hearsay here.
All right. Let me just tell you what what the law is. Okay. Hearsay is generally admissible in special magistrate matters. The strict rules of evidence do not apply, except that the cases hold that it cannot be the exclusive basis for a finding of guilt. So you can preserve all your objections as to hearsay. You don't have to make them. I know the hearsay evidence code pretty
Thank
well.
you, Your Honor.
So I note your objection, but let her finish,
Sure.
and then we can get to the merits of the case.
Sure, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, again, as noted, the case was opened after receiving the 2 reports from the police department. A citation was issued for the noise issue, and then the case was opened for the rental based on what the officers at the time were told from the people that they spoke to at the property.
So is there a noise violation and or a short-term rental violation? Or
Well,
both?
this is for the short-term rental
Short-term
of the
rental.
property, yes.
Okay,
sir.
so there wasn't, somebody complained about noise.
Yes, they did.
The officers went out and did what?
The first report, the officers responded, and they noticed that people were unloading jet skis, approximately 10 jet skis, according to the report, and they made contact with someone at the property who advised she was renting the above listing Airbnb on today's date, 5/10/2019, until Wednesday, 5/15/2019. And that was on the first report. The second report came after midnight.
This is on the police report?
Yes, sir.
Is a police report in evidence?
I believe.
I haven't seen it, Your Honor.
I have
Okay.
hard copies of the police reports, and
Okay. Show them to the, to council.
Your Honor, this looks like it could have been typed up in Microsoft Word. I mean, it's just a piece of paper with, I mean, is this what it would look like? I mean,
This has nothing to do with noise complaints.
which one is this? The jet,
You
what's
said
this,
that-
jet
you said that
skis?
the complaint was about noise complaint. It's about jet skis. It's a house on the water. The second report was for noise complaint, but it clearly states here, and I'm a sergeant with the police department, okay? So it clearly states here, Your Honor, that upon arrival.
Speak into the mic.
Okay, so this is a noise complaint, and I've already had conversations with Aaron about my neighbor even before I took physical possession of the property. It said here that when the police officers arrived, it says, upon my arrival, I did not hear any music coming from the residence, and the area was relatively quiet. That is this is a police officer that has a body-worn camera, okay? So the house, upon arrival, is in compliance. So number one, at that time, at 1:28 in the morning, if you get a noise complaint and the house is in compliance and there's nothing coming from the house, as a police officer, and I'm a supervisor for the police department, you don't even have to make contact with people, okay? So, but in this case, he decides to make contact with them anyway. The interesting thing about this is that she used this police report, because she was not there, to cite me for a noise violation, which I had to pay for. So my thing is, how can you cite me for something that I'm in compliance when the police gets there?
We're not dealing with a noise violation.
We're not,
Okay.
Your Honor, that's one point that I did want to raise. If I could get copies of this so I could look at them while we're discussing. But without stating the obvious, Your Honor, every code compliance officer who puts together a notice of violation and cites someone for a violation obviously has a duty and swears to uphold the oath of that office. If I look at the notice of violation, I see that
Your Honor,
Aaron
can we
Barber,
first get into-
excuse me,
wait.
I'm speaking.
But
Do
wait
you
a
have an
minute. Are you
objection?
I do
Well,
have an
hold
objection.
on, I literally did not even get to what I was going to say. Just give it a moment. I'll finish.
Is it
then
in
you can
regards
speak,
to
and I'll
the-
give you the same courtesy.
Sir,
Your
is
Hon-
it in regards
It's
to the
in regards
admission
to
of
the notice of
this-
violation, which we're
let's-
here on today.
I know, but we were
Okay,
dealing
don't
with
interrupt.
the issue of admitting
Give me the
this into
courtesy of
evidence.
speaking,
First of all,
please.
it's the city's
Okay,
turn to present.
but I was in the middle
We
of
haven't
speaking,
rested
and you
yet.
Madam
interrupted
City
me.
Attorney, let me just take control.
Your Honor.
Okay.
Go ahead.
The city has not rested yet. Aaron Barber was merely entering this incident
Okay.
report into evidence.
All right. Procedurally, that's what we are dealing with, is whether or not the report comes into evidence. So if you have an objection to the report coming into evidence, I want to hear it.
Yes, Your Honor. There's, well, if I could have the report back, but there's
Okay.
3 levels of hearsay.
Okay.
There's-
I understand the hearsay law.
I
So-
understand, Your
okay.
Honor, and the finding can't be exclusively based on that.
right.
But again, if this goes to court, if this
Yeah.
goes to circuit court, I want to make sure that there's a clear record where I'm stating what those hearsay issues are.
You're
And-
preserving all of your hearsay objections.
Yes, and
Okay,
all of the
and-
statements
yeah.
that the person who answered the door to the officer allegedly made are obviously being offered for the truth of the matter asserted.
Yes.
And then there's a second level of hearsay in the form of the report itself, and the third level of hearsay, which is the code compliance officer coming here and saying, here is a report. So you have 3 different levels of hearsay, none of which qualify for the business records exception or the public records exception under the case law. That's all I want to
Okay.
say. I could cite the case.
I hear your objections. Now I want to hear from the city.
Your Honor, what I have before you as a request to admit into evidence is North Miami Police Incident Report number 2019-0016911 and Incident Report 2019-0016947. They are clearly marked and have the police identifying logo as a business record. I also have a police department employee here, if you wish, for him to verify that this is a valid police report that can be relied on as a business record.
Okay. Read to me what in the report relates to the short-term rental issue.
In regards to Incident Report 2019-0016911, there's a statement when the police officer made contact with a Josefel de la Cruz Guerrero who stated that she is not the homeowner, that she was renting the residence until May 15, 2019, and that she invited several of her friends over for a drink, and that they were by the pool talking and drinking and did not know that they were disturbing others. So in regards to this case, while the investigation initially initiated from a noise complaint, what arises out of that investigation is that these guests were here on a short-term basis rental. In regards to Police Incident Report 2019-0016947, the officer again made contact with De La Cruz Guerrero, who advised that she rented the above listing on Airbnb on today's date, which was May 10th, 2019 at the time, and that she was staying until Wednesday, May 15, 2019. She stated she didn't know the owner. However, the advertisement was put up on Airbnb by a person by the name of Lawrence.
Okay, and did code then follow up with the complaint and issue the notice of violation? Is that how this got here?
Yes, yes, the police reports are forwarded to code enforcement, and we
Okay, but
then open the violation.
actually, did anybody from code actually go there to witness any of the activities that the police officers found when they got to the scene?
No, this was after hours, no.
Okay. All right. Legalities aside, was there someone using the premises on a short-term basis?
Your Honor, we don't know. I'll have my client testify to that in a second. But just
Okay.
to finish my point from earlier,
Okay.
Aaron Barber is saying on May 11th, on the notice of violation, which she signs under penalty of perjury before this very court,
Okay.
she is saying on May 11th, I, Aaron Barber, made an inspection at the property. You just heard her testify that she didn't go. This entire violation is founded on a sham affidavit. It's like, how many other things do you need to say?
Where is the notice of
It's,
violation?
I have a copy right here, Your Honor, and I believe this is an original. She has her blue ink.
I got it. Okay. Read to me the section that you just referenced.
The very beginning of the notice of violation. Dear property owner and or occupant, on May 11th, 2019, I, you can read Aaron Barber, made an inspection. You just heard her state she did not make any inspection. So,
Well, look, this is a form. That's the form they used. She stated that she was relying on police reports that were made by a police officer. I don't think there's anything criminal or that there's perjury because she said I instead of I received a report.
Your Honor.
So anyway, it
okay,
doesn't
I'm not accusing
matter.
her of that, but what I'm saying here is, because I'm not here to speak to intent, what I'm saying is the originating document is clearly fruit of the poisonous tree. But Section 2-1 of the Code, Oath of Office, says that every elected officer or official of the city shall, before entering upon his or her duties of the office, take and subscribe to the following oath or affirmation. I hereby do solemnly swear that I will support, protect, and defend the Constitution, that I will in all respects observe the provisions of the charter and ordinances of the city of North Miami, that I will faithfully discharge the duties of the office, so help me God. And so without beating a dead horse, Your Honor, I understand this is a form, but if you're going to make a charge against someone, a very serious charge, which could carry very serious penalties, and that originating document is literally untrue, as per the testimony
I
we
don't
just heard.
find anything that the code officer did to be nefarious,
Neither do I.
wrongful, violative of any code provision. Let's just stick to the merits. Was there or was there not a
Yes.
short-term rental taking place on the time and date in question?
I'll
That's
have my
what we're
client
here
testify
about.
to that. Thank you.
Your Honor, I spoke to Aaron Barber when I bought the house, before I took physical possession of the house, and I explained to her what I was doing with the property. The house is not being short-term rented, okay? I basically told Aaron when I first set foot on the property that my initial contact with my neighbor was not a pleasant one. Okay, it seemed racially motivated. I don't want to come here and play the race card, but I explained this to her, and I told her that the house is for sale. It's been for sale for a long time. Okay, and in the meantime, while the house is for sale, I have my girlfriend represents athletes, prominent people to help get long-term deals on contracts. And I told her I usually just comp the house out to these athletes, and of course I'm not going to invite you to my house when I'm trying to make money off of your long-term deal and then send you a bill for whatever time you're there. She's already confirmed
that the last time the police were there, okay, Terry Rozier, who is the shooting guard for the Boston Celtics, was there, and he's been there for the last 2 months. It's not a coincidence that when the police shows up, that the person that's there, that happens to be my guest, is an NBA point guard who happens to be a free agent who we just secured a $74 million contract for, which we make 1% of. So that's what happens. Now, I comp the house out to these guys. I go there all the time. I hang out with them. And I explained this to her before any complaints were made, okay? If they have part of their entourage that comes over and something happens or whatever, that's fine. But in the police report, it clearly states that whoever this young lady was had no idea who I was, and I have no idea who she is. And unfortunately, I don't have the opportunity to cross-examine her or ask her any questions. I don't know why she said that she rented the house on Airbnb. You know, because you presided over this, and we've already established this, and this was already ruled upon, that the house was not being advertised on Airbnb. It was impossible for her to book the house on Airbnb because the ad on Airbnb did not exist. The other thing is about Airbnb is that the only way she could pay for the house in order to have a short-term rental is if the ad on Airbnb is actually active, because Airbnb is the people that you have to pay, okay? And then Airbnb pays out the homeowner. I've never been paid out by Airbnb. I'm a sergeant with the police department. I'm under oath. I would never lie about this because I could lose my job, and I'm going on record. And what's going on is that none of my guests have ever had a run-in with any of my neighbors, okay? Like I read to you, they said that the house, there was a loud party and loud noises coming from the house. Well, when the police showed up, the house was quiet. Nobody knew the police were coming. My neighbor's making these fraudulent allegations against me because she's assuming that I'm doing short-term rentals, and every time she complains, she gets a knee-jerk reaction out of code enforcement, and regardless of what the police see or find, I still get fined. And I know I'm not here for that, but I'm just trying to draw you a big picture, okay? So at this point, there were people in the house. I do not know who that young lady is, okay? I was told that they were unloading jet skis. It's a house on the water. It's a house that appraised for $1.8 million. I have a dock.
Who was in control or possession of the property when this happened? Was it the basketball player?
Terry Rozier, when the basketball season was over, I gave him access to the house, okay? And before he actually came in and set up with his agent and his family or whatever, he had asked me at one time if it was okay for some of his guests to unload jet skis on the property. I didn't know who was doing it. I didn't know what was it about. I know I have a dock and they can use it. And even that complaint, what's wrong with unloading jet skis?
Let's not get to the jet skis.
Was
there a written agreement, understanding, or lease between yourself and Terry Rozier?
There is no lease or written anything. These people, I allow them to stay at my house like guests. There's no written anything. I would be, if she has anything in writing from anybody who's staying at my house, I would love to see it, because I do not make money off of my house.
There was no compensation paid to you or to Terry Rozier for the purpose of occupying your house?
Absolutely not, Your Honor, and I'm under oath telling you that as I sit in front of you right here with my whole career on the line. I've never made a dollar off of that. I do use my house as a comp to get these athletes to sign with certain agents, but I do not use my house like the actual house. Like, you're going to stay here for 5 days and I'm going to charge you any amount of money. It doesn't make any sense.
What control do you have as owner to ensure that Terry Rozier keeps the premises, legal? That he's not bringing people in for the weekend or having night parties or doing performances or whatever it is that they do on a weekend?
That's a good question. I pop it, like I said, I hang out with them. I drive by the property all the time. And even before I started comping my house out to anybody, I called Aaron. I told Aaron, I'm a sergeant with the police department. Please, here's my personal information. If you have any kind of complaints or anything, I will always go by the property. I'm here. I'm not hiding. I'm not hiding anything from you. I'm letting you know what I'm doing with my house, because I know that these professional athletes, sometimes with their entourage, things can get out of control. We had one complaint, okay, and Terry's been there for over 2.5 months. Okay, we've had one complaint, and that was 2 females that were arguing around 3:30 in the morning. And somehow the chief of police gets called because they're having a verbal argument. And I've never seen that happen before. But again, when you have neighbors that have it out for you, that's what they do. And this is what this is about. And I don't blame Erin, I understand, but what I'm trying to tell her is that this neighbor is making not only false complaints, I mean, the police are arriving on loud party calls that don't exist. And every time, and I got cited for that. You know, so every time this neighbor comes up with a complaint, whether I'm in compliance or not, I get cited. I have to come here. I have to pay for an attorney to come here. And all I can tell you is that I've never rented my house. Now, what I would like to know is this young lady who said that she rented my house on Airbnb, where's he at on Airbnb? Where's the documentation that she paid for this house on Airbnb? Where is it? Because you've already ruled that was not happening the last time I was here. And we proved it via email from Airbnb saying that the account wasn't even active.
So how do you control the activities that go on? And I know that when you have a professional athlete living on premises, that you're going to have people come over. I live on Miami Beach, so I'm familiar with a lot of the party houses and the activities that go on late at night. How do you control what goes on during the night? And I'm not talking about necessarily short-term rentals, but noise and drinking and partying and traffic issues and debris and all.
I got you.
How do you? You're the owner. What do you do to control that?
Like I said, I pop in as much as I can, and my track record, Your Honor, will prove to you that I've been doing a good job, because she has 2 police reports. Think about this. She has one about unloading jet skis. That is not a noise. That was during the day. That's not a noise complaint. That was not a noise complaint. I don't know what county ordinance prevents you from having jet skis on your property. I was not obstructing the roadway. The guests were not obstructing anything. The jet skis were on the property. It was not bothering anybody, but yet the neighbor decided to call anyway. For what reason? I don't know. What was I in violation of? The police was called. I tell you what she's trying to do. She's trying to create a history of 911 calls to make the house seem like a nuisance house. But in that case, how can I control my neighbor from calling that I have multiple jet skis on my property, which is completely legal and there's no code ordinance there? The other thing, too, is that the entire time that Terry's been there, I've had one noise complaint that clearly states when the police arrived that the house was quiet and was in compliance. Again, I think I'm doing a good job to make sure that no one's disturbing anybody, because I got to go based on what a police officer under body worn camera is saying. His police report is stating that it's in compliance. So I cannot stop the 911 calls, Your Honor, but I think I've been doing a good job with this guy who just signed a $74 million contract, and they can't prove anything besides false complaints.
I've heard.
Your Honor, can I stop the questioning?
Yes, that's it. You've said enough.
Okay.
City, any response? Either from city attorney or code officer?
The only response that I would have is that the neighbors have, there's been more than one neighbor that has been concerned about the activity at the property. It's just a neighborhood concern with short-term rentals in general. And when the the streets are a little bit, it's a much tighter area. It's not, a lot of traffic will clog up the area pretty quickly. So there has been a lot of concerns from the neighbors, the HOA, and so on. They are concerned about any property that may be rented out short-term.
Okay.
Your Honor, I would
Yes.
like some clarification. Is this being alleged as a repeat violation?
I don't think so.
No,
Is it?
no, it's
No.
not. This is
No.
first time. Yes,
No,
sir.
and it's not a noise violation, and it's not a jet ski violation. The narrow complaint here, the issue is, was there some individual that stayed there for a limited period of time who was afraid to even give a name because they were afraid that they were going to lose their deposit. Is that what the complaint is about, or is that a different
No,
one?
no, sir, that was the previous case.
Oh, that was the previous
Yes,
case.
sir.
Was there any money ever that changed hands here between anyone? Any deposits
This young
paid?
lady identified herself. She was not afraid to talk to anybody, and she clearly stated that she rented it on Airbnb, and you ruled that that was basically not possible because we proved that
Right.
the ad was not on
Now,
Airbnb.
who is Dela Cruz Guerrero?
I personally, Your Honor, I do not know her. I was asked by Terry's agent if he could have guests that had jet skis, but I did not know that it was going to be her. I do not know who she is, and she clearly in the police report states that she does not know who the owner is, which is a true statement.
And Your Honor, I would point out that I think the legal status here of the people there is one of invitees. I mean, he's still in and out of there all the time.
Yeah, here's I hate to prolong it, but if the record is not clear, then we have a problem. I think under the zoning code, a single-family residential neighborhood cannot become a bed and breakfast for people to just come in and out. It's not a proper use of a single-family neighborhood when you got different people coming in every day, whether you call it short-term rentals or not, or friends of the tenant. So I'm struggling with the notion that there are people that are being invited by your comp tenant on a weekly or daily basis,
Well-
even though that may not technically be a short-term rental.
Well, Your Honor,
it's a problem.
He's not a tenant. He's a transient occupant. I would say he's not a tenant. And the code says it shall be unlawful for the owner. This is the violation we're cited for the owner. And then if you look at what owner means in the code, it means any person, entity, corporation, partnership, trust, etc., or any other legally recognized entity that is the legal, beneficial, or equitable owner of any interest in the property. The persons there who, and then again, this goes back into the hearsay, who are alleging that they don't know the owner in the police report and one or the other. Well, those allegations are just that. They're just hearsay allegations. And I would say that this violation, even just from a legal standpoint, it doesn't meet the code. It says owner shall include any purchaser, assignee, successor, or transferee of any interest in the property regarding any penalty imposed. These people have no interest in the real property. I think as a matter of the code, I don't think that enough facts were alleged to even meet the code definition of the violation. But beyond that, there are the other evidentiary issues with the hearsay and the originating document.
Your Honor, permission to make clarification on the
Yes.
city code. Section 5-1610 is what governs
I
the
have it.
violation. If you look at the last sentence, it says that the lease or rental of a single-family residential dwelling, including townhouses, more than 4 times within a 12-month period shall create a presumption that the owner is acting in violation of this section.
Yeah. Your Honor, where's the lease? Where's the rental? We just said that they're transient occupants, they're invitees. It's like having people over for dinner. I mean, again, there's no lease.
Well, the use of the word transient actually hurts you, because that's exactly what the ordinance is trying to prevent, is transients for using the property as a bed and breakfast.
I'm just saying transient to make the point that the code requires that it be an owner, and it defines owner under these very specific terms as people or persons or entities having an interest. None of these people have an interest in the real property.
I read the ordinance as applicable to an owner who may be vicariously liable for the actions of a tenant. You may disagree, a court may disagree, but these ordinances apply to owners in situations where tenants or occupiers or people in possession turn around and bring in short-term renters.
So if you were to have a family member over for the weekend and for some reason they decided it would be a good idea to make money off of your back and Airbnb the place,
You would be
that-
liable.
You would be liable
Yes.
under this court's interpretation of the code. But the way I see
Yes.
it, and that's exactly, I guess it's just a point of difference because they have no interest in the property.
Right, well,
Yeah.
where is the proof that that actually happened?
Well, let's not debate the law. I mean, the issue here is, was there a violation of the code in that there were people staying there under the auspices of a professional athlete that were staying there on a short-term rental, on a short-term basis. Doesn't necessarily need to require or in any way, shape, or form need a consideration to money to change hands. Were there people, and I'm trying to come to a resolution in my mind as to whether the person in possession of your property was bringing people in for the weekend who were not part of his family, and that's.
I understand that, Your Honor, but the police report clearly states that she Airbnb'd the house. So all I'm asking.
I can't hear you while you're.
I'm sorry,
okay.
Your Honor. The police report clearly states that this young lady, De La Cruz, or whatever her last name is, she clearly states that, besides the fact that she said she doesn't know me, which I don't know her, she clearly states that she short-term rented the house on Airbnb. Can we at least prove that she short-term rented the house on Airbnb? This is what she's saying. I'm not saying this. She's saying I booked this house on Airbnb, and we went through this before. How can you book something that I've already proven in this courtroom did not exist? There is no Airbnb ad for that property. So how can you book something on Airbnb that does not exist? And how can you pay for short-term rental via Airbnb if there's no active account? So even if Terry Rozier's entourage was doing short-term rental unbeknownst to me, can you at least prove to me that they actually put an ad on Airbnb and made money off of my house, even if it's unbeknownst to me? That's the problem.
All right.
She's going based
City
on that.
Attorney, how do you respond to that? Do we have an Airbnb record to support what this individual allegedly told the police officer?
I'll defer to Officer Barber whether she was able to obtain anything off Airbnb to confirm what was in the police report.
No, I wasn't able to find anything on Airbnb at the time.
And, Your Honor, I have no recollection of this prior case where the Airbnb, that there was a ruling from the court that there was no possible way that this property was ever listed on Airbnb.
I don't recall either, quite frankly, but it doesn't matter because that was another case separate from this one, which had to do with an advertisement, not an actual rental. So I'm totally disregarding any suggestion that it could be, or maybe it was, maybe it wasn't. I don't know.
The burden of proof is on them to prove
Well,
that this was on Airbnb?
that's how I ruled the last hearing on burden of proof, and
Your Honor also ruled that there has to be a nexus between the advert.
Yes.
Your Honor stated that you had previously ruled there has to be a nexus between the advertisement and the owner or
well, the
occupant.
nexus here is that a code officer or a police officer went out there and actually interviewed someone who claimed to have been renting short-term through Airbnb.
Well, I think the record is clear that it wasn't a code officer. It was
a
an
police
actual officer.
That's why I corrected myself.
The notice of violation, by the way, one more thing, Your Honor, that I also want to preserve for the record. The bottom right corner of the notice of violation says reinspection date scheduled for May 27th, 2019. So my question to the court is, do code compliance officers work on Memorial Day?
All right, that's not relevant.
Okay.
I don't. Let me just.
I don't know because I'm actually genuinely curious if that's the case.
It doesn't matter.
Okay.
Let's cut to the chase. What is the city recommending? This is a first offense, and typically on a violation of the code, there is an abatement period within which to comply. Is there an issue here that there should be an abatement date to comply, or what is the city's position on this?
The city's position is that the nature of the violation is one that is irreparable and irreversible in nature, so an abatement date is a moot point. The nature of the violation is that the house can't be unrented. The owner cannot go back in time and unrent the house on the day and time that the alleged violation occurred. Your Honor, in cases where the magistrate does find the violation to be one that's irreparable or irreversible in nature, it allows you to enter a fine in an amount not exceeding $15,000. So the city's requesting a one-time flat fine for the violation which occurred. And the city's position is that the two police reports are clear evidence that the violation did occur on those days and times. There was two separate statements made to two separate police officers, the same statement that there was a certain period of time, I believe it was a 1-week period of time, starting May 10th, 2019 to May 17th, 2019, where these occupants that the property owner alleges that he doesn't know were in the property on a lease basis. And that was her statement two separate times to two separate police officers. I just don't see the motivation that this person would have had to give these specific details to a police officer when the police officer came at late hours in one instance to the property. I just don't see what would be her motive to make this statement to the police officers if it was in fact false. If she was an invitee there or a guest there, I just don't see what was her motivation for that statement. So the city's position is that the evidence is clear. You have two statements from two separate police officers that came onto the property, made contact with this occupant who gave these details.
One final comment, and then I'll rule.
Okay, Your Honor, thank you. It says in the notice of violation, you are notified the conditions mentioned above must be abated by the next reinspection date. Well, that obviously with my client's not going to be an issue. It's not going to happen again, but my client would just like to say one final word.
Your Honor, I had Terry's agent reach out to this young lady to find out what happened, because I found out about these police reports after the fact. And basically, and this is hearsay, basically when you are at a house and you don't belong there, you may feel like you need to. The police went there twice for things that they did nothing wrong about. So what I heard through them is that I guess she needed to feel some sense of ownership and said she Airbnb'd the house, which is impossible to do, which no one has proof that she did. So I'm just going on the assumption, based on the hearsay information, if I'm at a house that doesn't belong to somebody who invited me there, and the cops have been there 2 times already for something that I'm not doing, when I'm not doing anything wrong, it could be a very innocent thing for me to say, I'm renting the house, I belong here, leave me alone. I don't understand. This is why she supposedly told them that she said she was Airbnb-ing the house.
Was she there with somebody's permission?
She was there. I was asked by Terry's people, can she go there? And when I say she, I just say in general. I didn't know who the actual person was. They asked me if it was okay for some of their friends to bring some jet skis over. I told them it was fine, that I had a dock there. But if you get the police over there because you're unloading the jet skis, even though it's not against the law, and then the next day or 2 days later or whenever it was, you get the police again knocking on your door at 1 o'clock in the morning, even though you're not doing nothing wrong. It's probably something that she says, you know what, I'm renting the house, I belong here. I mean, we've had situations where people,
What agency are you with?
I'm with the Miami-Dade Police Department, Your Honor.
And you're a sergeant?
I'm a sergeant, and I back these guys up all the time, and I know a lot of their officers, and I've never asked them for any help. I've never asked for anybody to cover for me or anything like that.
What can you assure me? How can you assure me that this type of incident, where your friend, client, tenant, whatever you want to call him, is inviting friends, relatives, business partners, acquaintances to come over on a day basis, use the jet skis, use the swimming pool.
Yeah.
This type of behavior is not acceptable in a single-family residential neighborhood. What can you state on the record that will satisfy me and the city that this type of activity will not happen.
Yeah, I've actually talked to the chief of police about this also, because I'm not hiding from any of this, but I'm not going to admit to anything that I'm not doing wrong. My biggest mistake was telling Terry that it was okay for someone that he knows to come in and bring jet skis and use the property. I should have just said no and just told Terry, just keep it tight between you, your agent, and your family while you do whatever it is that you need to do. It looks like if I would have just said no to his guests. So basically, for me allowing my guests to have more guests, it seems that to be the problem.
That's the problem, and it's not just unique to you. It's unique to whoever rents a house, to an entertainer, an actress, singer. It happens all over South Florida.
I'm learning as I go along, and I could only learn from my mistakes. And I agree that that was a mistake. But to sit here and say that that these allegations are as they exist, I just have a problem.
What have you told Terry that he must do from now on?
Well, Terry's getting ready to leave anyway. He just signed a $74 million contract,
Good
so
for him.
he's pretty much done. So he's getting ready to leave. But I'm just saying, in future in general, whether it's Terry or anyone else, I would do my best. And like I told Erin, she has my personal information. I will do my best to stop by the house as often as I can, even if it's on a daily situation. And I won't extend my guests to have any other guests that are unapproved by me. I don't know what else I could do, whatever else I could do. If Erin has any suggestions, I will do it. I don't have a problem with that. Like I said, I've sat with the chief of police. I don't want my neighbors to be upset with me, but I also know what kind of neighbors I have.
Well, here's my problem as a special magistrate, sitting here trying to hear the evidence and come to the right decision. And I'm saying this having been involved in short-term rental issues before. Number one, I don't have a live witness telling me I was doing short-term rentals. Number two, I don't have a neighbor telling me I saw people there over the weekend that shouldn't have been there, that were renting, or new people that come in and out. Number three, I don't have a police officer here present telling me this is what I witnessed when I was there. I don't believe that the business record exception to the hearsay rule applies under these circumstances. We need to have more than double hearsay or triple hearsay. So while I may be inclined to believe that there was some activity that might have been violative of the code section in question, I have a feeling that that might be true. I just don't think the city has met its burden of proof. And so therefore, on this particular violation, I am going to dismiss it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Next case. Uh, 2105 Ixora Road. Okay, anybody here from the property owner? Okay.
There's nobody here representing the property owner. Steve Pizzle, building official for the city of North Miami. Need to give you a little bit of background information on this one. This is a house that we're looking for an unsafe declaration on, so maybe eventually take it to Unsafe Structures Board. Reason being is that there has, it's been a blue tarp house, to the point where the trusses are damaged on this house. It was due to hurricane damage, Hurricane Wilma, and the house has been in disrepair now for over a decade. It's a little bit special with this property. The owner is a disabled vet. The city has reached out to him. At one point in time, the police department had made arrangements for a contractor to donate a roof.
Right.
Unfortunately, besides being a disabled vet, he's also a lawyer, and the contracts were never in. He never liked the contracts. We also tried to get him involved in the city's program for roofing, and they never completed all the paperwork for it. So we're at a loss now, because we've spent years between postponements and trying to get help for him. But in the meantime, now this house has been in disrepair for a decade.
Is he still residing in that?
We're not 100% sure. He's not there all the time. We do believe he is there from time to time.
Have you made a recommendation to the Board of Rules and Appeals to have the property demolished?
No, actually, we have our own unsafe structures board now, so we will.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
No,
Yeah.
we will be, once we get a ruling from you for that, we will be looking into going that route. Hopefully, we're hoping that.
What ruling do you need from me?
That you're in agreement that it meets the criteria of an unsafe structure according to our code.
I rely on you, the building official, and I accept your testimony as such.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so it is an unsafe structure. That's my ruling, and so take whatever necessary steps you need to make the corrections.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Have a great day.
Pilar? Pilar?
The next case is Klaus Haas LLC, FYBRR 2017-00038. Gary Beswick is the officer.
State your name and address.
Good afternoon, Bruce Benjamin Roden, address 12450 Northeast 13th Avenue.
How do you spell your last name?
Roden, R-O-D-E-N.
Okay. And you're the agent for Claus House
The
LLC?
owner.
Okay, the owner. Okay.
Yes.
All right. City?
Good afternoon, Gary Beswick for the City of North Miami. This is for a 40-year recertification, which basically was due before he purchased the property. And he purchased the property and doing some demolition and some renovation to the property. So basically, that kind of helped to slow the process. So easier now to let us know where we at, how much time we need before he can deliver us our 40-year recertification.
All right. This was previously tabled.
Yes.
Until June 19th. So how much time do you need?
I would like to request 60 days. We're currently in the process of getting our demo permit approved by Dade County Fire. Once we get that approval out of the Dade County, which should be this week, then we can schedule our fire inspection. Then we can schedule our final building inspection, which I plan to do before the end of the month. And then once that's done, I can get my 40-year inspection, which I already have my qualified person to do that. Once the demo permit is closed, they have proof of that. They can do their 40-year inspection and close out.
Is that okay?
Yes.
You said 60 or 90?
I said 60.
You can give it 90.
90 would work.
90.
All right. Let's table it for 90 days.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
The next case is La Fortune Almanord, case number CEEXP 2019-00081. Karen Jean Lewis is the officer.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. Please state your full name.
La Fortune Almonod,
Your address.
1150 Northeast 144.
Are you the owner of the property?
I am.
Okay. City?
Good afternoon, Code Compliance Officer Karen Jean Lewis. This property was cited on April 1st, 2019 to pressure clean and paint.
That's it?
Yep.
How much time do you need, sir?
I need my helper is on vacation now, but he's come back on August 10, so I need about 1 month and a half or 2 months.
Okay,
Because
I'm gonna.
I got to give him a time, you understand?
I'm gonna give you 2 months.
Oh, thank you.
Based on the testimony of the city's code compliance officer and the evidence presented depicting that the cited violation still exists and the proper notice has been given, I find in favor of the city entering adjudication, set an abatement date of 60 days. In the event of non-compliance, there will be a daily fine of $250 until the violation is abated. So you got to move on it quickly.
Thank you. I
Next case involves the same property,
you.
right? Don't go away. No.
No, that
The
case
other one was complied
The other one was complied with.
for the outdoor storage, yes.
Okay, is that the carport?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Next one.
The next case is Leota Dolphin, case number CEBPR 2017-00154. Shanna Sanders is the officer.
Anybody here? Leota Dolphin, 1140 Northeast 140th. Nobody here? All right, city, proceed.
Shanna Sanders, City of North Miami Code Compliance Officer, hearing this case for Code Manager Crystal Cardo. This case was originally opened September of 2017. As of last week, Wednesday, I'm showing here still no building permits have been obtained. They have a structure in the rear of the property that was put up without obtaining a permit. They were already adjudicated. I believe it was January. The magistrate gave them some time to pull the permits in or to remove the structure. Again, as of last week, permits still haven't been obtained, and the structure still remains.
Okay. Based on the unrebutted testimony of the city's code compliance officer, the evidence presented, and that the property is out of compliance and has been out of compliance since the abatement date of April 10th, 2019, I hereby find in favor of the city. I hereby ratify the fines accrued to date in the amount of $250 per day, assessed cost, and authorize the filing of a lien. The said fines shall continue to run on a daily basis until there is compliance. Next case.
Long Island Apartments, MHZCU 2019-00001, Gary Beswick.
Anybody here? Okay, Long Island Apartments LLC.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon. Please state your full name and address.
Mercedes Alina Carcasses. I am the property manager for Long Island. Give me a second. Hold on. It was cold in here.
Last name, ma'am?
Mercedes Carcasses. And the owner here is Valentina Georgescu.
Okay, and spell the last name of the owner?
Georgescu.
G-E?
Orgescu.
Okay.
And the address is 12550 Biscayne Avenue.
Biscayne Boulevard. I want to hear from the city.
Good afternoon, Gary Beswick for the City of North Miami Building Department. There's a violation to obtain a certificate of use, but in order for them to get a certificate of use, they have to take care of some permitting issue, which they're in the process of doing. So basically, they're just here to give us an update of where they're at with that.
What's the problem? It's a pretty easy thing to do
Correct.
to get a certificate of use.
Correct, Your Honor. Apparently, there were some plans that were done and given to the fire department to Mr. Carlos Rodriguez over at the Fire Engineer and Water Supply Bureau at Miami-Dade Fire Rescue Department. And apparently, there was 2 doors that were supposed to be placed on a plan, which those were the ones that we gave the fire department. And when we went back there, they're saying that they want the plans to be redone back to the way it is, because apparently we should not have added the doors that were requested by the city to be added to that.
Because they're already there.
Yeah, because they're already there. But the city wanted other doors added on another place. The fire department.
So there's a conflict between what the city is telling you and what the fire department is saying?
Fire department with the fire.
You need to speak into the mic.
Okay, it's the fire department with the fire department. One fire personnel told us that we had to add doors. And so the plans were done, drawn, and given to the fire department, to the fire plans review person. When Valentina went there on Monday, they want us to correct and put it back, the plans, to the same way, because we do not need those doors.
So more time, we need more time.
So we just need more times now, at least if we can have 60 days, so we don't.
Okay, any response to the apparent difference between one department and the other department?
No, well, it's not a 2 different department. What she's saying is one person from the fire department said one thing, then another person from the fire department said something different. It's not from the city, it's from the Miami-Dade Fire.
Okay.
Yes.
So do we have it right? I mean, do we now have the right plans?
No, he told me to come Thursday morning to take.
Okay, I can't hear you. You need to speak into the mic and
In the last
little louder.
Yeah, in the last conversation, Mr. Carlos Rodriguez from Miami-Dade, he told me to come back on Thursday. So today I have to call to take another appointment to go there. The architect sent already the plans.
What kind of business do you run out of this property?
It's a tenant there.
there's a tenant, but what, is it a commercial business or
It's a commercial.
commercial property?
It's
Yeah,
immigration.
Is there any issue with fire safety or aesthetic or what?
No.
What's keeping the city from issuing a certificate of use?
Well, they have to clear up. They have to clear up with the fire department first because they need an annual fire permit from the fire department. So if the fire department deem it unsafe, then they're not going to give them annual fire permit.
Okay.
And in order to get a certificate of use permit,
So the issue is about the doors.
yeah, according to the fire department, yes.
Okay. What's your recommendation?
Well, basically, they cannot get a permit from the city until they cross that hurdles because they need a permit from the city. So basically, and they can't get a certificate of use. So basically, if they said if the fire department need the correction, we have to wait until when they made a correction until the permit is issued. Before.
Okay. So do you agree that they're moving in the right direction?
Yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
So I'm going to table it for 30 days.
We
Your
need
Honor,
60.
can we have 60?
You need 60?
Yes, please.
Is that because the city is, the fire department is sitting on the
Exactly.
plans?
Correct.
How do you know it's 60?
Because from last time to now, I just have 2 appointments with the fire department. One, they send us a correction. When the architect sent the correction, he said, no, I said, I want to see you to explain to me. So take 1 month only between Miami-Dade and me going back and forth.
And Your
Is-
Honor, that's paying the fast fee that we pay. so we-
Expedited?
Expedited
Yes.
fee, so.
Yeah. And are we talking about a fire safety exit
So
issue?
everything start with a violation from fire department. So this violation give this situation. So we apply for the city, with city for the permit. They stamp the plans, but they said, okay, you need to go to the fire department. And they give you the stamp on your plans, which is correct. But now I'm in the fire back and forth. I hope I will fix tomorrow.
Okay, and we're dealing with Miami-Dade Fire Rescue? Okay, and you have an inspector that you're dealing with?
Yes, and he said if you need, you can call him, he will tell you, and he will call also the inspector because he brought the book and said, no, by book you have to have only 2 doors, not 3. So,
Okay, so, and currently the plans show 3 doors?
yes,
And you need to have 2 doors?
yes.
Okay.
How is initial?
Okay.
Initial is like this.
What happened, one inspector gave a violation, and then the other inspector says, no, you don't need that. After everything was submitted, we have to remove it
Yeah.
and do it like the original.
Yeah,
You-
I understand, you know, the issues with the Miami-Dade Fire Rescue are very complicated. And you can get one inspector to rule one way, another inspector rules totally different. I understand that. So if you need you said 60?
60 days,
60
please.
days, I'm gonna table it for 60 days.
Thank you very much. I
Okay,
appreciate it.
you're welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Gary.
The next case is MAR 2305 Northeast 123rd Street LLC. The case number is MHVIO 2019-00035. Gary Beswick is the officer.
Anybody present on behalf of the owner? No? City?
Good afternoon, Gary Bezic for the City of North Miami Building Department. This property was cited to fail
Can
to
you cite the property again? I missed it.
2305 Northeast 123rd Street.
I got it. Okay.
Um,
Proceed.
Basically, the property was cited to obtain required permits for interior and exterior renovation in progress. They applied for some permit, but they didn't apply for everything that it was cited for. And I have some pictures to give you an idea what the property looked like, what it was doing. Basically, it's the property right before you cross the bridge, 123rd Street, on your left-hand side, the White House Inn. So basically, they went inside and they was doing some alteration, opening up walls, putting up fence, doing some pool restoration, all different type of things they was doing. So basically, They need permits for all the activities that was going on the property. but
Any contact with the owner?
not the owner, the contractor was here the last time. The last year and the contractor was here.
And what happened?
They apply for some of the permit, but not apply for everything. So they do not have the permit that required for everything that they was doing on the property.
Okay. All right. I am going to find that based on the testimony and the pictures, the evidence, the property has been out of compliance since July 10th, 2019, which was the abatement date. I find in favor of the city, ratify the fines accrued to date in the amount of $500 per day, assess costs, and authorize the filing of a lien. The fines at $500 a day shall continue until there is full compliance.
Thank you.
The next case is Mara Henry, RCCOR 2018-00022. Gary Beswick is the officer.
Hi.
Anybody representing the owner?
Yes, that's me.
What is your name, sir?
Stuart Henry.
Stuart Henry?
Yes.
What's your relationship to the property?
I'm the owner.
Okay. City, proceed.
Good afternoon. Harry Beswick for the City of North Miami. This property was cited for failure to obtain an approved reoccupancy certificate prior to title transfer. I spoke to the gentleman earlier. He said he wasn't aware of the requirement and he understood, so now he needs to go apply for the after the fact reoccupancy certificate.
Is that correct?
Yeah, basically when we bought the house, we actually had several delays in closing because there was some stuff that needed to be done. And then we were told we were all cleared to close by the title agent. When we closed, turns out that there was a permit still hanging, and we've been fighting for about a year to get that finally settled up. So the contractor had already been, all the business to get them done had already been done by the seller. They finally finished that, and then so now that they finished that, they just closed the permit. I guess maybe about 2 months ago. The permit that it was a conversion that they were doing.
An open permit.
Right, and I didn't realize what Gary was saying, that we need
a certificate.
We need this after they finish that.
It's very
So-
unusual. I think this is the only city in South Florida that does it. Anytime you
No, it's about 4 of us. It's
about four of you?
Right.
Well, very unusual. I think it's a good idea, actually.
Yeah,
I think it's a good idea, but most cities don't, so I understand. So how much time do you need?
I'll go ahead and, as long as it takes, basically. I'm here now. He's out of the office, and I think I probably would need to see him before I can, negotiate it. But, I live like a walking distance, so, I didn't even drive over here. So, I'll come by, I guess, tomorrow and see if I can get that started, and then as long as it takes to get it finished.
All right, I'm going to give you 30 days. I think that should be enough.
Yeah, that
if
sounds good to
if
me.
you've
Yes,
closed
that's
your permit, if you've done all the work with
Right.
permits.
Well, there's a
think
re-inspection, right? So, how long does that take typically?
Well, once it's submitted, I give you a call to make sure you put a phone number that you're going to answer. Because normally, the process work, they apply for it, and the next day I call to schedule the inspection.
All
Sure.
right.
So,
So
yeah.
I'm going to give you some time. Based on the testimony of the city's code compliance officer and the property owner being in agreement, there's an open violation, which is the certificate of reoccupancy, and I find in favor of the city, enter an adjudication, set a compliance date of 30 days. In the event of non-compliance, there will be a daily fine of $100 until the violation is abated.
Okay.
All right?
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next
Thank
case
you.
is Marie Boats and Pierre Sanat, case number CEFAW 2019-00082. Jose Perez is the officer.
Hello.
Work without a permit. Sir, please state your full name and address.
Jean Robert Etienne, 120 Northeast 121st Street.
Are you the property owner?
No,
Who are you?
the guy is my brother.
He's
The
your
own-
brother?
Yeah.
He asked you to come here and speak
Yeah, I
on his
was there
behalf?
before, yes, yes.
Okay. Mr. Perez, what's the city's position on this?
Let me locate the record.
Work without a
one sec.
permit, enclosing rear porch.
No, I don't believe this is
No,
for
it's
this.
not it,
This
no.
is that's
No?
the wrong case for that.
Okay, so which case are we on?
I'm trying to locate it. It would be CEFAW 2019-00082.
That's the file, okay.
And there's another one, a CEOSV 2018-00088.
All right. So the one we're on is the gate.
Correct.
Okay.
City of North Miami Code Enforcement Officer Perez. Today we're hearing the case in reference to the property at 120 Northeast 121 Street. This is in reference to fences and walls, specifically repairing the gate on the fence on the west side of the property and repaint the discolored panels. The violation was opened up in April 4, 2019. As of my final reinspection date, no compliance has been made. My reinspection was on July 10th, 2019 at 9:38 a.m. As you can see by the photographs, there are several discolored panels throughout the fence, and the fence at the center is tipping over towards the public right-of-way. So in light of a hurricane or any strong wind, that may blow over.
Sir, this doesn't look very good.
No, we don't know nothing about that. I'm not here for that. I'm here for the truck. Ah.
You're here on which?
He's here on behalf of his brother in reference to the truck, but he's also representing the property. So the violations with the property.
Okay, so
Yeah.
he's here on the next case.
On the next case.
Which involves the same
That I
property,
don't
the
know
same
nothing
Same
property
property,
owner.
yes.
No.
Okay, so you're not here to talk about.
No, I don't know nothing about that.
All right, so what is your recommendation? 30 days?
Let me see the permit action report. I think 30 days would be adequate.
Yeah, considering we're in hurricane season and that fence looks horrendous, I think it's got to be done within 30 days.
Okay, I'll let him know that. but-
You let him know because otherwise he's going to be fined.
Okay.
Based on the unrebutted testimony of the city's code compliance officer, the photograph and evidence presented depicting that the cited violation still exists, proper notice has been given. I find in favor of the city. As to case number 2019-00082, and that's the gate, correct?
Correct.
Enter an adjudication and set a compliance date of 30 days. In the event of non-compliance, there will be a daily fine of $350 until the violation is abated.
The next case is Marie Boats, CEOSV 2018-00088, the same property.
Yeah.
So in regards to this, this is at the same property. It is in regards to the oversized vehicle that's being stored in the rear of the property. This case was previously adjudicated. As of my final inspection on July 10th, 2019 at 9:38 a.m., the vehicle was still there.
Okay.
Can you put up a picture of the vehicle? No. Oh, that one, okay. Okay, I see it.
Yeah.
That vehicle needs to be moved.
It's not here no more. They already moved the car. I mean the truck.
When was it moved?
I paid them on the 1st. They come to pick it up. They have a problem with the towing. I think they pick it up, I think, on the 12th.
Did you bring a picture showing that the
No,
truck
I
has
di-
been removed?
No, the truck been moved. Anybody can go there anytime. It's been removed. I don't have the truck there.
All right, so what do you want me to do?
In reference to this, I would have to inspect
Yeah.
the property. But since it already has been adjudicated,
All right, this is what I'm going to do because it was a long time
Yeah. So
we
there.
move,
There was a finding of guilt, and I appreciate the fact that it's been moved, but I am going to fine you or the property owner, your relative, whoever it is. I'm going to fine them $500 for the violation.
All right.
okay, and then that'd be a one-time fee of the 500.
And I'm going to assess fees in favor of the city.
Okay.
It will be a one-time fee, right?
One-time fee $500
Okay.
for the violation. If it happens again, it'll be a higher
No problem.
violation, a higher fine.
The next case is MacPad Enterprises, CEO DS 2019-00046. This is Ernst Baptiste's case. Who's presenting the case for Ernst from MacPac Enterprises, 970 Northeast 133 Street?
00046.
Okay, we're gonna skip over this case, and we're gonna go to the next case. Natalie Mills, she has two cases. The first case is MHVIO 2019-00199. John Dorville is the officer.
No appearance on behalf of the property owner. Mr. Dorville, please present.
Yes, sir. The first case is MHVIO 2019-00199. This is in reference to basically, this is a condo. And the condo has a separate folio number with a piece of property, which is the owner is Natalie Mills, on that same property. It's a separate folio, and I cited her for having repair the glass in the window, and I'll show you a picture. Fairly evident, several windows in the on the property that all represent some, obviously, obvious signs of decay and broken glass and things of that nature. They were cited, given proper notice. Everything is on file. AOS is on file. Attempts of all this talk of hearsay, but just information from some of the from the individuals, other association members who own the associate property. They have told me that this individual does not live in the country and has not responded, and there's actually several violations pertaining to this property that are in fine lien status. So this particular property owner, I would define, if I can, as derelict. And I'll show you the picture once again, but basically broken glass throughout the property in the windows, in the windows.
This is a unit within a
This
condo?
is a separate structure. So the overall, there's a property that has a condo unit on it with a associate building that has several units, I think 4 to 5 units in it. And this one is the associate buildings, and that's why it has a separate folio number and cited as such.
And we're citing the owner of that particular unit?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Anybody here from representing the owner? This has not been previously adjudicated, correct?
No, sir. It's a new
All
case.
right. And there's nobody living there?
These, well, I mean, obviously, it's part of a larger property, so it is visible to the. So it's really hurting the property values aesthetically of the other property owners. They have the main building, right? So we're talking once again about 2 separate folio numbers. The main building is occupied with children, so if they, if they play in this building,
I
there's a
understand,
possibility
but
of
how do
getting
we
hurt.
how do we get an absentee owner to fix the windows?
One, by assessing a fine, obviously, to apply some pressure, right? Some due pressure. And as well, my understanding is that the primary property is looking to take over that piece of property. So they're in some sort of legal action to either purchase or take over this particular property.
Okay. Now, what I was suggesting is perhaps going one step beyond and letting the owner know about the fines. And if she's not living here, posting or mailing is not going to be helpful. But if we can get an address and let the property owner know what's happening, maybe there'll be quicker compliance. So I'm going to obviously adjudicate and set a high fine, but our preference is that they fix the windows. So, based on the unrebutted testimony of the city's code compliance officer, the photograph and evidence presented depicting that the cited violations still exist and that proper notice has been given, I find in favor of the city, enter an adjudication and set a compliance date of 30 days. In the event of non-compliance, there shall be a daily fine of $350 until the violation is abated.
Okay. Just for the record, I've been told by one of the building officials that there is actually going to be, so it's probably, ownership probably has been transferred, or is going to be transferred, because there seems to be a reoccupantation in effect going to happen.
So then that new owner is going to have to fix this pretty quickly.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
The next case for Natalie Mills is MHVIO 2019-00200. John Dorville is the officer.
Same property, secondary property on the, on the larger one. Obviously, the back of the property is overgrown with trash and debris. I have a third case that's actually not coming up, will come up next, which is associated to this property as well, but this is basically the condition of the rear of this property, obviously overgrown, seems several years. So hence the fine to whomever the owner is going to be and or is, to move as quickly as possible in rectifying the situation and leaving the city and the property in a better place.
Can you put up that picture again?
The broken glass or the?
No, the one that has all of the debris and garbage with the landscaping.
Is it there for you?
Yeah. Actually, my picture looks worse.
Okay.
But anyway, based on the undisputed testimony of the city's code compliance officer, the photograph and evidence presented depicting that the cited violations still exist, proper notice has been given, I find in favor of the city, enter an adjudication and set a compliance date of 30 days. In the event of non-compliance, there will be a daily fine of $350 until the violation is abated.
Thank you.
The next case is Nomi Condominium Association, case number MHVIO 2019-00240. John Dorville is the officer.
Anybody here from the association?
Yes, sir.
Need an interpreter?
Yes. Yes.
State your full name and address for the record.
Su nombre completo y dirección.
Pablo Rodriguez, 360 Northeast 125 Street.
What is your relationship to the property?
¿Qué relación tiene con la propiedad?
Soy miembro del board.
I am a board member.
Do you have authority on behalf of the association to speak here at this hearing?
¿Tiene autoridad representando al board para la hoy día?
No, no, pero si lo puedo, bueno, habría que bajarlo acá de la página que está en las compañías. Estoy miembro del board.
No, I do not, but I can download it from the company webpage that shows that I am in the board.
You're on the board of directors, but you're not speaking on behalf of the board of directors. Is that correct?
Está en la mesa directiva, pero no está hablando, representando a la mesa directiva, ¿correcto?
La estoy representando.
I am representing.
Okay,
the board
because
of
then
directors.
I didn't understand the first answer that he didn't have the authority from the board to speak.
Bueno, yo no entendí la primera parte. Dice que no tenía la autoridad para hablar, pero usted tiene la autoridad para hablar por ellos.
Bueno, soy miembro del board.
Yes, I'm a member of the board.
Okay, we're not going to run around in circles. Sir, City, tell us what this is about.
Yes, sir. MHVIO 2019-00240. This is in reference, quite timely to the previously mentioned case. This is actually the main condo building on that that's associated with the other building. I have been working with this gentleman before, and we've had conversations about issues on the building. However, this particular issue has not been rectified as of yet on my last inspection of the property, which is 7/10/2019. This is the repair of the metal door at the entrance of the property, which simply did not have a lock nor had handles on it. And I took the associated picture, which I will bring up right now.
Okay.
The condition still remains?
As of my last reinspection, the final reinspection date 7/10/2019, at that date 10/52.
Okay, Mr. Rodriguez, how soon can we get this fixed?
¿En qué tiempo lo puede arreglar esto?
Le voy a pedir, estoy notificando, aquí tengo las 100 llaves, que estoy entregando a todos los tenants y control remoto para el acceso de los autos. Le
I-
pido 15
I-
días para que me permita avisarle a todos y entregar a todos la llave.
I have here all 100 keys and remote controls for all the tenants. I need 15 days.
15 days to do what?
15 días para hacer qué?
Para lo que me pidió el inspector Dorville, poner la cerradura y entregar todas las llaves.
To comply with what the officers said, to install the locks and give them the keys.
Is that okay with the city?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm going to give you 30 days, but
Thank you, sir.
try to get it within 15 if you can.
Thank you, sir.
Based on the unrebutted testimony of the city's code compliance officer, the photographs and evidence presented, and noting that the property owner is in agreement, I find that the violation still exists. Proper notice has been given. I find in favor of the city. Enter an adjudication and set a compliance date of 30 days. In the event of non-compliance, there shall be a daily fine of $250 until the violation is abated.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
The next case is for Norman Washington, CEBCR 2019-00001. Karen Jean Lewis is the officer.
Norman Washington, anybody here on behalf of the owner? Seeing no one, the city will present.
Magistrate, this violation is for a boat. We were instructed by management to table all recreational vehicle and boat cases for 90 days. So,
All right. So ordered.
The next two cases are for Pet Dale. The first case is CEPFY 2019-00131 for Karen Jean Lewis.
good afternoon, Co-Compliance Officer Karen Jean Lewis. The property is 1082 Northeast 145 Street.
Okay. Nobody here on behalf of the owner. Proceed.
The first violation is for parking on the front lawn. I did make contact with the property manager who advised that she wouldn't be able to make it today and she needed an extension. Wait, I'm clicking on the wrong photo. Hold on one second.
What kind of property is it?
It's a house. If you look at the pictures, there's 3 vehicles parked on the front lawn. There's a red sedan, a beige Toyota, and this SUV.
Okay, I see them.
Okay.
One of them is actually on the sidewalk, right?
Yes. And the property was posted on June 27, 2019 at 10:43 a.m. And this is for the parking on the front lawn violation, and then the other violation is for where the grass died. They were supposed to resod the grass due to excessive parking.
All right, what's your recommendation?
So go ahead and give her an extension for 30 days.
Tabling it for 30 days or
Yeah, we can table it for
adjudicate?
table it for 30 days.
All right, we'll table it for 30 days.
The next case for Pet Dale is CESDM 2019-00007. Karen Jean Lewis is the officer.
The same thing, magistrate. Table it for 30 days.
All right, so ordered.
The next case is for Rachel Millard, case number CESTA 2019-00018. Edme St. Louis is the officer.
Another short-term rental.
This is advertisement.
Yeah. Rachel Millard, property owner, 1145 Northeast 135th Street. Please state your appearances.
Yeah, this is my mother, and I'm her son, of course. And
What is your name?
I'm Emmanuel. Emmanuel?
Manuel?
Millian, yes.
Millian.
And
you own the property?
She owns it.
She owns it.
Yes.
Okay.
And she's a retired, and she's not doing anything. And I try to run the short-term rental for her to get some extra income, to pay her bills and stuff. But I found out about the city doesn't allow it, so I put the apartment on listing with the Virtue Rentals real estate, and I do have the contract with the Virtue and the renting already the place.
All right, so let me understand. You placed an ad, it came down.
No, I have a listing now. I stopped the.
That's what I mean. You tried to do a short-term rental.
I did.
You found out that that's not legal.
Yes.
You stopped the
The-
advertisement.
Yes.
And now you got a listing to sell the property or rent the
No,
property?
rent.
To rent the property.
To rent the property long term.
Long term.
3
more,
months.
More than 3 months.
More than 3 months.
Okay.
So I have
Have
3
you
months.
have you discussed this with the code officer?
Not yet.
Okay. So I
didn't-
want to hear from the city.
Because after her, she came in, and then that's when I.
All right. Let me hear from
Sure.
the city. See what
City
what
of
the
North
city's
Mi-
position is.
City of North Miami Code Officer St. Louis. This violation came to me via management, and upon my investigation, I went ahead and opened the short-term advertisement for the property. But the only thing is, as of yesterday, the listing is still up as for renting on
With
Airbnb.
with Airbnb?
Yes, I have the pictures on there, which I've. Hold on, give me 1 second. If you look at the final STA pic, it'll show you dated from 7/16/2019. Copies of the short-term advertisement from Airbnb.
I saw it.
So, as far as for the city, being that it is their first offense, we're asking for guilty adjudication. Instead of the maximum fine, we'll ask for $250 until proof is until they give us proof that it's not being advertised anymore.
Well, there's some folks that say they stayed there.
They do, but it's on. I believe he's renting the side of the property, not the entire property.
And
Sir, the Airbnb ad is still online.
It is still online for 3 months minimum, but I do have a room, a guest room that I think it was okay to rent the inside the room. I'm gonna cancel everything. From now, cancel everything, not to rent it at all.
Is that true? You can rent a room within your
Inside your
residence?
house, yes.
No. Because that would be more like efficiencies, but it's just a room within.
So you can't have a roommate pay you to stay in your house. All right, that we'll leave that for the city attorney to opine when it's comes back again. So you will take down the Airbnb ad.
Yes.
You know how to do that?
Yes, I can do it. I'll do it.
Okay.
But
Go
for
ahead.
the advertising, can I? Because if it's more than 3 months, I can still advertise it through Airbnb.
You can advertise all you want as long as it is longer than 3 months.
Longer than 3 months. That's exactly.
Okay. It cannot be 2.5 months.
Absolutely.
It's got to be at
90
least 3
days,
months.
90 days.
Right. And you can only do it 4 times a year.
3.
Right.
And yes.
Right.
Absolutely.
But the only problem with that was when I went on Airbnb and tried to book it, I was trying to book it for 3 days. It gave me that option.
It gave you an option to book it for 3 days.
Like
I put 3 days booking, and it allowed me to.
Okay, is it
need-
possible to let Airbnb know that they will not?
Shouldn't. I let the Airbnb to.
Yeah,
I let them know to give me this because of I have that rental here that is placed, but it's only my room, the guest room that I was trying to. I didn't.
You
close
can't do
it down.
that.
I
You can't do that either.
Okay.
Okay, you cannot rent your house for less than
Yeah,
90 days.
Yeah, 90
And so you're going to have to notify Airbnb not to forward any potential renters for less than 90 days.
Yes.
If they see another ad like this one and they're able to book something for a week, then you're going to be in trouble again.
Absolutely.
Okay, so I'm going to, because it's the first time, and you didn't understand exactly what the rules were, I'm going to fine you $250 for placing the advertisement in violation of the code. I have no discretion but to find you guilty, because it's the law doesn't give me the ability to say not guilty. You did violate the code, so I'm going to assess a fine of $250, with the understanding that you're going to call Airbnb tomorrow and let them know that they need to remove any reference to short-term rentals, only 3 months or longer. Okay?
Magistrate,
Yes.
as I was informed, we don't allow advertisement at all. So it would need to be removed completely from the website.
That
Well, if it's advertising for 6 months or a year, it would be
3
okay.
months.
No?
If it's for 3 months.
You
and
can
more.
have, you can have a broker advertise your property if it's more than 3
He
months.
has a for rent sign with the broker's information on his property. Now,
I'm sorry? I don't find that there's a violation if it's for if the rental is for more than 3 months. You can advertise, you
can
can do
advertise
anything,
it,
you can
yes.
advertise it any way you want.
Absolutely.
There's nothing wrong with putting something on Airbnb if it's for 3
For
months or
3
longer.
months.
Just like if he gave it to a real estate broker, it would be okay too, unless I'm missing something.
Is that okay?
I'm looking at section 5-30 of the city code, prohibited advertisements. Any advertisement that promotes the occupancy or use of the residential property for a purpose of holding commercial parties, events, assemblies, gatherings, or the rental of single-family residential properties for a period of less than 3 months
okay.
is prohibited.
Alrighty.
Okay.
Am I correct?
Yes.
You're correct, Your Honor.
Okay.
So,
Sir, so I'm
am I still-
I'm gonna find you.
You're gonna
for-
find my mother?
Yes,
So pretty much,
$250.
$250.
Right.
Is anything you can give her a chance of me, and then everything gonna be clear?
I can't.
Please.
I can't because I found that there was a violation. I could have gone higher, but I'm not. So and it's still up. So
Yes, that's
the ad is still on. So I need you to remove it also. Otherwise, they're going to cite you again.
well. I'm sorry. The ad is still on, but for longer term, not for
Well,
short
you have to
term.
clarify that.
Yes.
You're going to have to somehow get Airbnb to say that it's not for less than 90 days.
So, how can I work with you on this for you to?
She will
to
give
have
you
the
her
proof?
card.
Yes, I'll call.
Yeah, and Airbnb happens to have an office in Miami.
Oh, they do.
So they do, and they have people working there. Some of them are called government relations people. You may want to call them and say, hey, do me a favor and get this corrected.
And have a okay.
Yeah, they have a Miami office.
Thank you very much.
Mhm.
Your Honor. Thank you.
The next case is for Roderick Cinto, case number MHVIO 2018-01086. Gary Beswick is the officer.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Rod Cinto, property owner, 1955 Northeast 118th Road.
Thank you. Let me just find the file. The address again?
1955 Northeast 118th Road.
Okay. Okay, and you're the owner?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Beswick?
Good afternoon, Gary Beswick for the City of North Miami Building Department. The violation was opened back June 20, 2018. Failure to obtain required permit for installation of rear deck in progress, which this complaint came from the building official, Stephen Pizzo. That's where the complaint came from. And they did not obtain a required permit.
What's the status of the work?
Well, at the time when he saw it, he said that there was in progress of doing the work, but when I checked the computer, they did not apply for the permit.
Do you have a picture?
No, I didn't have a picture.
Okay.
He didn't provide me with a picture,
Okay.
but I can call him, see if he's still in office.
Okay, Mr. Cinto, what's your position?
Good afternoon. On June 25th last year, I received a notice about this. I immediately responded to Mr. Beswick. And I told him at that time in writing that we were strictly doing repairs to our deck. We had several pieces of pressure-treated lumber that was falling apart. And we did it over a period of 3 to 4 months, the biggest time being when they passed by. However, it was strictly maintenance on the deck. It was not replacing or building a whole deck. Back on April 15th, I sent several letters about this because I was first cited in June of last year, and then it didn't come up after I wrote a letter until March. I sent a letter at that time as I couldn't make it. I asked for more information. I still got no answer. I got a letter to come to a hearing in April. I again sent an answer because I was not in town either of those 2 months. This has been deferred 3 or 4 times. Anyhow, on April 15th, Mr. Beswick called, put Mr. Pizzillo on the phone, and he told me that he spoke to one of the people that was working on it out on the street, and they said that they were replacing it. It was purely hearsay, and that person on the street barely spoke any English, excuse me. I was in the house at the same time. They never knocked on the door or said anything. Anyhow, this is merely repairs. This is not building a whole new structure. I've been cited under Code 532. There's no electrical, plumbing, or structural work being done. This is repairs. Similar to like painting a house or plugging in something that broke down.
All right, here's what I'm going to do. I am bound by the administrative decision of the building official. If the building official tells me that a permit is required because this is a replacement, and he convinces me that it's a replacement as opposed to repairs, then I have to defer to the building official. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to table this and hear testimony from someone in the building department to explain to me the difference and why a permit is required. The building official was here earlier. I wish he would have stayed a little longer. I know it's late and he starts his job very early in the morning. So I cannot make a decision without somebody from the building department.
Well, I'm from the building department. Basically,
okay.
To clarify it, then, if he said what he was doing is repair, he can grant us permission to do an inspection to verify.
Okay. Will you be willing to do that?
You know, again, no one knocked on the door. I was willing to do it. Here we are today. But let's give you an example of something just to make it clear. That tabletop had cracks in it it doesn't require a permit to replace it. You take the old one off and put a new one on it. There's the example we're using. And by the way, this was done over a period of 2 years, and part of that fix was also done when we permitted the whole new dock and a whole new boat lift. Part of the fix was done at that time, and also when we permitted the pool repairs and the upgrades to the pool, part of the deck was done there too. They're talking about a very small section. We're happy to have them come out, but this has become more of a pissing contest.
Mhm.
Okay, and this is what it's turned into. I've sat here for almost 6 hours now waiting to get to this. And by the way, everything you have is hearsay. So if you use that hearsay rule that you're relying on something somebody told the building official who told Mr. Beswick, who sent the notice, we hit that rule as well.
That's why, well, there are no pictures.
Nope.
There's nobody to explain to me what happened, the sequence of how the work was done. I don't understand. I'm not a construction person, so I don't understand when a permit is necessary and when it's not necessary. I have a dock also, and I maintain it from time to time. I paint it. I put some nails in every once in a while. Maybe a board falls off and I have to put a new board in. I don't know at what point in that process you actually have to get a permit. So it would be helpful to me to understand the facts better, and I'm not quite sure that I understand.
Okay, well, you
what the
can table it
violation
and let him explain it to you then.
Who?
Stephen Pizzolo.
I'd like to understand the process
Yeah,
better.
so you can table it,
And hopefully somebody can bring pictures of the dock or the deck. Are we talking about a dock or a deck?
He said a deck.
I have them, if I may.
You have pictures? Can you pass them? It's a dock.
It's a dock and a deck. To see the lighter color one next to it, the steps and stuff.
Yes.
That had to be pulled out in order to put the deck down, or excuse me, the dock portion down, then put the deck back. And then when it was using some of the old pressure treated wood, we replaced it with the composite wood.
Did
you
you
see
do
there.
it yourself, or do you do it with a contractor?
I did a little bit myself, and the rest I used a couple of hired hands to help me out with.
And this is the comment that you made earlier, that the officer went out and spoke with somebody who said, we're replacing the dock.
That was Steve spoke to the person, not me.
Steve spoke to
Again,
the
this,
person.
and I don't know if he speaks any Spanish, but these guys barely spoke any.
He speaks Spanish.
Okay, well.
He's married to a Hispanic.
Okay, well, the replacement issue. He says it was a replacement, and I'm saying, no, it wasn't. This is a repair.
All right. I really would prefer, since we're going to get to the nitty-gritty one way or the other, I really prefer hearing from the person that was there, and he happens to be the building official, and he happens to know the code, and if he says that based on his observation and, you know, what he saw, if he says this requires a building permit under the code, I have to defer to him.
Okay, well.
And then you have the right to file whatever appellate rights, or you could even challenge his opinion before the Board of Rules and Appeals in the county. If you disagree with a building official, it's a very easy process to fight it at the county.
Look, I'm a licensed contractor. I understand that. I'm
Okay.
licensed in 21 states. I
Okay.
understand all. However, I know that in this case, he didn't see anything. He was out on the street. He never knocked on the door. He talked to a guy who was scared to talk to him, and he went back
Well,
inside.
now he'll see the photographs, and maybe you can let him in and he can do an inspection.
Well, maybe it's the courtesy of knocking on the door, and that's what they should do.
Okay, well,
right?
we're beyond that. Now we're trying to figure out whether or not you need a permit. And since it is a dock, which in my mind is a little bit different than somebody's deck, because if a dock is not properly built, you could have an accident and somebody could fall into the water. I want to make sure that if a permit is required, that we go through that process.
You're mixing up the two issues. The dock, in which part of that dock, and the deck that you saw there was fully permitted.
The dock was permitted?
And inspected, yes.
The dock was permitted?
Yes, and a new
Okay,
boat
so
lift
we're
too.
talking about the deck only?
Yes.
Okay. I get it.
Okay.
Okay, we'll table it for 30 days.
I'm When I need 60 days, I'll be out of town in 30 days. I travel extensively.
When is the next special magistrate meeting? Do we have an earlier one than 30 days?
We
Like
only have
next week?
Do
Do we have one next week?
By the way,
Here.
Your Honor, I've also asked for this in writing, to spell it out in writing from Mr. Beswick and company. I've never heard a thing, and I've asked multiple times. Nothing's ever come to us. The city's been very reticent to do anything or respond.
We're not going to get into that. So I guess the next.
August the 7th is the next hearing.
August the 7th. Are you here August the 7th?
Stand by. Yes, I am.
All right, let's set it for August the 7th. And let's have the building official
Okay.
present.
Okay.
I also request that this push to the top of the agenda so we're not sitting here another 6 hours.
It's not up to me.
Mhm.
I guess if you check with the clerk, maybe they can work something out. I don't know.
Good day.
The next case is for Roy P. White. Case number CESDM 2019-00005. Karen Jean Lewis is the officer.
Anybody from the property owner? Proceed.
Good afternoon, Code Compliance Officer Karen Jean Lewis. This property was cited April 22nd, 2019 to apply and obtain a permit to resod the front lawn where the grass was damaged due to excessive parking. The notice to appear was posted for today's hearing on June 26, 2019 at 12:56 p.m. And there's been no notification from the property owner, and the violation remains. There's a black sedan that's being parked on the front lawn, which is why the grass is dying, as you can see in the picture. I don't know if it's up.
I saw that. You have 3 photographs?
Yes.
You need a permit to resod?
Well, that's as I'm reading it to myself now, I realize that they don't need a permit, but no one ever made contact with me as far as
Okay, so the violation is
concerned.
they need to
To
resod.
resod,
Okay.
to stop parking the car
All
on
right.
the lawn.
Based on the unrebutted testimony of the city's code compliance officer, the photographs and evidence presented depicting that the cited violations still exist, proper notice has been given. I find in favor of the city, enter an adjudication and set a compliance date of 30 days. In the event of non-compliance, there shall be a daily fine of $250 until the violation is abated.
The next case is Shawnee Management Incorporated. The case number is FYBRR 2018-00084. Gary Beswick is the officer.
All right, we have 3 cases.
No, we're down to one case, which is the FYBRR case.
Okay, the third one. 40-year recertification. Is that right? The other 2 have been resolved?
Correct.
Okay. Who's here on behalf of the owner?
Yeah, I'm the owner.
What's your name?
Ziv Rappaport.
Okay. All right, let me hear from the city first.
Good afternoon, Gary Beswick from the city of North Miami. The property is due for 40-year recertification in 2018, and as of today, we haven't received a report, so that we need a report.
Mr. Rappaport, when can you have a report filed with the city?
Okay, so I need to actually, Mr. Brunswick, open a violation on electric. So I got the permit in my hand. As soon as I finalize with the electric permit, I'm gonna do the report.
What's the issue with the electric?
We got like we replaced the box for the electrical, and we need to get a permit on that. And it's on processing. I got the permit in my hand. I don't know how long it's going to take to finalize it. And after that, I need to do the 4 years inspection. I need like 60 days to be.
What is the issue with the electric, though, and what kind of property are we talking about?
Okay, the commercial is a business property.
Okay.
And we replaced the box, the electrical box, so we need to finalize the electrical permit. I don't know if you're gonna check another stuff on the. I don't know who's gonna come, which inspector. But I got the permit. I got it. I applied 1 month ago, and we got it like 2 days ago.
All right, let me understand where we are. So you hired an architect or an engineer to do the 40-year recertification.
Yeah, the 4 years inspection
Right.
is got electrical and structure.
All right, so you hired somebody.
Yes.
And this person did a report and found that there was some issue
No.
with. No.
Okay, I got certified of use, and Mr. Brunswick came to my lot and did like inspection, and he failed me on the electrical box.
Okay.
And since then, like 3 months, he's going in.
And that's why you haven't been able to file your 40-year recertification.
Exactly.
Okay, so how much time do you need?
60 days.
Is
to
that
do.
okay with the city?
Yeah.
Or you need?
That's fine.
That's fine? Okay, and this has not been previously.
Yeah, we need adjudication.
It has been
No,
adjudicated?
no, we need
You
adjudication.
need an adjudication, okay. So, based on the unrebutted testimony of the city's code compliance officer, and the owner concurring to a 60-day extension, I find that the city should prevail in this matter, enter an adjudication, set a compliance date of 60 days. In the event of non-compliance, there will be a daily fine of $250 until the violations are abated.
Thank
So
you,
you
Alderman.
got 60
Thank you.
days. You're welcome. Have a good night.
The next 3 cases are for Sharon Addison. Karen Jean Lewis is the officer. The first case we're going to call is CEFAW 2019-00064.
Sharon Addison, not present. City may proceed. This is about an iron fence.
Correct.
Good afternoon, Code Compliance Officer Karen Jean Lewis. This property was originally cited March 9th for the iron fence that is chipped and needed to be painted. And the notice to appear for this hearing was posted to the property on June 24th at 2:27 p.m.
Are there any pictures?
Yes, just one moment. I spoke with the property owner. She had requested for more time because this case was actually postponed to give her some time to come into compliance, but there's been no compliance and no contact since then.
I just want to see what the fence looks like. Okay. Okay. As to 00064, I am going to find in favor of the city, enter an adjudication, set a compliance date of 30 days. In the event of non-compliance, there will be a daily fine of $250 until the violation is abated.
The next case for the same property is CEPFY 2019-00102. Karen Jean Lewis is the officer.
Code Compliance Officer Karen Jean Lewis, this property was cited March 9th in reference to vehicles being parked on the front lawn. It was observed a silver Mustang, a black sedan, and a gold Toyota. Notice to appear was posted on the property June 24, 2019 at 2:27 p.m. And as of the final reinspection date, they're still parking on the lawn.
Based on the unrebutted testimony of the city's code compliance officer, the photographs and evidence presented depicting that the cited violations still exist, proper notice has been given. I find in favor of the city, enter an adjudication, set a compliance date of 30 days. In the event of non-compliance, it'll be a daily fine of $250 until the violation is abated.
Sharon Addison, case number CESDM 2019-00004, Karen Jean Lewis.
Code Compliance Officer Karen Jean Lewis, the property was cited March 9th to resaw the front portion of the lawn where the vehicles are continuously being parked. The notice to appear was posted on June 24th, 2019 at 2:27 p.m. and the front lawn still has not been resodded.
As to this particular violation, 00004, sodding based on the testimony of the city's code compliance officer, the photographs and evidence presented depicting that the cited violations still exist, proper notice having been given, I find in favor of the city, enter an adjudication and set a compliance date of 30 days. In the event of non-compliance, there shall be a daily fine of $250 until the violation is abated.
The next case is for Shine Investments, RCCOR 2018-00023. Gary Beswick is the officer.
Anybody here on behalf of the owner? If not, let's proceed.
I'd like to table this for 60 days.
I'm sorry?
Table for 60 days.
Table it for 60 days?
Yes, thank
so
you.
ordered.
The next case is SRP Sub LLC, case number CEEXP 2019-00114. Edme St. Louis is the officer.
Nobody here? This is Shine Investments? What's the name of the case?
It's SRP Sub.
Got it. Found it.
So we're going to skip that item and go to Susan Backham. There's two cases.
Yes.
The first case we're going to call CELSC 2019-00005. Shanna Sanders is the officer.
Anybody on behalf of the owner? Susan Backham. All right, Ms. Sanders, ready to proceed?
Shanna Sanders, City of North Miami, Co-Compliance Officer. Per email I received from Code Coordinator Pilar Diaz, we're going to postpone this for 1 month.
This is 00005, overgrown trees.
Yes, this is for CELSC 2019-00005, as well as CEODS 2019-00083.
We're postponing both cases.
Postponed for 1 month.
Okay. So ordered.
The next case is TNC LLC, case number SDNOV 2019-00064. Ernst Baptiste is the officer.
Anybody here on behalf of the owner?
I the controller for the company, TNC. My name is Alex Jimenez. And the code officer is Ernest Baptiste. I thought that was their lady.
Shanna Sanders, City of North Miami Co-Compliance Officer, here in this case for Code Officer Aaron Baptiste in the absence of now retired Officer Ernst Baptiste. This is a case, a new case. I'm sorry, a case for reports of previous compliance for a garbage enclosure that, a dumpster that needs to be enclosed. It was originally cited, I'm showing here, February 2019. It was adjudicated on June 6, 2019. It gave a guilty finding. They gave until July 10th to abate as of last Wednesday. Dumpster still remains in need of enclosing, and no permits have been obtained. I would like to, if possible, go ahead and assess a fine, because again, as of last week, compliance still hasn't been met.
Ms. Jimenez?
Yes. It's been very hard getting a contractor and somebody to give an inspection. Now I signed up a contract with Emburgia Construction Services, and unfortunately I haven't been able to file the permit because the owners of the company have been away because of the holidays. They've been away for the past a month.
Of which company?
A TNC. TNC.
Okay. I thought that you were the manager of the company.
I'm the manager, but the owner is the one that has to sign the permits.
Okay. I looked up your corporation, and you're listed as a managing partner.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so I think you have authority to sign on behalf of the corporation.
I didn't know that.
Well, look it up.
Okay. Well,
This has been pending, and you were found guilty on June of this year, and asked to abate by July. We're talking about a dumpster. We're not talking about a major construction. So I don't understand why it's so difficult to fix a dumpster.
Okay, well, the enclosure is actually very difficult for them to come and get a contractor or somebody involved to give me an estimate. And then I've had a couple of people that basically they're waiting on estimates, and I've had to call other people to come and finalize it. They come inspect, and then they'll send you the report, and no one has. Fortunately, I had not been able to do it until I got a contract with the contractor and whoever is going to do the work. Now I need to do the permit, which we have been waiting because their owners were there. I was not aware that I could sign for a permit. All I'm asking is a month.
Okay.
I already have.
Do you
a
have a
contract.
picture of the dumpster that?
Yes, let me see what
Yeah.
she has here.
Yeah.
You may very well be a controller, but according to the Secretary of State's records, you are a managing partner of the corporation. I looked it up.
My apologies, I'm looking at the file here. As I stated, I'm hearing this case for now retired Code Officer Edmund Fitzell. I don't have a photo of the.
You have a
well,
photo?
good thing.
May I see it, please? So the issue is just basically covering the dumpster, taking away that blue tarp, and putting a lid on it. Is that the issue?
If you can pass me back down the picture, our code section states all dumpsters need to be enclosed.
So just having it outside by itself is a violation.
That's correct. This blue covering actually is the cover of the actual dumpster.
So
It
there's
needs to be
nothing wrong with the
enclosed.
cover. The cover is fine.
No, looking at this photo here, there's nothing wrong with this cover. It just needs to be enclosed. It needs to be properly enclosed with a fence, not open and exposed like in this nature.
Okay, so if they put up a fence with some covering around the fence so that people can't see the dumpster, does that comply?
That complies. That's what code requires it. It needs to be, fenced in with, wood fence, or if they use chain link, it needs to have the privacy slat so they can't see it. But yes, it needs to be enclosed, whereas people cannot visibly see the dumpster.
Okay, I think I heard you say 30 days within which to
Yeah,
get
because I already had this contractor had to make with the city and make sure that he had to follow the requirements. He had to do a drawing. So he's already putting work into this. I already have the permit already filled out. I already have the people that are going to do it. So it's just a matter of submitting the permit and go ahead and doing it.
All right, I'm going to table this for 30 days, but come 30 days, if this is not fixed, we're going to assess a fine.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
The next two cases are for Terrell Matthews. The First case we're calling is CESOD 2019-00016. Jose Perez is the officer.
Sir, please state your full name and address.
Terrell Matthews,
What is your relationship to the property?
owner.
City, please proceed.
City of North Miami Code Enforcement Officer Perez. Today we're hearing the case in reference to the property at 12065 Northwest 2nd Avenue. The first case is in reference to sodding. The grass needs to be sodded in the front lawn and the swell area that has been damaged due to excessive parking. As of my final reinspection date on July 10th, whenever this picture loads. TikTok. All right. Sorry about that. As of July 10th, 2019, at approximately 9:54 a.m., as you can see by the photographs, the front lawn still has not been sodded, and you can see it's lacking there. This was previously adjudicated.
Abatement date, July 10th.
Correct.
Sir, what's your defense?
No,
Seems like you were asked to do something by July 10th regarding the swale area, the grass in the front lawn, and it's still not in compliance.
I recently sodded that area. I didn't realize it was due July the 10th. I had the same problem as one of your previous guys that was here. I thought I had until the 17th. But I've resodded it, and I'm still in the process of still putting down sod. But I got a picture to indicate that the area has been resodded.
Show it to the code officer, please.
Based on the photographs, compliance has been met. However, due to the fact that it was not complied on the abatement date, the city will request court cost.
Okay, to be consistent with a prior decision on similar facts, I'm going to, can I assess costs without assessing a fine?
Which would be the court cost.
Okay, so I don't have to assess a fine.
I'm not sure.
Okay. I'll tell you what, I'm going to assess a $1 fine and assess costs in favor of the city.
Okay.
Because there was no compliance between July 10th and July 17th. So it's kind of a unique way of trying to balance the equities here.
Yes, sir.
So you understand my ruling?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay, and
Appreciate it.
Okay, so we're going to move on to the second violation.
That case number CEWWC 2019-00039. Jose Perez is the officer.
City of North Miami Code Enforcement Officer Perez. Today we're hearing the case in reference to the property at 12065 Northwest 2nd Avenue in reference to the roof under the carport that needed to be repaired. As of my final reinspection on July 10th, compliance had not been met.
All right, so what about the roof on the carport?
I repaired that also.
Oh, good.
All I need to do is paint it.
It's a good day then. Excellent. Should I dismiss it or do the same as we did with the prior one?
I'll leave that discretion to you.
All right, I'm going to dismiss, being that you've acted in total good faith
Thank you.
and fixed everything, and it's only a matter of a few days, and maybe there was a misunderstanding. I'm going to dismiss it altogether and assess no cost or fine on this violation.
Okay, I appreciate it.
The next
Okay.
two cases are for War Homes LLC. Karen Jean Lewis is the officer. The first case is CEZ CU 2018-00006.
Anybody representing Ware Homes? Is that the correct spelling?
Yes, Ware Homes.
Okay, and tell us who you are and your relationship to the property.
I am Carmen Nevares. I am manager with Ware Homes LLC. It's the property located in 13990 Northwest 6th Court.
Spell your last name?
Nevares.
Okay.
Nevares.
I was curious, so I looked up the corporate name and it came back Morhayen.
Yes.
Are they the owners?
Yes, he's a property owner, yes.
Okay.
I work for them, yes.
So, and you're here on behalf of?
On behalf of them, yes.
And your relationship is you're the manager?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so the first issue is a certificate of use. And you were previously found guilty on abatement date of April the 10th. And so I'm going to let the city first present what they've found.
Good afternoon, Co-Compliance Officer Karen Jean Lewis. This property was originally cited October the 6th, 2018, in reference to the business not having a certificate of use. I've been in constant communication with the property manager as to the business trying to obtain the CU. But part of the problem is the other violation, which is for the zone prohibited use, is what's preventing them from getting the certificate of use approved. They sell like stone slabs, granite, and marble, and they're storing them outside. So until they get the permit to install a door so that they can slide the slabs into the building, they can't get the certificate of use.
All right, so I guess, it's the chicken and the egg. Let's talk about the second violation then, because that's what's triggering the absence of a certificate of use. So let's talk about that one.
Okay. Case number CEZPU 2018-00053.
Okay, and this one was cited also on the same date of October the 6th, 2018, to cease and desist storing the stone slabs, marble, and tile outside. I'll let the property manager explain to you where she is in the process as far as getting the permits so that they can do the work.
Yes,
Okay, I'm looking at the pictures. They're not pretty pictures. It looks like there's a real messy situation outside. I don't know whether that's marble or what material it
They're
is. but-
slabs, yes.
Okay,
Stone.
so what are you doing to fix that?
The tenant requested that we would, exchange the door, the actual door that exists there, the rolling door for the warehouse, because it was too low and they couldn't roll them inside the warehouse. So we worked with the city, with the CRA. We requested a grant, and we were approved for that grant. So we were in that process of getting approved and getting the last, certification from the city that everything was in order. We secured a contractor. The contractor had to get some technical drawings from an engineer because there's got to be a new beam installed and there's some demolition involved. We're also going to fix the parking lot and restripe it. So right now, the contractor, him and me, we're supposed to go to the city and file for the permit, and that would be it, so that he can commence the construction process.
Is this all dependent on getting the funding from the CRA?
No, we already are approved. We
You're
are approved,
so you are
yes.
you are getting some funding. And
Yes,
you're
we are.
You're using that funding, and frankly, I'm surprised that they even gave you the funding without a certificate of use. and being in violation of the code. But nevertheless, you're getting the funding, and I assume you're going to be out of pocket also.
Well, we have to, yes, first we have to pay, and then we submit for the reimbursement.
Okay. So where are you in terms of correcting the issues with the?
Well, we, like I said, we already have a contractor. He already requested from the architect and the engineer the drawings. He told me that the drawings are ready, so we just have to submit them to the city for the permit and just get the permit approved and start the construction.
How long is the construction going to take?
I always estimate less time, and things take longer than you think. I would say 90 days to be able to secure that permit and demolish and install the new door and work with the parking lot.
What's bothering me is what I'm seeing in these pictures. It just very unsightly to drive by there and see all that
I
stuff
agree.
outside. So is there any way that you can put that aside, put them somewhere so that they're not so visible?
The tenant, we already talked to him. His commitment was that once we start the construction, he's going to move everything out. He secured an alternate location for the stone, so he will move it. He just needs us to get that permit because, of course, that's going to be uncomfortable for his operations.
Okay.
So once we get that permit, he will move the stone.
And the other thing that really troubles me is that here we are in July, and you were found guilty by the magistrate in January, and you were supposed to abate by April 10th, and we're in
Because
July.
the grant still hadn't been approved, so we got the final confirmation of the grant on April 25th.
How much is the grant?
It's 25,000.
25,000?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So, city, what is your preference?
The previous magistrate, which was Magistrate Cazot, she was willing to give him more time to get the permit and get it approved. And since the property manager has been working diligently to get all the paperwork in, they got the grant. It's just a matter of submitting the application for the permit so that they get the work started. So I have no objection to give her more time, but it's up to you.
All right. I know that going through a funding process with a CRA can be a pain in the you-know-what. And then dealing with the building department takes a while, and dealing with contractors and architects. And are you the owner or the tenant?
No, I'm representing the owner.
The owner.
Yes.
So it's the owner that's going to do the work, not the tenant.
Exactly.
Okay. So what I'm going to do is I am going to give you 90 days to get this thing done and bring it back to either me or whichever special magistrate had it first. And let's see where we are at that point. But definitely, this is very unsightly.
It
It's
is.
also unsafe. It could be a potential life safety issue, especially if there's a hurricane, and we can get a hurricane anytime. So you need to at least move that marble out of the way and store it in a very, in a safe area.
I totally agree.
Indoors, probably, because, somebody gets hurt there and you're going to get sued.
Yes.
So I'm willing to give you 90 days.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Is it 90 days on both cases?
Well, the one is dependent on the other. You can't get a certificate of use unless they do the work first.
Okay, so I have
Correct?
to put that into record. So for case CEZCU 00006 has been tabled for 90 days. So the next
Both have 006 and 053.
5-3 I have on record. I just had to put it on record for 6.
Yes, for 6 also. Because
The
they
next-
can't get the certificate unless they do the work
Correct.
required by 053.
The next case on the agenda is Woodson La Rochelle, case number CEEXP 2019-00043. Wayne Clark is the officer.
Anybody here on behalf of the owner? Not seeing anybody?
Yeah, excuse me. I guess he could be dismissed, I guess, because nobody else here and he's waiting.
Yes, the interpreters? Goodbye. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I
Thanks for
want you to stay
staying.
as long as you need to. Wayne Clark, City of North Miami, code compliance.
Officer, if you want to go, I know you got better things to do. Keep us safe.
No. You,
Go. We don't need you. Thank you for your work. Stay safe.
I was asked by the Community Planning and Development Housing Manager to have this case postponed as she's trying to assist him.
Okay, so
Thank you.
ordered. Anybody else?
And this concludes all the items to the agenda.
Great. Excellent.